Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the D and WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Born a Girl. All credits for this video go to their respective authors. So please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Staring up at the school which is now hers, she barely managed to contain her squeal of excitement, clamping her lips tightly together. Unfortunately, her dad couldn't be there, as he had to get to the school a full hour ahead of her to help set everything up, but she had made it. She was at UA. I did it, Dad. She was still slightly annoyed at him for not telling her he worked here, but she couldn't stay mad at him for long. Entering the school, she found the class 1 and gazed up at the huge door and wondered if it was for those with mutant-type quirks. Figuring so, she took a deep breath and pushed open the door with a smile on her face. It instantly falls, however, when she sees the blue-haired glasses boy from before yelling at a boy with familiar ash-blonde hair to get his feet off the desk. Said boy grins and tells the blue-haired boy he was going to squish him like a bug, and the bespectacled one starts motioning his arms like a robot. That's when red and green eyes locked and she gulped at the glare that was aimed towards her. She had no clue why he seemed to detest her existence so much. The last time they had spoken he had insulted her and stomped off, and now he was glaring at her like she was the scum of the earth. Izumi-chan. The voice jolted her from her staring contest with the explosive boy, and she nearly jumped out of her skin when a familiar pink figure suddenly hugged her. Green eyes wide, she stuttered and flushed to her ears. Hands helplessly held up and away from the other girl, and she helplessly glanced around. Was this normal? What was going on? What did she do in this kind of situation? I'm so glad you made it. And we're even in the same class. Luckily, the pink-haired girl released her and her heart had a chance to calm. But she didn't really know what to say in a situation like this. She had never had someone so eager to be in her presence, and the circumstances made her head swim. Ew. The tone made her nearly vibrate out of her skin, and she turned to look up at the boy that she least wanted to talk to. His glasses had caught the glare of the light overhead, and it was almost like Sir Night-Eye. Almost, because that man scared Todoroki-san with his glare. But then the boy was bowing so low that she grew concerned when for a second it looked like his head might impact his knee. I must apologize. After seeing the scores and watching the replays of the entrance exams, they were made public. It seems I have misjudged your personality. He straightened so quickly she feared for the state of his spine. How did it not snap? It's all right. No harm done. The boy smiled, and with it his face was a lot kinder. I am Tenya Ida. It is an honor to meet you. When he bowed again, she quickly returned it. Yagi Izumi? Same here. That was the correct way, right? They were drawing attention from the full classroom, and she began panicking. She had never interacting with so many people before, but her eyes widened when she locked eyes with a familiar pair. Shaodo-san. She called and raised a hand, and he approaching her with an easy smile. I'm glad you made it, Izumi-san. Not that I had any doubt, he said, and Izumi wondered if anyone but herself knew she had passed. Maybe she should have used semi-permanent dye instead of the stuff that washed out in 3 or 4 washes. You two know each other? Ashido asked curiously, having been quiet the entire time when Ida-san had been speaking with her. Shaodo-san was about to answer when a lazy drawl caught their attention. If you're looking to make friends, maybe you should go somewhere else. Izumi's eyes were wide as she took in the huge caterpillar with a man's scraggly face before it opened enough for a hand to bring a pouch up. Oh, it's just a man in a sleeping bag. Somehow he was able to stand in the thing and finished unzipping it, stepping from the material. It took you a full 8 seconds. You'll have to be a tad faster if you want to be pros. Tired eyes scanned the entire class slowly, and the man looked like he desperately needed some sleep. He actually reminded her of Shinso-san, with the heavy bags underneath his eyes. I will be your homeroom teacher. My name is Aizawa Shouta. I suppose it's nice to meet you. He reached into the innards of his sleeping bag and pulled out a UA gym uniform. She recognized it because her dad still had his old one in the closet at the house. Put these on and follow me. Izumi stared blankly at the gym uniform in confusion, and her eyes wandered to the other students who were equally confused. As the man began pulling more and more gym uniforms in various sizes from his sleeping bag, Izumi's brain whirred in confusion. Just how big was the man's bag? And did he have a uniform for everyone? He had a uniform for everyone. Even the large boy with the tentacles for arms got one. How the man knew their exact sizes, she had no clue. How he fit 20 uniforms into his cocoon-like sleeping bag and fit in there himself made her brain hurt. She wondered if his quirk had something to do with fitting impossible things into impossible places, but shoved the thought from her head. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. There were surprised exclamations all around them, and a brown-haired girl with pink cheeks spoke up. But what about orientation? We're going to miss it. Stomach nodding, Izumi shifted on her feet and looked around the area they were in. If you want to make it in the big leagues, you don't have time to waste it on pointless ceremony. Here at UA, we're not tethered to old traditions. It means I can call the shots how I like when it comes to my class." The man glanced over his shoulder at them and Izumi gulped. "In middle school, you've all probably done standardized tests, but you've never used your quirks before during it. The country is still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. Maybe one day the Ministry of Education will learn." The man shifted and turned his head to stare right at her and she gulped. "Yagi, you managed to get the most points during the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance thrown with a softball during junior high?" She gulped and fiddled with her fingers, ears turning red at the attention that was on her. 59 meters, she stuttered out. She remembered recording it in her progress notebook. "Right." He shifted and pulled a softball from his pocket and threw it to her and she barely managed to catch it. "Try doing it with your quirk." Her eyes widened and her fingers tightened around the ball before she moved forward to where their teacher indicated. "Anything goes. Just stay in the circle." She looked at him before turning her gaze back down at the ball in her hands. Rolling her shoulders slightly, she slid one foot back and braced herself. Deep breath in, concentrate. Keep it controlled, release. Pulling her arm back, she felt one for all thrum through her veins, the warmth in her chest expanding, and with a yell she threw with as much power as she could handle. Her arm stung slightly and wind blew her hair back, but the bones in her arm held and didn't break. "All of you need to know your maximum capabilities." She looked over to see him holding some sort of phone and the number 708.6 glowed in a soft blue and she felt her eyes widen slightly. "It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero." His face was bland as he said that and she gulped softly as shocked murmurs broke out. "Whoa, 708 meters. She flushed when Mina giggled and pressed her hands together. "That looks fun. I want to give it a go." There were other people joining in, but she couldn't hear them because she noticed Bakugo glaring at her and she wanted to sink into the ground at the intense gaze. Instead, she hurriedly looked away. "So this looks fun, huh?" A voice for some reason sent a shiver up her spine and she slowly turned her head to look at their teacher and wanted to step away from the look in his eyes. "You have 3 years here to become a hero. You honestly think it's going to be child's play?" The smile that took over his face made her even more wary and she finally succumbed and took a very small step away. "Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests. The one with the lowest score will be expelled, no questions asked." Her stomach plummeted at that as the other students voiced their disbelief. She had some control over her quirk, and it wasn't like she wasn't physically fit and strong on her own without it, but expulsion on the first day. This man was terrifying. "Like I said, in my class I get to call the shots, understand?" His look was downright creepy and she found herself shivering. This guy, he wasn't playing around. "If that's a problem, then pack your bags and leave now." Nope, definitely wasn't playing around. Even with her current score on the softball throw, she still felt pressure. "That's not fair. You can't expel us on the first day. We just got here." It was the brown-haired girl again and silently Izumi begged her to keep quiet. This guy, he was harsh and it honestly frightened her a bit. "Oh, and you think natural disasters are?" The girl's face looked surprised but his head returned to a bland one, both hands shoved deep into his pockets. "Or power-hungry villains." Izumi's mind flashed to that day a month ago and swallowed thickly, a hand coming up to grip her stomach if she had been slightly slower. How about catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? No, the world is not fair, it's full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try and tip the scales back to being fair. If you want to be a pro, you'll need to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you, so go beyond, plus ultra style. He lifted a hand and crooked a finger at them with a faint smirk. "Show me it's no mistake that you're here." Okay, so maybe he wasn't as frightening as she first thought, but his words made her think about her motivation to be a hero. When she was younger, it was to be like All Might. And now, ignoring the noise of her classmates around her, she rubbed at the back of her neck as she thought. But it had changed. Her reasons. Now she just wanted to help people. She wanted to save people, as many as she could, and she wanted to make them feel safe. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. And with that, the 50-meter dash was called and she stood with the rest as Ida-san and a girl who looked like a frog got into a ready position and a small robot called the mark. A sharp pop sounded and they were off, and it was done before Izumi could blink. 3 seconds. And the frog girl got 5. They were really fast. The next one was the brown-haired girl and a boy with a tail. They got good times too, and she took in a deep breath and contemplated what she was going to do. She didn't want to use her quirk for everything because, put simply, she didn't want to rely on it too much. She could run just fine without it, but it was an assessment test, right? What if she used only the barest hints of one for all? A blonde boy with a weird belt went up against Mina next, and she watched him fire himself through the air with a laser of all things. Though Mina still beat him. And then he said shooting it longer than a second hurts his tummy. What the heck? She was called forward and she glanced over and blanched slightly when glaring red eyes dug into her own, and she whipped her head back around and tried to fight the urge to flinch away and instead closed her eyes. Just a hint, a barely there flicker of one for all. Runners, get ready. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes in determination. The pop was suddenly echoed by much louder ones, but she ignored it and pushed forward, nearly face-planting at the force of her own acceleration. 4.13 seconds. The machine chimed once and she stopped, realizing she and the exploding boy had tied. Looking over, her face paled even more and the angry look on his face, and edged away from him. She watched the other students go through the 50-meter dash before they were corralled into a room for the grip test. She did okay on it, with around 89 kilograms with her low burn 1 for all usage. The standing long jump, well, she made it over halfway, so that was good, right? Repeated sidesteps, she got an average score and she didn't have to do the ball throw again, seeing as she had already done it. Though the brunette got infinity on it, which was slightly scary. What if she sent a person into orbit or something? And quite honestly, she was convinced the Bakugo boy was out for her blood. Before he threw his softball, he glared at her long and hard, and when he finally made his throw, screamed die as loudly as he could before glaring hard at her again when his throw only reached 705 and she looked away frantically. He was out to get her and she didn't know why. Sit-ups, sitting toe touch was laughably easy, and so was long-distance run. And finally everyone got their results. She was right below Tenya Ida in 6th place and let out a slow breath in relief. She felt bad though, seeing the great boy she had saved was in last place and couldn't stand to look at the devastation on his face. She had that look once. And I was lying. No one is going home. Her mind blanked in shock and she slowly turned her head to look at their teacher. He suddenly grinned like the cat that had gotten the cream and the canary. That was just a logical ruse to make you all do your best on the tests. She stared, unable to comprehend it for a second. I can't believe you all didn't realize that. I'm sorry, I guess I should have said something. The words came from a young woman with black hair tied up, but Izumi ignored her for now. A lie. But then, if we thought we had nothing to worry about, I guess we would have done these tests half-heartedly. That was a tad nerve-wracking. A boy she remembered as Zero Hanta said. Nah, I'm always up for a good challenge. The red-headed boy beside him said, grin wide. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it over before tomorrow morning. That was it. Just this. Turning, she looked around and spotted Shaoto-san and perked up, about to go over and talk with him when a certain blonde got in her way and she felt her body stiffen entirely as those red eyes drilled into her own, and she took a hasty step back. She gulped and tried to think of why he would be looking at her like he wanted to set her on fire. He was obviously about to say more when a large hand suddenly fell on his shoulder and she stared in shock before raising her eyes and relaxing at seeing her dad there in his non-hero form. His eyes were closed in a cheerful smile and his mouth upturned. There's my daughter. How was your first day? Not too exciting, I hope. The other students had fallen silent and were just watching, but she didn't care. She was hungry and she had did it. She was now officially a student at UA. It was odd, but good. She looked in confusion at her dad's hand, which was still on the ash blonde teen's shoulder, and was also confused at the blank expression the boy was shooting over her shoulder. He looked like he was sweating, for some reason. How about you go get your syllabus? I need to ask Bakugo-kun. Was it? Yes, I need to talk to him about something. Her dad's smile was practically shining, and though she was confused, he was a teacher here. Okay, I'll see you at the car. Her dad gave a happy hum and she edged around the shorter blonde and gave her father a quick hug. Waving towards her classmates, she turned and made her way back to the school, slightly confused but happy. If you try and sniff around my daughter again, I'll give you a first-class ticket to see Jupiter's rings. Are we clear? Defiant red eyes glared at him, but he had faced down 2 Bitbank robbers with more heat to their gaze. This boy was nowhere near good enough for his girl. No boy could ever hope to be. I'd advise not to judge me based on my looks, Katsuki. My daughter got her strength from somewhere, remember that. Giving the shoulder underneath his hand one soft warning squeeze, he let go and then moved in the direction of his daughter. Of all his fights, of all the stressful situations and near deaths he had, it seemed ironic that only his own kid would be able to send him to an early grave. That night all the stress made her sleep deep, and when she woke up she was groggy but excited. Stumbling into the kitchen, her dad was already up and she shuffled over to press against his uninjured side, earning a soft laugh. Sleep well? He asked, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and she hummed softly in reply and watched him flip an egg. It appeared they were going to have an American-style breakfast then from the sausage and bacon that was sitting off to the side. Did you make hash browns? She asked and grimaced at how gritty her voice sounded. Yep, a whole plate just for you. He gestured to his other side and she looked over. Sure enough, there was an entire plate stacked full of crispy potato shreds. Go grab yourself a drink. There should still be some orange juice. She nodded and pressed against him briefly before moving over to the fridge. Sure enough, there was still a bottle of orange juice half full, and she grabbed it before closing the door with her hip and also grabbed a glass along the way. Did you make sure to submit your hero costume to the support department? He asked, and she glanced up while setting her glass onto the kotatsu. Yeah, we going to need them today, she asked, and he nodded, smile bright as he began to serve up 2 plates, his holding less than hers as usual. That's correct. I can tell you it will be combat training, but the rest. Well, he grinned brightly and set the plates down onto the low table. You'll have to find out with the rest of your class. She smiled at his obvious excitement, and they both dug into their meal, and she hummed. While she would always love her country's cuisine, she had to say, the Americans sure had some tasty ideals for breakfast. It also told her just how tiring her day was going to be if her dad was trying to pack her full of calories before she was really even awake. She had learned from her training with him just how bad the day was going to be by what kind of food he prepared for her beforehand. It was both sweet and terrifying. Sweet because he cared so much about her, and terrifying because she knew by the end of the day muscles she hadn't even knew she had would be aching. We'll be able to go in together, but afterwards I'll be in the teacher's lounge getting ready. She nodded faintly and reached up to rub at her gritty eyes before yawning widely and hearing a soft chuckle from her dad that earned him a pout from her. Really, he was getting to much amusement of her predicament. And just put the dishes in the sink. We'll clean them when we get back. He tilted his head and she followed the motion to the clock. Dad, she yelped, suddenly a lot more awake, and shoveled the rest of her meal into her mouth, chewing quickly before throwing her drink back and racing to put them in the sink, and bolted into her room before jumping with her clothes into the restroom and somehow managed to do her usual routine in a quarter of the time. They had maybe 20 minutes to get to school from when she looked at the clock, and her mind was gibbering in panic. Only her second day and she was risking being late. Slamming the door open, she ran out before screeching to a stop at the fact her dad was also changed and transformed. Staring up at the grinning face of her dad, she wanted to groan. Reaching to the back of the couch, she pulled a familiar hoodie off and pulled it over herself and pulled the hood down. I just ate, she whined, but moved over to him anyway as his booming laugh echoed through the house. It will be fine, Izumi. She was picked up and grew annoyed when he cradled her like she was an infant, her indignant expression making a snicker come from the hero before he walked out into the backyard while using his foot to shut the door behind them. With a soft groan, Izumi reached up and pulled the hood further down her face and resigned herself to her fate. Luckily, she managed to keep down her breakfast during the journey to UA. She wondered for a second how they would get in when her dad simply jumped straight to the highest part of the school and placed her down. Stumbling slightly as feeling came back to her legs, she pushed her hood down with a sigh. Is it okay to do that? Her dad beamed and held up a card. As long as you and I both have these, we can enter the school however we see fit, he smiled, and she returned it before they entered the building by a door and walked down some stairs until they got to an elevator. What should I do with this? She held up her hoodie. It wasn't like it would fit into her book bag. I will take it with me and leave it in the teacher's lounge until we head home. She handed it over, relief. It was the same hoodie she usually wore when out with her dad in his hero persona, and so was a bit recognizable. A soft ding made them both look up, and when the doors opened, Izumi was surprised to see a familiar messy head of dark hair enter. Aizawa-sensei. She quickly bowed in greeting, and he hummed a half-asleep sounding greeting before the doors closed. The silence was awkward as the elevator moved down to the ground floor, and she bit her lip, wringing her hands slightly, and looked over at her dad for help before her eyes widened. PFT. Horrified, her hands slapped over her mouth, and her dad's head perked up and looked over her while tired gray eyes looked at her before glancing at her dad, trailing down to rest on the Teaching for Dummies book he held. She watched as her homeroom teacher slowly looked forward and closed his eyes, a pained expression taking over his features before they smoothed out again when the elevator dinged and opened on the ground floor. Bowing quickly to her teacher and belting out a quick goodbye to her dad, she ran for her class while trying to forget the awkwardness that still clung stubbornly to her shoulders. The rest of the day was relatively normal. Mina and Shadow speaking with her between lessons, and Bakugo glaring at her the whole time, his face progressively getting more and more stormy as the hours passed, and by the end of their last normal class she was about ready to pull her hair out. Feeling like the side of her head was literally on fire, she looked pleadingly at her teacher, only for Aizawa-sensei to be looking the other way. I am here. She, along with the rest of the class, jumped, and she stared incredulously at her dad, jaw open as he leaned in through the door, like a normal person. While the rest of the class buzzed with excitement and the costume he was wearing, she raised her hands and buried her face in them to hide how red it was. Before, she had thought how nice it would be to have her dad teaching her class, but now she realized just how embarrassing it would be. Today begins your Hero Foundation trials. As you progress, they will begin to increase in difficulty, and your first trial is combat. He pressed on a small remote, and panels on the wall opened to reveal cases with numbers on them. The support team has finished the costumes you each have submitted. After you all change, meet me in ground beta. She gulped and stood with the rest of her class and tried not to look at her dad. She never knew how hard it would be not to interact with the man. Wow, this is so exciting. Mina practically bounced beside her, and Izumi smiled. picking up her case labeled 19 and followed the other girl out of the room. I wonder what kind of combat training it will be. A free-for-all. Teared, Izumi bit her lip and thought about it. It could be any number of things. Glancing up, she blanched at red eyes that were on her and ducked behind Mina. Whatever it was, she hoped to stay far away from Bakugo. Pulling on her suit, she picked at the shirt with a slight frown. While she had asked for a sleeveless turtleneck in navy, she hadn't expected it hug her so tightly. At least she had a jacket to go over it. Pulling on her pants, they were at least to her specifics, and then she pulled on her boots that went up to a little above her knees, and then strapped on the metal shin and knee guards on each. She pulled on her red belt with its gray pouches. The two largest on the back were a deep muted green, and to top it all off was a half jacket in a bit lighter of a shade than the pouches. Pulling her gloves on, she let out a slow sigh as she tied her hair up. It wasn't flashy, but she had realized a long time ago that being flashy wasn't usually the way to go. And with her fighting style, this would suit her just fine. Nothing loose would get in her way, and it allowed her to easily move. She hurried out of the changing room behind Mina and another girl she found out was named Yaorazu. Exiting the tunnel, she caught her dad saying they all looked cool and wanted to hide her face again. He was being so. Ugh, this will be a real battle to test your skills. There won't be any robots for you to beat up though. Her dad's voice boomed and she focused on him when Yaorazu spoke up. How will wins and loses be determined? And then words that made a chill skitter down her spine. Can we beat them up anyway? The voice was closer than she thought, and she jumped and turned to stare at the figure beside her. Ash blonde hair, glaring red eyes behind a black mask, and giant grenades on his arms. Gulping softly, she looked away and wanted to edge away, but it might draw his attention. That's what usually happened with predators, right? Will the punishment for coming in last be like with Aizawa-sensei's test? Another girl asked, and that made her eyes look at her dad. He wouldn't do that, right? There were so many other classmates of her were speaking up, and she saw her dad's smile become a tad forced as they kept asking question after question. Calm down and I'll answer. He raised a hand and waved slightly before shifting his weight. It's like this. Heroes are trying to dispose of a bomb. They either need to capture the villains or secure the weapon, while the villains need to protect the bomb or catch the heroes. He reached over before picking up a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. She took in a deep breath before stiffening at an odd sense and looked over. Red eyes were staring at her again, and he was closer. Not stopping herself this time, she shuffled away from him and towards the tall figure of Mizo Shoji and only got a glare from the blonde in response. It's determined so haphazardly. She looked over at the voice and stared at the giant suit of armor before his words registered. Well, she found herself speaking up before continuing anyway. In the field, you can't pick and choose just because you want to. You usually have to form teams with the people who are already there. The suit of armor let out a noise of surprise for them to look ahead already. Please excuse my rudeness. And then he bowed and she realized it was Ida in there. It's fine. Let's start. Her dad pumped his fist and she felt a slight smile tug at her lips. He was so energetic. Was he really that excited to teach? When it was her turn, she reached into the yellow box and pulled out a small sphere with the letter in bold and found she was paired with Uraraka-san's. That was fine. As long as she wasn't teamed up with the angry blonde, she would have taken anyone else, even Minta. Alright, now that everyone has their teammate, we'll figure out who's the villains and who are the heroes. He moved to two boxes and reached in, and pulled out Team D as villains, and Team A as heroes. Green Eyes stared at the team drawings and slowly looked over and saw red eyes glaring at her and wanted to groan. Of course, that was her luck, after all. Yagi, right. She looked over and into bright brown eyes behind a pink visor and gave a slight unsure smile. Yeah, you're Uraraka. The girl nodded brightly. Yup, it's nice to finally talk to you. Mina is always mentioning you, but we've never had a chance to meet. Izumi reached up and rubbed the back of her neck. So do you have history with Bakugo? He looks like he wants to talk with you. She stared at the other girl in surprise and looked back over to the boy, but for once he wasn't looking at her and was instead glaring at History? Not really. We went to the same school for a while before I moved. Her mind flashed back to that time before she quickly pushed it away. We never really spoke to each other. She shrugged and watched as the other team went into the building before the number one hero approached them. These are the building plans. Use the time you have to look them over and discuss your plan of attack. And remember, a hero's job is to protect civilians and catch villains. View this as the real deal and don't pull your punches. She gave a soft nod while the brunette beside her chirped a happy yes sir. Crouching, the green-eyed girl rolled the building plans out and stared at them. There are 5 floors. The first and 5th were out as it would be too obvious. The best she could think of was it was somewhere in the middle. But where in the middle? Have you thought of anything? Uraraka was sitting beside her and Izumi thought for a moment before looking up at the building. Well, we know the bomb won't be on the 1st or 5th floor. Reach leaves the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor as options. She tapped each one and leaned back. My choice would be to put it on the 4th floor, still far away from the ground and protected, but not far enough away to where if you needed to, you could run back and defend it. If they're smart, Bakugo will stay with the bomb and Ada will run ahead. She paused and thought about it. I'm sensing a but somewhere in there their eyes locked and Izumi sighed. But from what I've seen of Bakugo, he's not likely to do that. He will probably act as an aggressor and leave Ida to protect the bomb while coming after us. If that happens, then you run ahead and I'll take care of him. I don't know about his fighting skills, but I'm confident I can handle him if it comes to that. Once I have him neutralized, I'll come help you with Ida and we'll secure the bomb after, and hopefully her plan doesn't go up in smoke. Are you sure you can take him, Yagi? Izumi thought for a long moment. His explosions were intimidating, and she didn't know his skills in hand-to-hand combat at all. But he didn't know how she fought either, and that would help. I've trained in judo and aikido, and my quirk is strength augmentation, so if anything we'll be evenly matched, hopefully. Heroes, get ready. Jolting, she rolled up the building plans and moved with Uraraka towards the door. Hands clenching into fists, she took a deep, steadying breath. Start. The corridors were dark, and she wondered if it was done on purpose to make them uneasy. Uraraka walked behind her, and Izumi was trying to listen as intently as possible. She had no clue on how strong their opponents were. She had gotten a brief look at them during the quirk assessment, but that was it. Bakugo can propel himself through the air with his explosions, and obviously create larger ones. His physical strength is up there as well. In terms of intelligence, well, he passed the written part of the exam and scored second, so he's no slouch in the brains part of things. She tilted her head slightly, straining her ears for anything besides their footsteps and breathing. From what I remember from back then, he can make huge explosions when he wants to. And it's been 3 years, so he's only gotten stronger. It's worrying. Will I be able to take him down? And suddenly the very person of her thoughts had come around the corner, and her eyes widened. She hadn't even heard him. Seeing light starting to come from his glove, she leapt back, hand dragging Uraraka behind her just in time to avoid the explosion. He's not playing around, she thought while pushing herself up. You okay? She asked the girl who was already pushing herself up. I'm fine, what about you? She only nodded before getting to her feet, and the brown-haired girl did the same. Lowering herself into a more stable stance, she held her hands out. Remember the plan, Uraraka. Get going. Smoke was still clearing before the blonde shot from it. All right, be careful, Yagi. Footsteps retreated behind her, and by then the blonde was almost upon her. She really didn't know what she had done to tick him off, but whatever it was, she was sorry. She was sorry, but she wasn't going to lose. Not here, and not in front of her dad. Seeing his body tensing, she shifted, sliding underneath his grasping hand until she could pick up his scent, something chemically sweet and bitter. And then she twisted around, grabbed his arm in an arm lock, and swept his legs from beneath him, slamming him into the ground and leaping away when his other hand grabbed at her. Before she could blink, he was on his feet and lunging at her, hand out and small explosions filling the air with smoke, and she tried to keep calm. It was just like a judo match, just with no rules besides don't kill each other. She kept moving back, weaving and twisting around his attacks and watching him grow more and more frustrated. Fight me, damn it. Stop running like a coward. His voice was practically an enraged growl, but she kept her mouth shut. As far as she was concerned, she had nothing to say to him. Instead, his movements were painting a picture of what she wanted to know. He was a good fighter. He had great reflexes and strength, but he wasn't formally trained. There were openings a mile wide, and she felt her body relax at that thought. And then she went in for the attack. The beauty of training with Endeavor of all people was that after his fire, explosions like this weren't that scary. And she had handled far worse heat than this. It also helped her reflexes and ability to work under pressure. He wasn't trained, and besides probably fist fights in school. And that incident, he more than likely hadn't been in any kind of conflict. With a yell of sheer frustration, he dove for her, and she rushed forward to meet him. Teeth gritting, she grabbed his wrist with one hand, and her other arm looped around his neck. Her hand near his armpit in an odd-looking hug before her leg came out and hooked around his knee. Twisting their bodies, she slammed him into the ground and scrambled up so she was on top of him, both her hands holding his above his head, and she pulled on one for all as he struggled but was easily able to pin him beneath her. Holding his hands with one of hers, she grabbed the capture tape and looped it around high wrists, pulling tightly and ignoring the curses and vitriol he was spewing at her the whole time. Bakugo has been captured and eliminated. Please head to the exit. The boy beneath her had gone silent, and she pushed herself to her feet, reaching down and hauling the silently fuming boy up by the X-shaped straps across his chest. Izumi, good going. But Ada spotted me. Slowly Izumi edged around the still blonde even as he stiffly began to walk towards what was no doubt the exit. He probably really hated her now, but she wasn't going to concern herself with him if all he was going to do was glare at her and snarl in her general direction every time she walked past. Reaching up, she pressed her communicator. I'm on my way. Which floor are you on? She poured a little bit of one for all into her legs and managed to gain speed. The 4th. You were spot on with that. Rounding a corner, she spotted the stairs and raced up them, taking them in leaps and jumps. As she finally got to the fourth, she heard a commotion and slowed, glancing around the corner of the door cautiously. Ida was currently keeping Uraraka far away from the bomb while also trying to capture the girl, but that was hard when said girl kept floating herself away from his grasp. Taking a deep breath, Izumi kept a close eye on the suit of armor zipping back and forth before making her move when his back was turned. Clenching her teeth so no sound escaped her, she locked her arms around his and looped them around the back of his neck as well, both her feet kicking the backs of his knees, and she leaned back, dragging him to the ground with her. Uraraka, the tape. She yelled as the taller male struggled against her, but it was useless. The brunette tied the tape around his wrist, and just like that, they had won. That's one way to subdue him, the pink-haired girl laughed as they watched their green-haired classmate force the explosive blonde to the ground, legs on either side of him and hands pinning his beside his head. In the back, Minda whined at how lucky he was. Beside the screen, a cloud of blackness hung around the number one hero, and after a second the entire class of 1 were edging away from him. She stared at the crowd before her in shock, green eyes wide. There were reporters, and a lot of them. They were milling about the area, voices raising and falling, and she felt anxiety creep into her stomach. How was she going to get onto school grounds with all of them? Did she just shove her way through? But wasn't that rude? Looking down at her wrist, she tilted it and gulped at the time on her watch before she gripped the strap of her book bag tighter. She had to get to class soon, and the only way to get to it was through the wall of people in front of her. Taking a deep breath, she was about to approach before pausing. If reporters were mobbing the school, maybe she shouldn't get closer like she was. Quickly, she reached up and loosened her tie, pulling it over her head and tucking it into her book bag, and unbuttoned her blazer, folding it inside out and over an arm so she wore only her white undershirt and skirt. After a second, she pulled out one of her notebooks and a pen and hoped her little disguise would work. Slowly, she edged into the swarm, heart in her throat, but no one really looked at her too closely as long as she kept her head down. As she got towards the front, she heard a woman's voice exclaiming how a man looked rough, and she peeked in between a few men and felt relief fill her when she spotted her homeroom teacher. Breaking from the group, she power walked over. "Hey, that's a student," one realized, and her face blanched and she bolted, sprinting quickly towards her teacher and ducked underneath his arm that he held out to keep the reporters away. "I'll have to ask you not to harass the students." Her heart was pounding and she released a slow breath, jolting when a hand rested on her shoulder and she was led further onto school grounds. "Please leave," Aizawa-sensei's voice drawled to the reporters behind them, and she watched as metal doors slammed shut. That was quick thinking. She looked up and gave a sheepish smile. "Thank you." She placed her notebook and pen in her bag, withdrawing her tie and looping it around her neck. "What's with that, though?" she asked, and he released a sigh and began walking towards the entrance, and she hurried to follow him. "Word's gotten out All Might's working here, so of course the vultures have come to sniff around. Nothing but trouble, that man." She winced slightly at the grumbled tone, only to frown at her tie as it somehow resembled a stunted tail. She really needed her dad to teach her how he managed it. He always prepared her tie for her and left it loose and on her desk when he left before her. Darn it, she untied it and settled it around her neck again. She had to quickly stop because her homeroom teacher had halted, and she looked up to see tired eyes looking at her with a raised eyebrow, and she flushed, hands tightening on the tie as embarrassment filled her. A bone-weary sigh escaped the man, and he lifted a hand, beckoning her closer, and her eyebrows furrowed in confusion, but she moved closer, squeaking as the tie was pulled from her hands and looped around her neck again while her teacher crouched in front of her. "Watch closely, kid." Green eyes glanced down as he slowly looped the tie around, repeating the motions a few times and tightening the fabric before loosening it. "Now you do it." His hands dropped to rest on his knees, and she gulped but repeated the motions he had just shown her, and while it was a tad crooked, it was worlds better than her first attempt. "You'll get better at eyeing the length as you do it. Now get your jacket on and head to class." He stood, and she hesitated slightly before smiling up at him. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei." She bowed before hurrying to her homeroom and couldn't quite push away the smile. When she had first seen him, she thought Aizawa-sensei was harsh and cold, but that was not something a cold person would do. Aizawa-sensei was a lot kinder than he first appeared. It was nice to see another side of her teacher. Getting to class, she opened the door on a conversation regarding the predicament she had just escaped. "Seriously, they practically mugged me at the school gates. I thought I was a goner for a second," Kaminari exclaimed, and Takoyami nodded. "They too tried to overwhelm me." "Izumi." She looked over just in time to be hugged suddenly by a bubbly pinkette and managed a slight smile. "Are you okay? Did you get past the reporters all right?" Mina's face was pulled down in a slight frown, and the green-eyed girl smiled to reassure her. "I managed all right. I actually took my tie and blazer off and pulled out my notebook. I guess I looked enough like a reporter or just a curious kid to fly under the radar until I got to the front." She pulled said notebook out with an unsure smile while the other girl's eyes lit up. "That's so smart. I wish I had thought of that." Izumi shrugged and moved over towards her seat. "Shouldn't Aizawa-sensei be here by now, though?" This time it was Ochako who spoke up, and Izumi was curious as well. Was he caught up by something? Everyone quiet down, and just like that all noise stopped as a familiar bedraggled man shuffled into the room. We're starting today with something different. Apprehension started to build in her and she swallowed thickly. You'll be picking a class president today. He reached underneath his desk and pulled out his yellow monstrosity of a sleeping bag, but Izumi wasn't paying it too much attention. Class president, something normal like that. It caused her to almost want to laugh that it wasn't something like, well, training with robots. It wasn't that far from a possibility after all. And then chaos erupted, with her classmates each wanting to be class president, and Izumi shrunk in her seat. That was the last thing she wanted. She had a taste of responsibility at the orphanage and didn't fancy wrangling teenagers with quirks and trying to get them to behave. She didn't envy her teachers at all. I don't really care. As long as you pick one, you have until the end of class to do so. And with that, her teacher curled up to sleep and she felt a pang of worry for the man. He always looked so tired and she wondered if he was taking care of himself. It couldn't be easy to be working all night as a pro hero and then teaching. We should hold a vote. Yaoyorozu finally spoke up and walked to the blackboard. Each person can vote once, but not for themselves. She wrote out each one of their names and gestured to it. Just put a tally next to the person you think would be best as class president. And after everyone has voted, we'll have our answer. Izumi watched each person go up and blanch slightly when Mina and then Shadow put a mark beside her name. Getting up, she thought about her answer before putting her vote next to Shadow's name, partly out of knowledge he'd make a good class president, partly as payback. Eventually, though, it was decided that Ada would be class president, and Yaoyorozu would be vice president. Letting out a relieved sigh, Izumi reclined back in her seat, head falling back to gaze up at the ceiling. Turning her eyes towards the front, she thought about what the rest of the day held and pulled out her notebook. Walking to lunch after their latest class, Izumi hummed to herself. Mina had been called away, and Izumi took a second to scan for the other girl before a familiar head of purple hair caught her attention. Green eyes going wide, she found herself perking up, arm raising. Shinso. She jumped slightly and smiled when purple eyes locked with her own, and she hurried over. It's nice to finally see you again. She couldn't help the smile, but it faltered slightly at the boy's slightly stunned look. You do remember me, right? She felt uncomfortable then. What if he had forgotten her? No, that's not it. Just surprised is all. He reached up to scratch at his head. To be honest, I didn't expect you to seek me out at all. She was confused by that before noticing the hallways were emptying as students went to lunch. I don't understand why I wouldn't want to get lunch with me. He nodded and they fell into step with one another. How did your entrance exam go? I never got the chance to ask beside her. He smiled slightly and shoved his hands into his pockets. You were right about the rescue points. I managed to get into class 1B. Izumi brightened. That's great. He hummed as they entered the cafeteria and went to get some food. It was a close thing, but yeah, my classmates are. His mouth twisted slightly. Odd, but with a school like this you'd kind of expect that. Izumi couldn't help but think of her own class and giggled slightly while grabbing a salad and loaded tomatoes, avocado and olives onto it. I can understand that. One of my classmates seems to absolutely hate my guts though. For some reason she barely suppressed the shiver when she remembered red glaring eyes. Seriously, is it that guy who singled you out at the end of the written exam? He asked, and she shook her head. No, Ada is actually really nice. He just speaks before he gets the entire picture. He even apologized. She grabbed some fish and a bottle of watermelon juice and walked with Shinso to a table that was mostly empty, waving at Mina with a smile before taking a seat. Well, in my class there's this guy who can actually copy someone's quirk for a couple minutes. He's the purple-haired boy. Tilted his head, one hand coming up and pointer finger twirling. Out there, he's obsessed with a self-imposed rivalry with anything that has to do with Class 1A, a complete bat case. That one. She giggled again. I can't say we have anyone like that, but we have Aoyama. He's a... She tried to think of a way to describe the boy. Flamboyant. She nodded and Shinso snorted, eyebrow raised and a lazy grin pulling his lips up. I think I've seen the one you're talking about in the halls a few times. Blonde hair, tries to sound French. She nodded and he shook his head before a loud alarm pierced through the air and she looked up in surprise. What's going on? She asks, and Shinso was standing. That's the alarm. It wouldn't sound if it wasn't bad. She felt her stomach flipping as other students began to panic around them, most rushing for the front of the cafeteria, and she was shoved from behind by someone and would have face planted if Shinso hadn't grabbed her arm and then hauled her up onto the table they had been eating. Honestly, they're training to be heroes and they act like this. She had to both agree and disagree with his statement. We're only kids. Still, she reasoned, and he grunted. Purple eyes narrow on the mass of students, and she grew conscious of the fact his hand was still wrapped around her upper arm. She had no clue why she focused on that fact, but once she did, she couldn't really pull her attention away. He had really nice hands, actually. They reminded her of a pianist's hands. What the heck? His voice made her jump and she was embarrassed and worried. Had he caught her staring? But no, following his gaze she was able to see a familiar figure tumbling through the air. And her green eyes widened. Ada, she questioned, and he slammed into the area above the door. Everyone calm down. Nothing is wrong, it's just the reporters. They managed to get through the gate. Slowly calm began to reign, and she felt her heartbeat slow and the hand on her arm relaxed before dropping away. Well, I suppose that's one day to gain everyone's attention. She nodded and watched as a group nearby began to laugh, pointing out he looked like the man on an emergency exit sign. Hey, kind of did, actually. Relief combined with the sight made her unable to help the laugh that escaped her, and she reached up with a hand to cover her mouth. It had been nerve-wracking to think they were being attacked before they were ready. Crisis averted, I suppose. At least our lunch is still good. And instead of dropping back to the seat, Shinso sat down right on the table, legs crossed, and after a second she shrugged and joined him, legs folding to the side as she grabbed up her salad. Still, she wondered, how had the reporters gotten in? The metal doors closed on anyone who didn't have a student, teacher, or visitor's pass. I wonder how they managed it, she wondered aloud, and Shinso shrugged. Maybe one of them had a flying quirk and just went over the fence. Or maybe a mole quirk and tunneled underneath it. She picked up a piece of fish and chewed on it and thought, wouldn't the school have measures to prevent that, though? Surely they would have thought of those variables and taken the actions necessary to make sure something like that didn't happen. Maybe a quirk that messed with the gate itself, like something to do with electronics. She had seen a man with the ability to link with computers and program things onto it, all with just his mind. So something along those lines wasn't impossible. Or maybe something more destructive, like melting the metal. Yagi, oi. Fingers snapped in front of her face and she jerked, green eyes shooting wide as she stared into amused purple ones. Gonna take a breath anytime soon, Ms. Mumbles. Her face matched her tie then, and she raised a hand to cover her eyes. I'm sorry, she squeaked out and heard a soft huff. It's fine, it's not like it's annoying. You actually have a point in the fact it could be any one of those. You're pretty smart, aren't you? She lowered her hand to fiddle with her tie before rubbing the back of her neck. I just like to think on things, I guess. I've been doing it since I was really young. Every time I saw a hero, I'd write about them in my notebooks and analyze their quirks. She leaned over and grabbed her book bag and pulled her latest notebook out. The number 13 on the front was large, and she flipped through it before handing it over. This is the page on your quirk. Most of it is speculation though, and probably not accurate. She watched his face closely as he read through the information and grew worried at the extended silence. This is detailed. It's actually kind of creepy how you can think of some of these things. Her heart sank at those words, and he glanced up with a raised eyebrow. It's not a bad creepy, but more a fact. I realize that somehow you know everything about my quirk without me explaining much of it to you. Is every page like this? He flipped through it and tilted his head from one side to the other. It's not finished, Sue. She hoped he didn't see the page on Bakugo, because it exclaimed how he scared the shit out of her. This guy scares you? He asked and flipped the book around, and she groaned and stuffed a bunch of greens into her mouth. Seriously? He asked, face deadpanned, and she shrugged before swallowing and answering him. He's constantly glaring at me, and every time we go somewhere as a group I'll find him near me staring at me. We used to go to middle school together before I moved, but I don't remember anything that might have gotten him so pissed off at me, other than that incident. But she wasn't about to tell Shinso about that. He's just a jerk, then. Don't let it get to you. He handed her book back and she put it back into her bag. I guess you're right. She took a drink from her watermelon juice and thought back to those angry red eyes. Pushing them from her mind, she instead focused on her companion and smiled to herself. It was nice to have friends. Getting home after school, she felt tension. She didn't know she had leave her and smiled slightly. She was home before her dad because he had to speak with the other teachers after the whole invasion of the reporters, so she was there by herself. Maybe she could make her dad's favorite. He said he wouldn't be back until around 5:30, and it was currently 3:40. She had enough time to hurry to the grocery store before he got back. Quickly changing into some black jeans and a tank top with a dark blue hoodie, she went into the entranceway and opened a jar there. Her dad usually put spare money there if she wanted to order pizza while he was away, or if she felt like going to grab some groceries. Pulling what she figured she'd need plus a little extra just in case, she slipped her shoes on and tucked her wallet into her pocket before leaving the house, locking it behind her while pulling her phone out. 3:48 p.m. Heading to the grocery store to pick a few things up. Just wanted to let you know. She hummed softly as she exited their yard and shut the fence behind her with her hip when her phone pinged. 3:50 p.m. All right, be careful and I love you. Greater than. She snorted softly. While there were a lot of things that showed her dad lived in America for a while, the most blatant was the fact he was a very easily affectionate person. She couldn't say she minded all that much. 3:51 p.m. Love you too, Dad. Get home soon. She put her phone back into her pocket. She took in a deep breath and released it, thinking back on her classes. It seemed ever since she had gotten to UA her life had taken a turn for the hectic. But she had friends. She had teachers who looked at her and paid attention, and she had a dad. It was a novel experience to have someone care about her. Getting to the grocery store, she grabbed a cart and pushed it into the meat section and began looking at their steaks. Her dad was always a huge fan of American cuisine, and his favorite was the classic steak and baked potato. He couldn't eat a lot, but if she made a bunch, he could have the leftovers for his lunches the next day. She only wished beef wasn't so expensive. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it, what with her dad's hero work and now his job at UA. But she supposed it was because when she lived at the orphanage they never had any beef besides for big celebration. Finally deciding on a pack of 4 large ribeyes, she placed it into the cart while trying to not look at the price because holy shit, that was expensive. She was only glad she had thought to bring so much money. Next, she went to look at the potatoes and thought on how she would include it with his lunch tomorrow. Maybe make a few into baked potatoes and the rest into a cold potato salad. Nodding her head, she got the ingredients for that along with some barbecue eel for herself. She had always liked it. Ni-chan. The voice made her freeze and her breath stalled in her chest. Very slowly she looked over and stared into matching green eyes. "Why you?" she asked in shock, and his face brightened before he ran over and she staggered when arms wrapped around her waist. Confused when she felt him shaking before panicking because he was crying. You, why are you crying?" Her arms wrapped around his shoulders and she rubbed his back. "I missed you. I thought I'd never see you again." She was shocked. Why would he care about a girl he barely knew? He didn't know she was his sister, so why? He didn't know, right? "It's okay, you. I'm still here. It's not like I moved continents." She tried for a bright tone and got a sniffle in response and wondered if he was also cursed with frail emotions. I'm sorry mom hurt you, Ni-chan." She felt her heart give a hard thud and ignored the looks people were shooting them. They didn't matter at the moment. "It's not your fault, you. Don't ever think something like that is your fault." She felt like she was meaning more than the incident in that hallways, and maybe she did. Because it wasn't. He didn't make her mother do all the things she did. The woman had made her choices and now she had to live with them. Thin arms tightened around her before he leaned back and she couldn't help a slight smile and reached into her pocket, withdrawing a handkerchief she had taken to carrying around now because of her dad. Now she used it to dry the boy's tears and clean his face. There now, no more tears, okay? He looked like he was about to burst into more tears, but he instead hiccuped and gave a shaky nod. "Better?" she asked, and he gave another more sure nod before taking a small step back. His hand still held her sleeve though, and she took a fortifying breath herself. "I'm still sorry." If things had been different, his fingers released her sleeve and her world tilted slightly. "Different? Do you know?" The words were hesitant and she prayed that he didn't, but when he gave a shy nod she reached out and gripped her shopping cart so she didn't fall over. He knew. "I won't tell Mom, I know. I won't tell her anything, just please." His green eyes were wide and watery and she suspected hers were the same. "I don't want you to go away again, Ni-chan. I know you have another family and I'm happy for you, but I want to still talk with you and see you." She drew in a slow breath and tried to order her thoughts. "Do you have a phone?" she asked, and his face brightened while he fumbled in his pockets, pulling out a neon green phone, and she reached out and took it, sending herself a text. "So Mom doesn't find out I wouldn't put my name down or Ni-chan either." She stared before punching in a name. The words English letters for the word spring came into being and she held it out. "My name means spring, right?" That's the English word for it. It was one of the first things President Mike Sensei had taught them, what their names translated to in English. "Spring is how it's pronounced," she explained, and he sounded the words out slowly. It was badly accented, but he managed it and she smiled. "There, I have to go now, but I'll stay in touch, all right?" Green eyes looked up at her before he nodded. "All right." She nodded and watched him turn and go further into the store. She gulped when she realized if he was here then it meant her mother was as well in turn. Pushing her hair into the back of her hoodie and pulling it up to cover her head and quickly heading to the checkout. Her phone felt heavy in her pocket, but oddly enough her heart felt rather light. Returning home, she set the groceries on the counter and released a slow breath. It was 4:35 and she quickly washed 2 potatoes and wrapped them in foil, putting them in the oven and setting the timer for 40 minutes and putting the rest of the groceries away. Afterwards, she pulled her phone out and shot a text to her dad, telling him she had gotten home. Reading the text he had sent back, she put her phone back into her pocket and just stopped. Leaning against the fridge, she shut her eyes and just focused on breathing. I knew. He knew she was his actual sister. The thought was oddly frightening. And then a thought hit her, thinking back to the villain who had tried to kill her to get to her dad. What if it finally came out that Izumi was All Might's daughter? All it would take was some searching and they would know Yagi Tashinori was All Might's real name. And a little more digging would reveal that she had other relations. And eventually Yudai would be put in danger. Stomach plummeting, she took in a deep breath and slid down to sit on the ground. Was this what her dad had to deal with every day? This gut-wrenching worry. Resting her forehead on her knees, she tried to calm her breathing as familiar anxiety set in before determination pushed it back. She would just have to make sure no one found out she was All Might's daughter, so she could protect not only her dad from villains targeting him when he was weakest, but also her biological family. Plus Ultra, right? When her dad arrived home, it was to medium rare steak and a baked potato. Some carrots also made themselves known on the plate, and Izumi smiled at the surprised but pleased expression on the man's gaunt face. "You're spoiling me," he said, and she snorted and took the large briefcase that held his hero costume, placing it beside the entrance. "I'm spoiling both of us. I like steak almost as much as you know," she said, and squeaked when an arm wrapped around her shoulders and dragged her into his side. Another hand coming up to ruffle her hair, and she just let it happen, far too used to it by now. Almost, because apparently eating something raw is far better than eating something cooked. Her expression turned deadpan. Honestly, the man's aversion to raw fish was almost funny. "Just sit down and enjoy the effort I put into the food, Dad." The blonde laughed but settled into his seat, and she copied his actions. The meal was nice. Just the presence of her dad made her relax completely, and she wondered if she should tell him about what happened, but something stopped her. She knew her dad disliked her mother a lot. He tried to hide it, but he couldn't completely conceal the way his eyes would glow with his anger when the topic of her birth mother came up. She knew he didn't feel the same way with her younger brother. But what if he didn't want them to talk or meet because he didn't want the chance of her encountering the woman to come about? Knowing the man in front of her, it could go two ways. She'd wait, just until she could decide if she wanted to meet her younger brother again. Talking or texting was fine, but meeting him face to face, not for a little while at least. Hopefully this would be the last insane thing to happen to her for a while. Chaos decided to visit their doorstep not long after. Well, not their doorstep, but a block away. A villain had decided to cause trouble at 7:50 in the morning of all times. "You'll have to go ahead to school without me, Izumi." Her dad was already in his hero costume, and she watched him as he left out the back door, poking his head back in. "Love you. See you later today." And then he was gone, and she sighed, smiling slightly as she pulled her shoes on. If she ran, she would get to school on time. She only hoped the reporters weren't back. She only hoped her dad was careful. He only had 3 hours and 30 minutes in his hero form. Apparently eating regular meals like he was supposed to made his body slightly stronger, and in turn made him able to last a bit longer as All Might. Only more reason for her to stuff food down his throat. Locking her front door behind her, she took off down the street and towards her school. It only took her 8 minutes at a full sprint to get there, and luckily the reporters had decided not to mob the gate today, and she didn't stop running until she got to her class. Pushing the door open, she gulped in air and looked around, slumping when she realized Aizawa-sensei wasn't there yet. "Yagi, you were almost late." She looked over at Ada and gave a sheepish laugh. "Sorry, there was a villain causing trouble near my house, so I had to take a different route to get to school today." She walked to her desk and slumped into it. "Is everything okay? Were you hurt?" Picking her head up, she smiled at Ochako. "Nah, heroes were already swarming him by the time I was leaving, not to mention her dad was after the guy." She almost felt sorry for him. Almost. "All right, pipe down." Aizawa-sensei had entered the room, and Ida called everyone's attention, and class went as usual. Until, of course, Aizawa-sensei announces they're going to have another foundational class for heroes, a trial of rescue. And Izumi was excited. Rescuing or helping people was the very reason she wanted to be a hero. She still remembers the YouTube video of All Might saving all those people. It was her main inspiration that led her on this path. It was also one of her few good memories with her mother. But that was besides the point. After changing into their hero costumes, Ida led them to the bus, and she sat beside Mina and Shouto, knee jittering in excitement and practically bouncing. "You're pretty hyped for this, huh?" Kirishima asked, and she nodded. "The main reason I wanted to be a hero was to help people, so this is right up my alley." The redhead grinned. "Right on." Izumi couldn't help the smile as she watched her classmates laugh and joke around. The anticipation in the air was almost a physical force. "Calm down. We're here." The dull drone of her teacher's voice drew everyone's attention, and they all stared up at the large dome. "Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ. This is where all your rescue training will take place." Izumi felt her stomach nodding and took a deep breath. This was another step towards her career as a hero, and she was only too ready to take that step. How something so good could turn so bad, she had no clue. All she really felt at the moment was intense fear. It had started with the knowledge her dad had more than likely used up all 3 hours 30 minutes of his time, and while that brought disappointment, right after there was nothing but terror. Villains. There were villains in the USJ, and they apparently wanted her dad dead. A familiar young man with hands all over his body was the ringleader apparently, and she felt acid burning the back of her throat. 13. Protect the students. Green eyes were wide as her homeroom teacher stepped forward, and she felt her fists clench. He was good at short attacks, sneak attacks. But he was a hero, and she recognized the look in his eyes before he pulled his goggles over them. "Aizawa-sensei, don't let the one with the pale blue hand touch you with his hands," she called, and her teacher looked over. "He can disintegrate everything he touches," she warned, and felt the weight of her teacher's stare before he nodded. "Get out of here, Yagi," he ordered, and she hesitated but nodded and left. She wasn't anywhere near skilled enough to fight. and would only distract him besides. I'm sorry to say, but I can't let you go. The black mist in front of them was massive, and the next few minutes she didn't catch because her eyes had been drawn back to her teacher, who was using his capture gear to fling villains around like they were little more than pebbles. She noticed when blackness engulfed her, however, and her world tilted and swirled alarmingly before she was spat back out and falling. The impact with dirt knocked the wind out of her and she gasped and coughed, rolling onto her side and trying to draw in air and cursing herself in her head. The first thing she had been taught was how to fall. Well, looks like we were prepared for some big shot and got a kitten instead. The voice drew her eyes and they widened as she took in the dozen or so villains surrounding her. The one who had spoken had grayish skin and watery yellow eyes. His mouth curved to show pointed teeth and he laughed. Can't complain too much. You'll be fun to toy with. Toshinori cursed at himself in his head while the principal spoke in front of him. A warm teacup was clasped in his hands, but all he could feel was a steadily increasing knot in the area where his stomach used to be. Are you listening? While the creature's voice was still pleasant, the blonde couldn't help the cold sweat that broke out. I'm listening, he said, and stared into beady little eyes before slumping. I'm not, he sighed and set the cup down to anxiously run his hands through his hair, and he had to stand and move, so he did, pacing the length of the room. Something's bothering you. Again another statement, and he found his head nodding. That feeling in him was building, and he felt his fight or flight instincts roaring. Something was wrong. Blue eyes were practically glowing as he looked at the white figure on the couch. I've got a bad feeling, he said, and they both went silent as a soft crack echoed in the room. Two pairs of eyes turned to take in the cracked teacup that sat on the coffee table. You go ahead, I'll gather the rest of the teachers, but Toshinori had already left the room. He had 25 minutes left. He only prayed it was enough. Izumi had learned something. Sparring and actually fighting for your life were vastly different. She had also learned something else. Fighting actual villains with their own unique quirks was a lesson in multitasking. Sucker punching a person across the face who had a really annoying ability to turn his hands into cables. She was glad when he collapsed onto the ground in a heap. I thought this would be easy. She heard a tall, thin woman yell and focused on her. She had remained back from everyone else, and so she either had a weak quirk or a strong one, and just was weak physically. Deciding to take her out of the game, she rushed forward and the woman jolted, scrambling back and their eyes locked. And then pain exploded in her entire body and she stumbled, green eyes wide in shock and her mouth opened, hands gripping her stomach, and she barely staggered to the side and tripped, balance thrown off, in her mind a jumbled mix of pain and fear. She had a strong quirk then. Could she make someone hurt just by locking eyes with them? Pushing herself up, she pushed the pain away and rushed the woman again and brought her arm back, punching the other woman in the stomach hard enough to make her fly backwards, and Izumi hissed as pain radiated from her arm and glanced at it. It wasn't broken, but she was pretty sure she had fractured it. And for some reason her arm looked weird, but she couldn't look too closely. Instead, she forced herself to focus on the last two villains, and through sheer will alone she took them both down, glad they were relatively weak. Afterwards, she was able to collapse against a tree and tried to breathe through the nausea. With a weak groan, she pressed her forehead into the bark and used the tree to claw her way back to her feet, head spinning as she swayed. Her body felt odd, like her center of balance was different. Did the woman's quirk cause pain and vertigo? Raising a hand, she pressed it over her eyes before pausing and running her hand along her jaw before pulling back the appendage and looking at it. Her hand was different. Reaching into her back pouch, she pulled out her phone. She didn't have a signal, but she didn't need it. Turning on the camera, she switched it so it showed her and nearly dropped it. Her face was different. She still had the same coloring and features, but she looked like a boy. Heart racing, she reached up to her chest and nearly shrieked when she felt only flatness and pulled her shirt back to see flat pectorals. Feeling her breath coming too fast, she cautiously shifted her legs and felt something that had not been there that morning. Face red and eyes huge, she whimpered and pressed her face into the tree. An explosion made her jolt and she took a deep breath. Right, villains. She didn't have time for this. Afterwards she would deal. Pushing from the tree, she stumbled, stiffening as her steps jolted and faltered. Her center of balance was higher than what she was used to, so when she broke into a run, she tripped a few times, nearly falling on her face, but she managed to make it to the main area of the USJ and watched in awe as her teacher was still fighting and holding his own. The bodies of defeated villains surrounded her teacher, and she felt hope as she watched him, how he practically danced around the much slower opponents he faced, and she remembered Hana-san's words. If they can't catch you, then their power is useless. But then she noticed the man with the hands began to go after her teacher and felt her heart begin to race, almost cheering when Aizawa-sensei grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it, and even from where she stood she heard something crack, though it was nearly drowned out by the man's scream of pain. A black mist formed around them and yanked the hand man away from her teacher, and she watched her homeroom teacher run after them. And then the man screamed something at the large beast with an exposed brain, and it moved forward, and her eyes widened in horror when her teacher hit the ground underneath it. Things seemed to move in slow motion and too fast all at once, and in the white noise she watched blood slowly spread around the fallen hero. Something in her stomach heaved and cast her mind around for anything, something to help. Hey, she didn't recognize the voice that spoke, but found her feet moving her forward, hands coming up and fists clenching. How's your stomach? Have you finally managed to eat something besides baby food yet, you asshole? She realized in shock that the voice actually came from her. It was slightly deeper than her own, and the pitch was off-putting. And then her own words registered around the same time. The man's head slowly turned to stare at her, a single red eye focusing on her, and she wanted to hide at the gleam. The word was hissed, and his hand raised to point towards her. Namu, kill him. Green eyes widened before all light was blocked out, wind pushing her hair back, and she looked up into lidless eyes. The creature lifted its hand, and she heard a scream. Lifting her own arms, she channeled one for all into them, and as the arm came down, she felt fear grip her. Dad. Then its arm came down. There was a flash of pain and then darkness. Dust lingered in the air, but that wasn't important. Every bone in his body felt like it had been ground to dust, but that wasn't important. Slowly he saw blood spreading and felt like he was about to vomit. Horror made his blood into ice as he fought to push himself up. He had failed, and now. No, the girl wasn't dead. She wasn't. Shota refused to think the girl was dead. He didn't know what to do with himself if. A laugh drew his attention, and he stared uncomprehending at the villain. His head was thrown back, and he was cackling like this was the funniest thing in the world, as if he hadn't just ordered that monster to. Yes, one mission accomplished. All Might's precious son is flattened, and his deranged laughter increased in pitch, until it grated in his ears, and all he could see was the man's gleeful form. Rage burned like a small sun in his stomach, and his entire form shook as he pushed himself to his feet. He was going to make the little bastard pay. He'd break every bone in the man's body. Eyes bleeding red, he felt his hair fly up and gripped his capture gear, but staggered when the door to the USJ flew off its hinges. Turning, he stared in shock as All Might stood there at the top of the stairs. Both relief and guilt filled him. Relief because the other hero was here, backup had arrived. Guilt because he had allowed the man's daughter to be. The sight that greeted him upon bursting through the doors made Toshinori's stomach sink. Aizawa was beaten, bloody, looking like he could barely stand on his own 2 feet, let alone fight. His students were scattered around and watching the scene. And there was a monster towering above everyone, and there at its feet. He didn't think he was breathing as he took in dark green hair and a crumbled form, blood creating a pool around her, and he was already moving. Fist punching the creature away from the still form, and he felt his lungs heaving for air as he gathered her up. She was still, not moving a bit as he cradled her small form close, and there was an odd ringing in his ears. Izu, he asked softly but got no answer. Her eyes were shut and blood ran from her forehead. Laughter caught his attention, and he looked up slowly, blue eyes wide at the figure of a young man wearing all black, disembodied hands all over his body. How's it feel, All Might? To be too late. He stared. Izumi, she was silent and broken in his hands. Blood coated her and she was not moving. His mind flashed back to his teacher, her broken and bloody form, green hair loose from its usual style, and the overlapping images were almost enough to make him gag. That thing, these people had done this. Aizawa, do you think you can get Izu somewhere safe? He asked, ignoring the creature that lumbered forward slowly and instead approached the other teacher. All Might, the man's voice was ragged, but the blonde just pushed his daughter into the other man's arms. He didn't blame Aizawa. No, the blame rested on these villains and on himself. One for all burned through his veins, and he stood to face the people who had done this. Hands tightening into fists, he leaned forward and pushed himself towards the purple villain and raised his fist. The first strike was like a gunshot going off, a shockwave blasting the area, and Aizawa held the small figure tighter, pushing his aching body to its feet. He had to get her away from this. He had to keep her safe. He wouldn't fail her again. Holding her like this, he felt the small shallow breaths she took, and while it reassured him that she was still alive, the fear he held didn't go away. She had a bad head wound and both her arms looked broken. She no doubt had internal injuries. Aizawa-sensei. He breathed out in relief at seeing Ashido. Just seeing one of his students alive and okay made him nearly collapse, but he held himself rigid. Ashido, have you seen the others? Are they all right? Her wide yellow eyes were staring at the girl in his arms, and he wished so badly she didn't have to see this. She was in no way ready to face situations like this. They weren't supposed to face things like this, not this young. Everyone but Aida are together. He left to get the teachers good, more heroes. Izumi. His shoulders drew up. She's alive, if only just. A loud explosion made him move, curling around the girl in his hold and placing himself in front of Ashida, his back facing the origin of the sound, and after a second he looked over. The Namu was nowhere to be seen, though the massive hole in the USJ dome told him where it had went. And All Might was charging towards the last 2 villains, and the one with hands on him was scrambling back. Aizawa felt satisfaction at the blatant fear he was displaying before his teeth grit when black mist wrapped around them and they disappeared. It was done, everything was over, but that didn't mean everything was okay. The sound of the rest of the teachers arriving made him look at them, eyes searching and finding the one he was looking for, and he moved forward quickly. "Recovery girl," he gasped out, dropping to his knees beside the old woman, and she reached out towards the girl. "Oh Izumi, dear, what happened to you?" she asked, and Aizawa felt the guilt pull harder at his stomach. The large form of All Might had joined them, and Aizawa's head began to spin, relief and worry mixing together in an odd medley before he slumped to the side, barely registering arms grabbing him before he joined his student in darkness. The hospital room was silent except for the soft beeping of the heart monitor and the light breaths. It should have been reassuring, but all the blonde felt was crippling worry and a crushing sense of guilt and self-loathing. It was his fault. If he had gotten there quicker, had been there in the first place, this wouldn't have occurred at all. "She'll be fine, Toshinori." The words came from a short woman who was busy typing away at a computer. "It's remarkable, really, considering." Blue eyes stayed fixed on the figure in the bed. 2 broken arms, a concussion and some damage to her shoulder, a nasty gash on her forehead, and of course those odd muscle strains, but nothing that can't be taken care of with a little TLC. The man closed his eyes with a sigh. True, it could have been worse, and if he had gotten there any later it would have been. The only ones really injured had been her and Aizawa. But it still didn't help the guilt. She should be waking up soon, so stop moping around. The blonde let out a slow sigh. Easier said than done. It was dark, but that wasn't what held her attention. "Who are you?" The words echoed around them, and she watched the figure before her closely. Lank white hair hung in his face, obscuring his eyes. He was tall and thin, but not like her dad, with slightly hunched shoulders. "Are you okay?" She didn't know why she asked that, but he looked so tired. "You're very kind." His voice was low and slightly raspy, and when next she blinked he was much closer. Looking up, she stared into clear silver eyes. "I'm sorry." She opened her mouth to ask why he was sorry when it felt like the ground opened up beneath her. She stared up in shock as darkness closed around her before light flashed into her vision, so many colors it hurt. With a gasp she bolted up, swaying, and would have fallen over if a hand on her shoulder hadn't held her in place. Looking over, she had to stare a moment before the blue eyes translated. "Dad?" she asked, and coughed at how just the single word pained her throat. The blonde moved closer and grabbed something off the table beside the bed she was on, and she was relieved to see the glass of water. "Sip slowly, Izumi." It was so relaxing to hear his voice, and the water was wonderfully cool against her throat. "How are you feeling? Any pain?" She looked at him confused before all the memories slammed in. USJ, the villains, Aizawa-sensei. Green eyes flew wide and she looked around quickly, finding that she was in what seemed to be a hospital room. "Is everyone okay?" Aizawa-sensei and everyone else. Large hands were on her arms, and then she was pulled closer to her dad, his arms wrapping around her tightly. "Everyone's fine, Izumi. Even Aizawa. Thanks to you getting that thing's attention. He only had a broken arm and a mild concussion with some cuts and bruises. You were the one who got the most injured." He drew back and she released a slow breath. Everyone was fine. It took a weight off her shoulders she hadn't knew she held and made her sag slightly. "You scared me, Izumi." She looked back up and took in her dad. He looked more gaunt than usual. His sunken eyes had deep bags beneath them and his hair hung limp. "I know you're training to be a hero, and you'll be an amazing one someday. But when I got there, when I saw you on the ground and not moving it," he broke off and his hands tightened on her and she felt shock when a tear run down his cheek. "I thought you were dead, Izumi. You weren't moving and there was so much blood. I thought I was too late." Guilt gnawed at her stomach and she felt her heart squeezing painfully in her chest. She didn't know what to say to him. She hadn't thought farther than someone needed her help. "I'm sorry." She managed through the lump in her throat and felt her own tears spill down her cheeks, and her dad managed a watery laugh. "Don't be. Just promise me you'll be careful. I know it's hard. I more than anyone know it's hard. And when you have that feeling to protect, it's impossible to ignore, but for my sake try and bring yourself home, all right?" She nodded quickly, anything to get that look off his face and never have it return. Reaching out, she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into him with a wet sniffle and felt more than heard his shaky laugh. "We're a pair, aren't we?" he asked, and she hiccuped something that was half sob and half laugh before burrowing her face into his shoulder. She'd do it. She'd always come back to her dad, no matter what. Any aches or pains, dear. She thought for a moment, twisting her hands this way and that. "It's sore," she finally said, and Recovery Girl nodded, writing something down. "It's to be expected. What with your injuries?" Green eyes glanced to the side where her dad had been. Before he had to leave earlier that morning because the number one's job never ceased, he had been reluctant, but she had encouraged him to go. "Any other aches?" The elderly woman's voice drew her attention and she thought. There was an ache almost across her entire body. It made her feel like her skin was a bit raw, and her stomach hurt like the ache she got before cramps. "My body hurts, kind of a dull soreness, and almost like period cramps, but more mild," she said, and the woman frowned before hopping off from her chair and moving over to her, poking and prodding at her gently. Did you fight anyone before your injury? She asked, and it only took a moment for Izumi to remember the woman with her odd quirk. Face draining of color, she fought to keep from ripping the clothes from her to check, but her white complexion didn't go unnoticed. Izumi. She shook her head quickly and took a deep breath. She was a girl again, she could feel it. When the villain with the warp quirk did, well, whatever he did, I was dropped, I think, into a forested area with around a dozen or so villains. They were easily taken down and I was going after one of the last ones, a woman. When our eyes met, she shuddered slightly and flushed. It felt like my whole body had been set on fire and I had an intense sense of vertigo, but managed to take down both the woman and the last guy. But when I checked myself over, I was well. She fiddled with her sheets and finally blurted it out. I was a boy. Her face was red in mortification and remembered terror. A gender change quirk? The older woman asked, and Izumi nodded and she hummed. It would account for why you ache all over and the minor muscle strain you had over your entire body. Changing gender isn't the easiest on the human body, especially if it is for such a short period of time. The woman walked over to a drawer and pulled it open. A fair warning. You'll probably experience your menstrual cycle within the next day or so now that your body has healed. From what I know of gender switching quirks, it resets the body, if you will. Not to the point of regressed age, but more that your hormones have gone back to the start. Recovery Girl seemed to have found what she was looking for and shut the drawer, coming over with a bar of chocolate and a bottle of Midol, and Izumi sighed and grabbed both items. Great, she muttered, and got a friendly smile from the older woman. Luckily for you, though it seemed it was short. I've known some that can be quite long, stretching into months or even for a full year, depending. Izumi's face went white in fear and the woman laughed. Don't look like that. They can be quite useful if a couple wants to have a child, but can't do to being either both female or both male. She shrugged and went over to her desk again, and Izumi could see the logic in that. But it didn't mean she wanted to be a boy, ever. Never again. Opening the chocolate bar, she bit into it and barely held back a sound that would probably embarrass her, but choked when a knock came at the door and a familiar bedraggled man poked his head in. "Oh, you're up," he said. He had a bandage around his forehead and his arm in a cast. But other than that, he was relatively unhurt. "And you shouldn't be. Didn't I tell you to rest?" "This isn't resting." Recovery Girl was giving the tired man the stink eye, but he only grunted and shuffled over to the chair beside Izumi's bed and stared at the older woman. She slanted him a look before huffing. "Fine, I can see when I'm not wanted," and she got up and left, leaving her alone with Aizawa-sensei, who was staring at her, fit to light her on fire. "What you did was foolish," he said, and she flinched like she'd been slapped. "You didn't plan anything. You didn't get any help. You very nearly got yourself killed." With each of his points, her head lowered and her shoulders hunched. "If you think I condone anything that you did, then you're wrong. You should never have gotten involved. Do you understand?" She felt tears burning her eyes but swallowed them back. "But if I didn't, you would have." His sharp voice cut her off. "It doesn't matter. I am the teacher. I am the adult here. And it's my job to protect you, not the other way around." She squeezed her eyes shut at his raised voice. She hadn't never heard him raise his voice before. But I don't regret it. Her voice was choked with suppressed tears and she sucked in a deep breath. "You might think that I'm reckless or foolish, but I don't regret it. You're alive and that's what matters. We're both alive. And I want it to stay that way." There was a long silence before a groan came from the man beside her. "Someone save me from self-sacrificing fools." The words were practically growled, but she jerked when a hand landed gently on her head. "I'm angry at you for doing what you did. And if you attempt it again, I'll tie you up and chuck you in a padded room and throw away the key. Got it?" She looked up and nodded, sniffling, and he deadpanned at her teary face, his hand awkwardly patting her head like one would a cat. There, no more tears. You really are a problem child, aren't you?" Unable to help it, more tears poured from her eyes and his eyes widened slightly. "Hey, stop it. No more crying." Damn it, he was looking around, but she ignored that and moved forward, throwing her arms around him and hugging him tightly as she balled into his chest. The black-haired man flailed in panic, eyes wide as he tried to figure out how to extract himself and get as far away from here as possible. Outside in the hallways, Recovery Girl cackled to herself. Served the boy right for upsetting the poor girl when she was hyped up on medications and premenstrual hormones. After her emotional upheaval around Aizawa-sensei, he had retreated, only to be replaced by her classmates, even the ones she didn't talk with all that much. The menagerie of people came and went, from Kirishima and Shiro to Hagakure and Koda. It was nice to know they were all right. Hearing it was one thing, seeing it brought a relief no words could manage, though she could have done without Minta's eyes on her chest instead of her face when he said how glad he was that she looked like she had perked up. He had gotten smacked by Tsui for that, and kicked out the door by an irate Mina afterwards. Soon they were shooed out by Recovery Girl and she was examined again. "You're healing well. Your concussion's completely gone and the damage to your shoulder and arms is well on its way to being fully mended." Izumi watched the elderly woman rewrap her arms and flexed her fingers afterwards. "I want you to stay one more night just to make sure you're fully recovered. I'll talk with your father about bringing you something to wear, and try not to use your arms for anything too strenuous, all right, dear?" Izumi nodded. Yes, ma'am. They got a smile for her words and some gummies to snack on while the woman grabbed some papers and left the infirmary. Poking at the candies in her hand, she ignored the grape-flavored ones and focused on the orange and raspberry when the door opened and she glanced up, surprised when purple hair caught her attention before she locked eyes with the 1B student, Shinzo. She felt a smile overcome her face and he rubbed at his neck. I heard you were hurt pretty badly. How you holding up? He moved over to sit on the chair next to the bed she was on and she pulled her legs up to sit cross-legged on the mattress, glad for her sweatpants and baggy shirt. I'm practically fully healed. The recovery girl wants me to stay another night just in case. How are you? They didn't attack the main school, did they? It had been worrying her, but when he shook his head she felt the tension in her shoulders ease. No, just the USJ. His face pretty blank, she realized. Not a lot of emotion showed on it. Instead it was his eyes that showed his emotions, and as she looked at the purple depths she noticed he didn't look happy. Is something wrong? She asked, and he shifted, head tilting and eyes glancing up at her. There's a rumor going around. About All Might's kid, said he was a part of Class 1A and got killed during the USJ attack. Her eyes widened in shock. People thought All Might's child was dead. What? She asked in shock, and he nodded. Yeah, didn't even know he was a part of the class, honestly. No one made a big deal about it, but the reporters are practically rabid, demanding to know the story, he said, and she felt her heart pound. They thought she was dead. Granted, she had bled a lot, but that was common with head wounds, and they thought she was a he. I don't know what to say. How was she supposed to feel about this? I heard that you got hit with a gender swap quirk, he finally said, and she felt like a bucket of ice had been dumped down her shirt, green eyes wide as she stared at the bored-looking boy. He smiled slightly. Bet that was scary for you. I'd freak out and probably do something stupid if I was suddenly a girl. But then again, I guess you did. It was a pretty smart way to make sure they didn't know. But next time try not to get yourself hurt. She nodded dumbly and he snorted. Relax. I kind of suspected when I saw you and that blonde walking around. Only for a few minutes later All Might to be walking down the halls in the same damn outfit. Tell your old man to be more careful with that, will you? She groaned and buried her face into her hands but managed another nod. This one slower. I keep telling him, but he forgets sometimes. Her words were practically whined and she heard a faint snort. It also doesn't help that he glares at all the boys around you, especially the blonde, regardless of his form. Shinzo pushed himself up with a sigh and she watched him dig through his pockets before pulling out a small card. Here, I wanted to get you a get well card, but my uncle suggested this instead. She took the small card from him and found it was a gift card to a local cat cafe for a free 2 hours with a snack included. Oh, thank you, she managed, oddly touched. The thought of small cute animals made a slight smile pull at her lips. It's a nice place, and they just gotten some new kittens, he said, and she looked up in surprise to see him looking away. You like cats? She asked, and he glanced back at her with a raised brow. Well, yeah, they're better than dogs, he mumbled, and she couldn't help a soft laugh. Anyway, I gotta go. Blood King only let me have 10 minutes to visit you between classes. She nodded and watched him leave, smile soft and card held between her fingers. He was a lot nicer than she had first thought. He was sarcastic and had a dry wit, but he was nice. And he liked cats, so that was a plus. Green eyes blinked and her eyebrows drew down in confusion. A plus for what? Waking the next morning, she was not ready for the sight that greeted her. The scent was the first that caught her attention, a floral and slightly sweet scent. And then she took in the bouquet that sat at her bedside table and blinked hard. There were a lot of colors. She recognized daffodils and white camellias, but that was it. Good morning, Izumi. The voice drew her attention to recovery girl who had walked into the room. She also looked surprised at the flowers in the vase beside her. Those weren't there a few hours ago, she said, smile bright as she walked over, and Izumi looked back towards the flowers, gently lifting the vase to hold it in her lap. That's quite the loud declaration there, the old woman chortled, and the girl felt alarm shoot through her. Declaration? She asked, and the woman hummed. I forgot. You young folk don't always know. Certain flowers have certain meanings, dear. And those say loud and clear. Whoever left that for you is utterly smitten. Heat overtook her entire face, and she squeaked even as the older woman used her chair to get closer. Let's see. Proxenia means love at first sight. And they've given you daffodils. They have several meanings. Courage or bravery or regard, unequaled love, and so on. Aster is a symbol of love, or they think you're dainty. Azalea means take care of yourself, so they want you to be safe. And a single white camellia. They are saying you're adorable. Izumi felt like she was going to pass out, and the older woman laughed. Calm down, Izumi. You'll pass out at this rate. Somehow she knew the girl's thoughts, and the vase of flowers felt 10 times heavier in her hands, so she shakily placed it back on the table. Why though? She asked, unsure how to feel. She was touched, and yes, even flattered. How could she not be? It was really sweet. She had never gotten flowers before. Why not? Obviously, you've done something to catch their attention, and they genuinely seem to care for you, if they've thought to pick out flowers like that and arrange them so nicely. Izumi's eyes turned to the vase, and she gulped, cheeks still warm but heart light. Just enjoy it, dear. Every young woman should have a few admirers dogging their steps, and you're so sweet it's not so surprising, and the full-blown embarrassment was back. Burying her face into her hands, she let out a sound that wouldn't seem out of place if it came from a mouse, and the nurse cackled beside her. She was released from the nurse's office just in time for her morning classes. Her dad had been called away again, but by then she was used to it. He promised her a sushi buffet once they got back home, and she was anticipating it. The vase of flowers were safe in the nurse's office. Recovery girl said she'd take care of them until Izumi headed home, and just the thought of them made the girl's cheeks redden again. She was able to push it away, and once she walked through the door of her class, she smiled at the chaos within. Her presence immediately caught everyone's attention, and she was suddenly swarmed, a pink form hugging her one side and a certain brunette on the other. Izumi, welcome back. Are you all right? She felt her face flush slightly, but there was warmth in her chest, and she couldn't stop her smile. A little sore, but I'm fine, thank you. A hand landed on her shoulder, and sharp teeth were bared in a wide grin. It's good to have you back, bro. Hiroshima's smile practically shone from him, and she laughed. She's a girl, you dummy. The voice came from a uniform that looked like it was simply floating. Bro. Then Izumi laughed at the redhead's words and the warm chaos before a throat clearing caught their attention, and green eyes turned to cool black. It seems someone left you something. Yaorazu's eyes turned, and Izumi followed the gaze to her desk, and her eyes widened. A thin vase held a single blue violet, and the green-eyed girl flushed, wondering what that meant. When did they get there? Zero muttered, and somewhere someone snorted. Beats me. It wasn't there a second ago that sounded like a Jiro, and with a deep breath Izumi walked over and looked over the flower, poking a petal slightly. I think it's sweet. Achako giggled and bounced over, leaning forward to look at the flower closely. It means watchfulness, faithfulness, and that they will always be there. The voice came from Takoyami, and Izumi glanced over along with the rest of Class 1A. Somehow the dark feathers covering their usually silent classmate seemed to be dusted with red over his cheek. My mother does ikebana professionally. I have learned the mysterious language of flowers as a result, he said, and then sat in his seat while pointedly looking away from all of them. Then the door opened, and Aizawa-sensei stepped in. All he had to do was look at them, and they stood, bowed, and returned to their seats. All right, now that gossip hour is over. His eyes scanned the class and lingered on her red face and the vase of flowers at her desk. I have something important to discuss with you. The annual UA Sports Festival is coming up, and as you know, it's very important we hold it. However, due to the events of the USJ, things have changed. He moved to the side of the desk and sat down in his chair with a sigh. Instead of 2 weeks, it will take place in 4. Due to injuries suffered, Izumi flushed when several eyes turned towards her. But shouldn't we not? Achako asked softly, and their homeroom teacher looked over the classroom. The UA Sports Festival is a big deal. Heroes all over the world look at it and see new recruits. The world watches it and sees the next generation of heroes. It's replaced the Olympics. You will only get 3 chances to get your name out there. Just 3. He held up 3 fingers for emphasis before crossing his arms. Truly, no one would blame us if we didn't hold it. And if some of the students here don't feel up to participating, then by all means you don't have to. But if you truly want to become a hero, then you will need to keep going forward, to give it your all, plus ultra. Izumi glanced down to her hands and clenched them into fists. She remembered last night. Before she went to bed, she and her dad had been eating a light dinner. If you don't want to compete, you don't have to, Izumi. No one would blame you for focusing on your health. There will always be next year. These are the papers you'll need to sign. You'll need your parents' or guardian's signature along with your own. I'd suggest thinking deeply about this in your future. He passed them to the students in front, and the papers made their way down. Her hands curled around the thin stack, and she looked over them. After that, it was the normal classes, and it was a relief to settle back into it. The violet on her desk. Everything was going normally until English class, though. All right, today we'll be discussing what words in English we do know. I feel like we should have gotten to this sooner, but better late than never, right, listeners? She liked Present Mike. His energy and laid-back personality was relaxing, and the topic perked her interest. We've already gone over vowels and proper grammar, and even translated our names into English, so the next step is everyday words we know. One by one, you'll come up and say a few things in English that you know. His smile was bright, and Izumi was excited. She knew a lot about English. Her dad spoke it around her all the time. Smile bright, she practically bounced in her seat, and when her name was called, she stood. Hello there. Where did you learn English? Yamada-sensei asked, and she beamed. My dad. He talks in English all the time. The blonde shot her a bright grin and a thumbs up. Alrighty then. Let her rip. I'll correct your pronunciation as you go. Face still in a smile, she began to list all the words she knew, unaware of the pin-drop silence that enveloped the class. Yamada-sensei's face went from a bright smile to wide-eyed, and eventually his face was a bit red. And that's about it. Was that okay? I didn't mispronounce anything, she asked, and grew concerned at the man's face. He looked torn between laughing and crying. Oh no, you got everything new right. She glanced over at her classmates and felt her stomach drop at the wide eyes that stared back at her. Even Bakugo was staring at her like he had never seen her before in his life, and she had just swooped in with a single wing and a pair. "Just you did great, Izumi. Go ahead and head back to your seat, okay? I'll be right back." She watched her teacher edge around her before exiting out the door. It shut with a soft click before hysterical laughter boomed from behind it, slowly fading as he moved down the hallway. Moving back to her seat, she grew more and more concerned and scared at the looks she was getting. None of the words had compromised her dad's identity, right? Holy shit, the words were whispered in a reverent tone from in front of her, and she stared in confusion at Bakugo's back, wondering if he was okay. They heard him before he arrived. It was hard to be quiet when one had a voice quirk and little control of it when gasping for breath between laughter. Several pairs of eyes looked up when Yamada stumbled into the teacher's lounge. Tears were streaming down his cheeks and he could barely stand and actually leaned against the wall, hands around his stomach, and he slowly slid to the ground and curled into a small ball. "I'm not cleaning it up," came a tired voice from beneath the desk, and a blonde brow rose, the thin man leaning back to peer underneath it. "Oh, Aizawa, I didn't notice you there, T." He held out a cup, and after a second a gray strip of cloth appeared and grabbed the cup, dragging it into the shadows. "Mind sharing the joke, Hazashi?" Kayama's lips were tilted up in reaction to the young blonde's hilarity, and she leaned forward, curious. "Oh God, Toshinori, oh you've messed up." The man's words caused the other blonde to stiffen. There was a rustling noise and a pair of dark eyes peered over the edge of the desk. "Messed up?" he asked. Was Izumi all right? Was his secret out? "In all my time as an English teacher, I have never heard the words I did today delivered with such an innocent face," and he burst out laughing again at the sheer thought of it. "Yamada, for the love of God, spit it out." The +18 hero had gotten up, nudging her colleague with her shoe. "It's Izumi. I think she knows every curse word in the English language. What have you been saying around the girl, Toshinori?" There was pin-drop silence besides the other blonde's laughter. Blue eyes were wide in shock. "What?" he asked, confused. There was a snort from the desk before the head of dark hair disappeared underneath it again, though it shook oddly, an odd strangled noise escaping it every now and then. "I'm meaning she could make a sailor blush. And she was so happy that I couldn't say anything. She had on this little doe look the entire time." The man was wheezing now, face alarmingly red, and the #1 hero felt his face turning that color now, a hand coming up to cover his face as the rest of the teachers looked at him in surprise. "Who would have thought? I'm not the only 18+ hero, eh? You trying to take my title now, Toshi?" Blue eyes flew wide as Kayama leered at him, face definitely red now and blood spewing from his mouth. "And no, I'm not. I didn't." Horrified, he groaned and curled up, hands over his face. In the corner the desk continued to shake, and at the door Yamada roared with laughter, shaking the entire room. Every day when she went to class she had another flower and sometimes candy. It wasn't all chocolate. After talking with Ochako and Mina about their favorites and Izumi mentioning she enjoyed tart or sour candies or fruit juice-filled soft gummies, those started showing up too. Mina, Ochako, and Hagakure were all thrilled. Sui said she was obviously being courted. Izumi was touched, flattered, and had no clue what to do. During all her school years, not once had this happened. Everyone very blatantly ignored her or bullied her for being quirkless. It was like she had some form of the plague. And now she was being romanced, in Yaoyorozu's words. Her dad was tense about it, after finding out when he came in to give a lecture about how to isolate villains so civilians weren't at risk. It was a nice lecture. She had taken 3 pages of notes, but the fact remained he had seen her flowers and candy and had asked later, and she couldn't not tell him. She practically had a flower shop in her room. She had even gotten a book to press the flowers in before they wilted because she didn't want to just throw them out. She even wrote what they meant beside each new blossom. Her book was filling quickly, her face warm every time she looked at the soft lavender hardback, and her heart fluttery. She didn't even know who was giving her these flowers or the candies, and yet every time she thought of it her heart would stutter like it wasn't working right. And when one day during lunch she had mentioned loving seafood and sushi, suddenly lunches were placed beside her daily gift of flowers and candy. At first they were, well, not bad, but they either weren't seasoned enough or too seasoned. Overly salty fish with sweet rice was, well, it was an experience, but she didn't want to be impolite and not eat it. "You'll get sick," Sui croaked from beside her as she forced down another bite of the spicy yet sickeningly sweet rice. Her face was red and sweat beaded on her forehead, but they went through the trouble, so wouldn't it be mean not to eat it? She asked and brought her hand up to burp loudly. Her face went red while across the lunchroom Kirishima held up a fist. "Nice one, Izumi." He cheered and her cheeks burned as a few other guys congratulated her as well. "I'm sure her secret admirer wouldn't want to send her to the infirmary to have her stomach pumped," Shinso drawled, purple brow raised and head tilted at her face. "How you're red and green at the same time, I don't know. You look like a Christmas decoration." She ducked her head and lifted another bite of the fish and held back a cough. She actually did end up going to Recovery Girl because her stomach was upset. The day after, though, there was no lunches, and the day after that until a week had passed until I'll pray for you. Mina's hand patted her back as she stared at the lunchbox wrapped in an all-white handkerchief, and she gulped softly. At lunchtime, she was surprised when she opened the box to a neatly arranged and even pretty lunchbox, with food that smelled so good her stomach growled loudly. Is that from the same person? Xiaodo questioned, chin pillowed in his palm as he tilted his head to peer into the box. It sure doesn't look it, Mina muttered, yellow eyes taking in the rice and thin slices of steak stir-fried with bean sprouts and onion. Maybe they didn't make you lunches because they were practicing. That's so sweet. Achako was firmly in the mindset that Izumi and her secret admirer were destined for each other and was for some reason already planning the wedding. It made Izumi turn into a red stuttering mess every time it came up. Lifting some beef up, she sniffed it cautiously before taking a tentative bite and then freezing. In front of her, Shinso raised both of his eyebrows. You still alive there, Space Cadet? He asked, slight concern coming through his amusement. Reaching forward, Izumi pulled the lunchbox closer and began to shovel the food down her throat. She thought Lunch Rush's food was good, but this was on a whole other level. Whoa, Mina leaned back, yellow eyes wide at the sight of the other girl. Seems whoever is doing this learned to cook, Xiaodo sighed and went back to his lunch. Obviously, Tsui hummed, going back to her own food. Training was going well. Every day after classes, Izumi would work with her dad and try to get one for all figured out. She had found that if she was careful, she could throw a punch strong enough to fall a tree without breaking her arm if she visualized a trickling faucet in her mind. Open the valve too much and a gush of water would come out. But if she turned the knob just a little, just the smallest amount, boom. It was around week 2 that Aizawa waved her to stay after class, and she shuffled, confused as dark, tired eyes looked her over. Follow me, he finally sighed, and she was confused but trailed behind him as he left the classroom. She waved at her friends before hurrying to catch up to the man. Eventually, he led her to one of the gyms and pushed the door open, and she was surprised to see Shinso there. Izumi, he questioned, obviously as surprised as she was. You'll both be sparring together. Hitoshi here needs more physical conditioning, and it will help him to not get used to one fighting style. And you need practice with something other than your quirk, he drawled, and she looked from him towards the purple-haired boy. Go get changed into your gym clothes. Every day from now until the sports festival, you'll be trained in hand-to-hand by me for 2 hours. Now get to it. He leaned back so he could nudge her leg with his shoe, and she looked at him confused before going to the girls' locker room to change. Getting back, Aizawa was standing beside Shinso, back hunched and hands shoved into his pockets and looking half asleep. Well, at least you were quick, he drawled, and she was surprised he noticed her, what with how his eyes were practically closed. But he was a pro hero. Now, what fighting styles do you know? He asked, and Izumi rotated her wrist slightly. Judo and Aikido, and Hana-san taught me how to grapple and brawl, I guess. The man nodded. Hitoshi here knows capoeira and some Aikido. What I'll be teaching you both is how to use all the moves you were taught in an actual fight. In real combat, there's no point system or rules. It's life or death, and you can't pull your punches. He reached into his scarf then, and her stomach sank when he pulled familiar goggled over his eyes, and his mouth turned up into a truly terrifying grin. So for your first challenge, you'll both try and survive 5 minutes against me. And then he was rushing towards them without a warning. They got their asses kicked. Then, they were given a 10-minute break to drink some water and got their asses kicked again, and again, and again, for 2 hours. She had never seen her teacher so energetic, but after seeing him bounce from the wall to the ceiling and off of Shinso, she found she had never experienced something so terrifying as a motivated Aizawa-sensei. No wonder the villains feared him. He was a nightmare, and her everything ached. By the end, both she and Shinso were on the floor, and she felt a sort of understanding had formed between them. A friendship was forged in the flames of hell that day. Stop being so dramatic, their teacher drawled, sitting beside their panting forms while drinking from a bottle of water. I saw my life flash before my eyes, twice. Izumi shared Shinso's sentiments. I'll have nightmares, she agreed, and Aizawa-sensei smacked her shoe even as Shinso tiredly nodded. Keep at it, and I'll make it 3 hours, the man growled, and Izumi whipped her head to stare at him in fear, and his face twisted. Oh, don't look like that. You'll survive, he smirked suddenly, and she swore she was looking at the devil himself. Barely. It was after one such training session that she was making her way home, muscles sore and mind resembling finely whipped pudding. Their teacher had decided to add schoolwork to the lesson, having them recite math and the periodic table while trying to survive him on their heels if they got a question wrong. Well, she had gained a phobia of scarves, of all things. The curtains at the house had made her flinch when a stiff breeze came through. It was with her mind preoccupied that she slammed into someone and she flailed, the scent of something floral and spicy invading her nose before hands grabbed her shoulders to steady her, and she looked up into narrow red eyes and felt her blood freeze. Ah, back you go. Sorry. She leaned back and he snorted and released her, nearly shoving her back, and she squeaked but regained her balance. Watch it, nerd, he growled, and she flinched and looked away before growing confused. It was 2 hours after classes got out. What was he doing here? It's your business, why? He asked, and she clamped her mouth shut when she realized she had actually asked that. Sorry, she stuttered and edged around him. Just get the fuck out of here before it gets dark, he barked and she yelped, bolting from school grounds, and she didn't stop running until she got to her house. Her muscles hated her for it, but she didn't care. Bakugo was scary. The next day there was a purple hyacinth on her desk, and the lunch was all her favorites: unagi sushi and several Americanized sushi rolls she had fallen in love with. There were also orange-flavored chocolate truffles, and she stared before digging into her book bag and pulling out the book on flower language she had bought. Finding the meaning of the flower, her eyebrows furrowed. Why would her admirer be apologizing to her? This was it, the day of the sports festival. The road to get here was hard, but she was ready. The training with Aizawa-sensei and Shinso was scary and hard, and she had seen sides of the man she hadn't known even existed. They were all in a waiting room, gym uniforms on, and many people were nervous, herself included. Will all freshmen please go to stage 3? All freshmen to stage 3. Jolting at the voice, she pushed herself up and tugged at her hair, running a hand back to feel the ribbon that held it back. It was the same ribbon her dad had bought her, and even though she knew he would be up in the stands, she was still nervous. This is so exciting, Mina squealed, and Izumi felt her lips twitch up. She was filled with nerves, her hands were shaking, but yes, she was excited too. This was something she never thought she'd get to do. 3 years ago she was just quirkless orphan Izumi. Now she had her dad, she had friends and a quirk, and she was a part of Class 1 of UA. Getting to the stage, she looked around at all the other students and smiled when she saw Shinso waving at him, and he shot her a confident smirk and waved, only to be shoved by a weird blonde who started saying something to him. Face bored, Shinso said something, got a reply, and the blonde went lax and staggered away. Looking forward as all the students quieted, she watched Kayama-sensei stride onto the stage in her usual air costume. She felt a bit uncomfortable just looking at the woman. All right, thank you for joining us during the UA Sports Festival. Would the representative please come forward? She was so glad they had spoken to her about this. Before, they were going to have her represent, but she had practically begged not to, and they had taken pity on her. Instead, Bakugo was picked. She watched the blonde walk up the stairs and could only see his back. I'm gonna win. Her eyes blew wide as a stunned silence seemed to go through the entire stadium. Damn it, Bakugo. Mina groaned beside her before a ring of boos rang out around them. Well, that's a target on our backs. We didn't need Zero sighed, but he was still smiling. So manly, that was definitely Kirishima. There was a lot of talking around her, and she took in a deep breath as Bakugo joined their group again. All right, first thing of course is the preliminaries. She moved across the stage and grinned at them. The first course is an obstacle course. Hope you all have been hitting the gym. She winked, and Izumi winced as Minta practically began to froth at the mouth. The race will go around the stadium where you'll face various things. You'll need to keep on your toes with this one. She grinned, and Izumi felt a slight hint of dread fill her. When Aizawa-sensei grinned, it only ever meant bad things. She wondered if Kayama-sensei was the same. Probably. She figured any adult who grins means bad news for her. Getting to the entrance, she was pressed in by her classmates and the other students of UA from all sides. She looked around anxiously and stiffened at warmth against her back. Begin. Kayama-sensei's voice rang out, and she looked back in alarm when she felt something near her hip pocket, but then everyone was rushing around her and she couldn't give it much thought when so many people were pushing and shoving her. Vaguely, she thought she heard Present Mike's voice comment how they were off to a rushing start. She felt a blast of cold and looked through a break in students to see Shadow rushing forward with Bakugo on his heels, Yama and Yaoyorozu not far behind them. Finally, she grit her teeth and grabbed the shoulders of a tall boy in front of her and pulled herself up, ignoring his indignant yell as she braced herself and carefully began to make her way across the sea of students. Sorry, pardon me, excuse me. She felt bad to literally use them as stepping stones, but she was determined. She wouldn't let her dad down. She'd show everyone she could be a hero. Jumping from a rather muscular girl's shoulders, she skidded slightly on the ice and nearly face-planted on it. In front of her, Mina was trying to use her acid and only worsening the problem, and surprisingly Minta was further ahead, using his hairballs as a way to push himself ahead. Focusing on her own problems, she slowly began inching her way forward, remembering a story she had read to the other kids at the orphanage about a race between a turtle and a hare. Slow and steady wins the race. Finally getting past the last foot of ice, she flinched when Minta got smacked by. Oh, robots. Are all adults this insane? She mentally screamed. There are the 1 through 3 pointers, and then the colossal 0 pointers towered over them, and she gulped. Ice suddenly engulfed a few and they tilted over, making the ground shake as they impacted the ground, and she could only stare in shock as Bakugo used his explosions to rocket over one. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't impressed. She heard Present Mike's voice echoing around them but couldn't focus on it as she raced towards a 3-pointer and jumped, sliding beneath its legs before tucking into a roll and surging to her feet again. They could be as strong as they'd like. If they couldn't touch her, it meant nothing. Wind pushed her hair back when Iter ran past her, and off to the side she caught Kirishima bursting from the disabled robot's body while screaming he was alive. She hoped no one else had. Oh, there was another boy who looked like he was covered in metal. Okay, she hoped no one else without a hardening quirk had been caught underneath those. The shadow of a zero-pointer was cast over her and she didn't allow herself to feel fear. Instead, she grit her teeth and pushed one for all into her legs. Not a lot, just a small trickle was all she needed. Pushing herself forward, the world blurred around her as she leapt up in time to avoid its grasping hand and began to sprint up its arm. Izumi from Class 1 has taken the high road, it seems. Wonder how she'll get down from there. She really wished Present Mike hadn't brought her attention to the dizzying height and scanned the robot. It was heavily built and had a lot of thick steel all over it, but near its neck area were exposed wires. Pulling one for all into her arm, she imagined the water faucet in her mind and punched forward into the side of its neck. Her arm stung and it felt like her bones vibrated, but metal had exploded and small booms echoed while the robot began to fall backwards. Scrambling along its form, she jumped to its head and rode it down, jumping at the last second and tucking into a roll only to spring back to her feet and race forward. Amazing. With that, Izumi is in third place so far. Third, how did she get? No, she couldn't think about it. There were other things to worry about as a drop-off made itself known. It was a giant pit-like area with pillars and ropes attached to them, and she wanted to whimper because she hated heights. But Shadow and Bakugo were halfway across already, and some sort of fire in her drove her forward. Taking a few steps back, she ran forward and jumped, making it halfway along the rope before her forward momentum decreased and she began to fall. One hand reaching out, she grabbed the rope and realized it was more a steel cable wrapped in almost a rough plastic coating. Firming her grip, she used both hands to pull herself up and wrap her legs around it so she hung upside down. Ankles crossed, she used her arms to pull herself forward and was thankful like this she couldn't see the darkness beneath her. Slow and steady, she had plenty of time. A manically laughing pink-haired girl flew by and she blinked wide eyes before shaking her head and pulling herself up onto the pillar. She wasn't going to think about what she'd just seen. Todoroki has reached the last obstacle, but Bakugo isn't far behind. Already, at this rate, she was only halfway across. She needed to move faster. She only hoped that she wouldn't break herself as she raced forward. She needed one for all in her legs for speed, and in her arms for added strength, a little in her core. Frustrated, she stopped and focused. She needed one for all everywhere for this. Just a little, like slowly opening a valve on a faucet, she thought, desperate because she didn't want to lose. When had she gotten so competitive? Green eyes widened. It felt like fire was in her veins as streaks of glowing gold bands wrapped over her arms. Her skin taking on a faint glow as green electricity arched off of her, and she felt like she had just chugged 10 energy drinks. This, Yagi Izumi has started to glow. But that won't help her if she doesn't start moving. Her teacher's voice dragged her from her shock and she shook her head and ran forward, stumbling slightly when the ground seemed to blur beneath her. She was fast like this. Was this what she was supposed to be doing the whole time? But of course, why focus her power in just one area when it would be more logical to have it everywhere? She couldn't use it at full power yet, but she could cloak herself in what little she could use. 5% was still more than enough. Jumping, she landed on the middle of the cable and crouched before pushing off again. Bounding from pillar to rope and back to another pillar, and felt something in her stomach flutter. She wondered if this was what flying felt like, and now understood why her dad liked to jump so high. Wow, I guess going Super Saiyan helped. Izumi is practically flying over the competition. Hoped you like your lead, boys. Because here she comes. Getting to the other side, she didn't let her momentum stop and pushed off again. There were a few students who had gotten to the field already, and she saw pink smoke and heard explosions. A minefield, she thought, mind racing on how to get across. She could jump farther like this, but she would still need to land. They're not strong enough to throw you around and give you a scare for sure. But that's it. Her mind flashed back to Minta and him using his hair to propel himself forward. Fuck it, she hissed and jumped, twisting in the air and green eyes scanning for her target. It seems our leading girl has lost her senses. She's jumped straight into the deep end. Angling herself so her feet were down and her body was leaning forward, she braced herself, knees bent as her feet hit the ground. Her ears rang from the explosion and she was thrown forward and up, and her eyes were narrow as she was shot forward. Her teacher's voice was muffled, but her targets were closer. Bakugo and Shadow were fighting and running at the same time, flames and ice coming from one side and explosions crackling from the other. Twisting herself, she stomped down as she impacted the ground and was shot forward again, a hysterical giggle escaping her as she passed both boys and caught their wide-eyed stare. She couldn't really hear anything, and the pink smoke stung her eyes and made her cough a bit, but she was in the lead and she didn't feel like giving it up. Damn it, you nerd. Get back here. She wondered how loud Bakugo screamed those words, for her to be able to hear them. Or for that matter, how close he was. Now she had new motivation. She had never taken into account how utterly terrifying it was to have Bakugo chasing her, and pushed herself farther. The bones in her legs ached as she landed clear of the minefield and ran as fast as she could, eyes wide and mouth set in a grim line as she caught the sounds of explosions behind her. Nope, 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 nope. She entered the tunnel and felt sweat on her forehead and neck, could practically smell the sweet scent of nitroglycerin from the angry boy behind her. She felt that if she slowed he would kill her, and so didn't. Bright light stung her eyes and she shakily skidded to a halt, breaths coming out in pants and her hands going down to grasp her knees as she shook. Izumi Yagi is our champion. The sudden roar of voices was deafening and she stared up at them all in shock. Katsuki Bakugo is second, and Shoto Todoroki is third. Gulping, she slowly glanced over her shoulder and felt her stomach drop at the hard stare boring into her very soul from the blonde she feared the most. Pushing herself to the side and away from him, she glanced towards the teacher's box, eyes scanning before she felt a smile tug up her lips, because there was a pair of familiar blue eyes, and she grinned. Arm up and waving, and she couldn't contain her excitement and jumped a bit. She saw her dad start waving back just as enthusiastically and laughed as 13 tried to calm him down. One after the other, her classmates began to trickle in and she moved forward to greet them when something in the pocket of her gym uniform prodded her. Confused, she reached down and jumped when she felt soft petals. Quickly, she pulled out a slightly bent but still very much alive flower. Though it was the oddest she had ever seen. It was one long stem with many smaller flowers on it, and the entire thing was green. Looking around for the one person she knew who could explain the meaning of it, she quickly jogged over when she spotted him. Takoyami, I'm glad you made it. A boy looked over and gave what she guessed was his version of a smile towards her. You as well, Yagi. She took in a deep breath before holding up the flower. I found this in my gym pocket. I don't have my Language of Flowers book with me and wondered if you knew what it was. He reached out and took the flower bunch from her and turned it around. This is a Bells of Ireland and is actually rather hard to get in this area unless you special order them. Their meaning is simply, good luck. He handed it back and she was shocked. She remembered the feeling of a hand near her hip and flushed slightly as Takoyami was called away by a friend. They must have given this to her right before the race, whoever her admirer was. That concludes the obstacle race. These are the results. Looking over, she watched a large billboard light up. Their names from 1st to 42nd place. The next event is the Cavalry Battle. Of the 42 students who have advanced, you will form teams of 2-4 and fight over headbands with points on them. Depending on your place in the obstacle race, you get a set number of points. But our number 1 is the exception. Green eyes widened in horror as different points were assigned, and the reason for her need to vomit was right there in bold. 10 million points. It felt like every eye was on her and she wanted to hurl so bad. Midnight's voice was dull in her ears as she looked around, wanting to whimper at the looks on people's faces. You sure screwed the pooch, didn't ya? She looked over and into familiar purple eyes and wanted to cry. Obviously it showed because the boy's hands raised, eyes wide. Oh geez, no water works. She sniffled. As Shinso, she whimpered, and he rubbed the back of his neck and rolled his eyes heavenward. I was wondering if you wanted to form a team and ga. She burst into tears then, and the purple-haired boy leaned back with a long-suffering look, face blank. I'll take that as a yes, he sighed, and she could only nod quickly and rubbed at her face. Oi, fuckface, what the fuck's your problem? She jolted and whirled around in horror to see Bakugo there, face screwed up in aggression and red eyes practically on fire. Problem. At the moment, an annoying gnat that doesn't know when to throw in the towel. Shocked, she looked over to see Shinso with a lazy smirk curling his lips. He had straightened from his slouch and crossed his arms to look down at the other boy. In reaction, the blonde snarled, small explosions like firecrackers going off in his palms, and her heart began to pound in worry. Me and Izu here are forming a team. So Shinso raised a hand and made a motion like one trying to make a dog leave, and she wondered at the nickname even as the blonde's face looked like it was going to erupt like his hands. Then his head snapped towards her and she shrunk back. Oi, I'm on your team. I think you actually broke her brain, Hitoshi muttered. Carefully watching the green-haired girl's blank expression, he waved a hand in front of her face and raised an eyebrow. This was new. He knew the other girl was a nervous wreck half the time. But for her to go completely vacant like this. Hello, anybody home? He snapped his fingers in her face and huffed. Would you knock it off? Rolling his eyes, Hitoshi looked at the cause of the current problem and placed a hand on his hip. You made this happen. You fix it honestly. The angry idiot thinks he can terrorize the girl and then say something like this. He groaned and rubbed his face before settling his hand over his eyes. He didn't have the energy needed for this. Boy. Peeking from between his fingers, he felt his eyebrows raise. Instead of setting off an explosion in Izumi's face like he had feared, the blonde had instead grabbed her shoulders and began to shake her. So he could be semi-civil, who knew? Someone was shaking her. It wasn't rough, but it was firm enough for her head to bob back and forth slowly, and she blinked away the haze in her vision and looked into red eyes, not comprehending quite yet. Welcome back to Earth, nerd. Oh, it was Bakugo. She jerked away and stumbled slightly, green eyes wide and unsure what to say. Bakugo wanted to be on her team. Was it because she had the 10 million? No, that didn't make sense. From what she knew about him, he wouldn't want to go the easy road, but why then? There you are, Izumi. She felt relief fill her when Shadow appeared, an easy smile pulling his mouth up, and he raised an eyebrow. Still have room on your team? He asked, and she boggled. Shinso, Bakugo, and Shadow. Why? Yeah, she squeaked, and he moved closer and placed his hand on her shoulder, and his smile turned more genuine. We already know each other's moves so well after all. It would only be smart to team up and combine our prowess until the final part of the festival. It was logical and sound. And it was also a very Shadow thing to do. He didn't like fighting his friends unless he had to. And he was a bit lazy, to be honest. You too, Bakugo growled, and she felt oddly pulled in all directions as the three boys seemed to glare at each other, with her in the middle. What exactly had she gotten herself into? Did Tashinori. Eyes watched the shaking figure carefully, and a gloved hand reached out to pat his shoulder. If you twist that magazine any tighter, it'll. Oh dear. 13 watched from behind their suit's mask as said object was torn apart in thin but no less strong hands. Glancing down to the stadium floor and to the group of three boys posturing around and obviously oblivious, Izumi Yagi 13 sighed. That poor girl. The 15 minutes of preparation had come and gone. With Ochako and then the crazy pink-haired girl coming and leaving after finding out Izumi's team was already full. Shadow was vanguard, with Shinso as the right guard and Bakugo was the left. And she was the rider, with 10 million plus points around her forehead like a neon sign. Don't sweat it so much, Izu. With us guarding you, all we really have to do is keep them away for 15 minutes and we're golden. Shinso's voice drawled and she glanced down at him. What's your plan, Izumi? Shadow's voice drifted up towards her and she tried to think. With her headband, they didn't really need any more points and could quite literally just run around until the time ended. But they would also have every team and their mother after them. Can't we just kick all their asses? That voice made her gulp and she looked to her left at a blonde spiky head. Idiot. It's kind of hard to kick anyone's ass when we're meant to defend. You should have thought of that before wanting to team up. She whipped her head to her right at Shinso before she squeaked as the arm she was sitting on shifted. Fuck off. I already know that. She barely held in her whine and was so glad she had sensible, level-headed Shadow with her. You're both idiots. Or not. His drawled words made both boys on her left and right stiffen. Cavalry battle start. Her eyes widened as suddenly teams ran towards them. Move, she yelled, arms sweeping to their right, and they were moving. A loud explosion warding off a strand of tape that had very nearly caught her arm if it hadn't have been for the blonde. Try not to deafen us while you're at it, Shinso yelled before turning his attention to another team coming around to flank them. Oi, your mother drinks piss, he shouted, and Izumi's face flushed bright red. Shut your mouth, the pale-haired vanguard of the other team yelled before his face turned vacant. Sleep for 30 minutes, Shinso ordered, and the boy dropped, spilling his team across the floor as she and hers ran past. Really, that's all you could come up with? Bakugo grouched and the purple-haired boy huffed. He responded, that's what matters. Someone's coming up, and a fire rose in a wall from Shadow's foot and out, driving the team away, and she felt rather useless as the three boys kept the other teams away. And then a boy with blonde hair and pale blue eyes was suddenly there. Lips pulled up and a slightly crazed glint in his eyes. Oh, Shinso cut himself off as Shadow stopped suddenly, and she leaned back from a grasping hand and instead reached out, grasping his wrist, and her other flashed out while turning it and struck the point just above his elbow. His face twisted then, eyes wide in shock, while he released a yell of pain at the same time as her team all collectively jumped backwards, and she reached up and slumped in relief when she felt the headband was still secure on her forehead. Where did that asshole come from? Bakugo hissed, and Shadow hummed while ice flew up in a large wall. That's Nito Monoma, and he can copy quirks for 5 minutes if he touches someone. He's also obsessed with taking down any class 1 students he sees. Izumi gulped. She had touched him so. The ice shattered, and there was another more pained yell, and she felt concern fill her when the blonde came into view. He was clutching his hand and curled over it in agony, and she clenched her fists. Shit. What the hell? Shadow grit out before they were moving, putting distance between them and Nito's team. She felt guilt eating away at her stomach. What happened back there? How did he break his hand? Shinso asked, and Izumi glanced back. It's my quirk. You need to train with it a lot or you can hurt yourself very badly. I can only use 5% of its power right now or I'll shatter my bones. There was silence between them, and she felt her stomach sink deeper before a snort came from her left. Serves the little copycat bastard right. Maybe next time he'll be a bit more careful next time he gets greedy. Looking over, she gulped at Bakugo's crazed grin. Incoming. She was shocked when she saw Ida rocketing towards them, Ochako and the pink-haired crazy girl to his left and right with Tsui riding on top. They were pure speed as they rushed them, and she felt her eyes widen before a wall of ice flew up. Well, that's one way of what the... Shinso gasped as suddenly Tsui's team was flying over the wall and coming right for them, and Izumi just then noticed she had a jetpack on. A long tongue was extending to them, and she flinched away before a hand flew up and grabbed it. There was a microsecond of stunned silence before a small explosion went off and Tsui let out a croak of surprise and her tongue flew backwards as Bakugo began wiping his hand on his leg with an irritated look. "Keep your tongue off her." Izumi's eyes were wide and her face felt flushed. On her right, Shinso snorted and began laughing, and even Ida and them looked a little pink-faced. This was turning into her worst nightmare. Luckily, Ida began to rush them again after they touched the ground, and she was able to focus her attention away from what had just happened. "Hey, pink cheeks." Knock knock. Izumi turned her head down towards Shinso. Did he really think that would? "My name's Ochako." Izumi looked over to her friend in slight pity as her eyes went blank. "Sleep for 5 minutes," he called out, and the brunette collapsed, nearly toppling the horse if not for Tsui scrambling to rest her weight on Ida and the crazy pink-haired girl. Now would be the time for another ice wall. The purple-haired boy yelled and Bakugo let off a round of explosions as Ida got closer. "Brace yourselves," Shadow called, and suddenly, "Ice." Izumi stared in shock as she glanced up at the dome and shivered at the temperature. "Ice them, not us, you fucking idiot," Bakugo snarled, voice broken up by his suddenly chattering teeth. They were in a giant dome of ice, all around them. "There's only 10 minutes until the battle's over. Like this we can just wait it out," Shadow sighed, and Izumi wrapped her arms around herself. "In 10 minutes we'll be meat popsicles," Shinso grumbled, and they all flinched when something banged against the ice, but it didn't even crack. "I made it at least a half-meter thick all the way around. It'll take a lot to break it, especially with me still concentrating on it." Izumi leaned forward and saw a path of ice leading from Shadow's right side to the dome, and she jumped when his left began to grow warm. "Until then I can generate enough heat to keep us all warm." Izumi marveled over the boy's thinking. "How will we know when the battle's over, though?" Shinso asked, and she felt Shadow's arm twist. "I have a watch on." She leaned forward and glanced back and saw indeed he did have a simple black watch on. "It's set to beep when 15 minutes are up. So, we just sit here and wait," Bakugo grumbled, and Izumi slid her eyes over to glance at him. "Unless you want to trade hair care tips." Izumi glanced up towards the ceiling of the ice dome beseechingly at the dry tone of the purple-haired boy. "Can you two be any more obvious? If you don't cool it, you'll both never get anywhere." You could hear a pin drop in the silence that followed, and Izumi stared at the back of Shadow's head confused. "Are you trying to give us advice right here?" Shinso's voice was hissed between his teeth, and Izumi whipped her head around to stare at him, and he looked red. "Shut your face before I kill you." The pure rage in the blonde's voice made her sit rigid, her back straightening, and she was so confused. "1 step forward, 2 steps back. I'd look into rethinking your strategy for sure. As for you, Shinso, you'll have to be about as blunt as a 2x4 to get anywhere, just saying." "What's going on?" Izumi finally managed and got silence from all 3 boys as her answer. Underneath her their forms were tense, and she tried not to think about those line of words. "Don't worry about it too much," Shadow called up to her, and she gave him a deadpan stare. "Don't worry about it. What the heck? It's not like anything is going to come out of it anyway," he finished, and she was jolted when Bakugo growled. "Shut your mouth half in half." His hand let out small explosions, and at her right Shinso sighed. "Blunt, huh? Seriously, guys, what's this about?" A soft beep was heard along with the faint sound of present mic calling out time's up. She only got silence as her answer as the ice melted with a perfect entrance and they all exited. She was hopelessly confused, and as she was set down, Shadow turned and patted her head. "Don't worry about it. These two are clueless and hopeless. Eventually you'll just have to turn to me in the end." And he smiled, eyes closing and head tilted, and Izumi released a high-pitched noise in the back of her throat in sheer frustrated confusion. Just what was going on? What had she missed? "Oi, hands off," Bakugo hissed, and Shadow's hand pulled back and smirked towards the blonde. "Izumi," she turned towards Shinso and looked down in surprise as he took her hand. "After the festival is over, go out with me." She stared at him in shock. Beside her, Shadow and Bakugo stared at him in shock. It seems romance is blooming in the face of adversity." Present Mike crowed. "I'll be right back." The blonde stood, but 13 reached out and dragged him back into his seat. "You can't kill him just because he asked her out," the rescue hero hissed before shivering at the look in glowing blue eyes. "I won't kill him. Death is too good for him." 13 was suddenly very worried for the purple-haired boy. "So a date?" Blood rushed to her face again, and Izumi squeaked, burying her face into her hands in the girls' locker room as Mina sat beside her. "I have to admit I was shocked as well. I didn't know you and Shinso felt that way for one another," Yaoyorozu said, using a washcloth to wipe away some dirt and sweat from her neck. At those words, though, Izumi stiffened and whipped around to look at her. She released a noise that wasn't human then, and Mina giggled, pulling the flustered green-haired girl into a hug. "Oh, Izumi's got a boyfriend." Mouth open in shock, Izumi coughed, hands covering her face and knees pulling to her chest as she tried to make herself as small as possible. She knew Shinso was a friend, and she cared for him, but did she care for him enough to hold hands and cuddle? The thought of walking through a park and holding hands made her face flush even further, and she didn't know what to do. How did one react to this? Izumi breath. Ochako called, concern in her eyes, and the green-eyed girl sucked in a breath before releasing it. You don't have to go if you don't want to. Didn't he say you could answer him after the fights? She felt her head nod slowly and Mina patted her back. Well, there you go. Let him sweat until the end of all the matches. Besides, you could always use the first date as a way to gauge if you like him as possible boyfriend material or as a friend, Mina said with a shrug and pulled away to make sure her shoes were tight. But how? I've never. Izumi trailed off and Yaoyorozu walked over to sit on the other side of Mina. If his presence makes your heart race and you are unable to think properly around him, it's a pretty good sign you like him in a romantic sense, she said as she zipped up her gym top. Have you had a boyfriend before? Ochako asked, curious, and Izumi echoed the feeling. They watched the other girl flush slightly and look away. And no, but my mother told me it was like that, she said, and Izumi glanced down. Would her mother have taught her those things? Was she watching this right now? She was against Shinso. She and Shinso, first round. She looked over to the subject of her turmoil, and he glanced over at her and she flushed and looked away, and she got up to make her way down to the tunnel that led into the stadium. She and the purple-haired boy had fought together a lot. Aizawa-sensei had made sure to train them until they collapsed and then made them get up and do it all over again. She had gotten intimately familiar with the boy's fighting style by sparring with him and against him, and she wondered just how this would go. She needed to make sure she didn't answer him at all because she knew he could take control of her then. Exiting the tunnel, she took in a shaky breath. And for the first round, a battle no one saw coming. Hitoshi Shinso against the object of his affections, Izumi Yagi. Her eyes blew wide. Would you cut it out? The bored drawl of her homeroom teacher came through the speakers, and she was surprised. Aizawa-sensei was there. And then she blanched. Aizawa-sensei was there. He had seen. Her dad had seen her get asked out. This was live on national worldwide television. A small part of her died inside, and Shinso smiled at her from across the thick slab of concrete. Let's do our best. Aizachan? She stared at them as a round of awas came from the crowd, and she was almost positive she heard an explosion somewhere and Siro's voice raised, yelling at someone. She parted her lips to say something before clamping them shut again and biting them, and Shinso laughed. Start. Present, Mike yelled, and the purple-haired boy rushed her, and she felt her body moving before she thought, bending back and away from his sweeping leg and twisted out of the way of his other that followed behind. Shinso's fighting style was fast leg sweeps and an almost lazy grace that she always marveled at, but now she suddenly saw things she didn't really focus on before, like how his gym uniform seemed to hug his broad shoulders and the muscles in his forearms and calves. She was so distracted that he managed to grab her arm and flip her over his shoulder, and she barely managed to remember how to land so she wasn't winded. Pay attention, Izuchin, he called, and she squeaked before freezing, and inside her mind shrieked. In front of her, Shinso smirked softly and stood, tucking his hands into his pockets. Good. I didn't want to hurt you to win this, he said, and rubbed the back of his neck, and she could only watch, frantic as his head tilted. Just walk out of bounds, all right. After a second, she felt her body begin to move, and her mind was a whirlwind. She forgot he had been practicing with his quirk, so that any reaction to him would be used, and even if it strained him pretty badly, he could use a nonverbal response. Stupid, stupid, stupid. No, move. Just move. Even a little bit. She fought, tooth and nail, as the line drew closer and closer. I am really sorry about this, Izumi. His voice came from behind her in a gentle whisper, and she didn't blame him. This was a competition after all. She had gotten distracted, had let it slip from her thoughts. She didn't want to lose. Not like this, not here. She still had so much to prove. The tunnel she had come out of was in front of her, and suddenly the world seemed to hush as she stared into the darkness. And it stared back. Her breathing was deep, and even as out of the darkness one pair of eyes out of 8 stepped forward, and she looked at the hunched-over figure, white hair hanging in his face. She blinked, and he was standing right on the other side of the edge that would seal her fate. Gotten yourself into a little fix, haven't you? He stepped forward and came over to her side until he walked beside her. It's all right. We all get distracted sometimes. And it's hard to fight against people we care about. His hand reached out, and she couldn't see what he was doing until warmth surged through her hand. This'll hurt, but I'm sure you'll be able to pull through all right. She felt her heart thud as colors burned around her. They were all she could see as her fingers moved, and beside her the man vanished. Pain ripped up her arm, and she gasped and staggered, foot stomping down just before the line, and she stared at it and breathed in great lungfuls of air. She could move again. Wah. The confused voice made her look over at Shinso, and he blanched at her narrow eyes. Oh shit, he breathed. She had forgotten why she had come here, but she remembered now. She would worry about everything else afterwards. Rushing forward, Shinso's eyes widened, and he dodged around her hands, but he wasn't fast enough. Grabbing his gym shirt, she reached down and curled her fingers into his pant leg, hefted him over her head while powering her arms with one for all, and then leaned back before releasing a yell and hurling him like a spear. In a dramatic turn of events, Izumi has shaken from Shinso's hold and launched him from the ring as easy as a bag of rice. She watched him as he landed on the grass well outside of the concrete slab, and he rolled a few times before pushing himself up to stare at her in surprise. She just narrowed her eyes at him, and he held both hands up in the classic sign of surrender and grinned at her. It was still Shinso, even if he had asked her out. Izumi is the winner. Getting her fingers attended to, she sighed. Recovery Girl could only heal them to the point they were only fractured, as Izumi needed all the energy she could get. She had something really pressing to talk to her dad about. Thanking the nurse, she left and began moving down the hallway determined, and nearly ran smack dab into the very person she was looking for. Dad. She was surprised, actually. He looked like he had been in a hurry. Izumi. His arms wrapped around her and she smiled and snuggled into his embrace. It was nice to have this. I heard you were hurt. She pulled back and held up her hand. Just my fingers, but I need to talk to you. His eyebrows rose before he nodded and led her to an empty office. Are you all right? Is that Shinso boy causing you problems? She stared at him confused. Shinso, no, this is about One for All, she said, and his expression changed from irritated to serious. Is something wrong? He asked and moved to sit down on a chair. Wrong, not really, but when I was being controlled I saw something. In the tunnel I saw this thick darkness, and in that darkness 8 pairs of eyes. She watched his face clear and he leaned back. Something similar happened to me once. I think it's the imprints of the past wielders of One for All, he said, and she nodded. She had thought so, but did you see the white-haired man, too? She asked and had his undivided attention then. Man? He asked and she bit her lip. I noticed that whenever something stressful happens, he's there. First, all I heard was his voice, but recently I've seen him in my dreams. And this latest time he walked out of the darkness and he was one of the pairs of eyes. He helped me use One for All to get loose, Dad. Her dad's eyes were wide and he leaned forward. Describe this man to me, he said, and Izumi bit her lip. He's tall, nearly as tall as you are, with white hair that brushes his shoulders and hangs in his face. He's pretty thin and he slouches when he stands. Her dad's face is concerning as he sits there and she grows worried. Izumi, he said finally, and she felt her heart sink. That's the first user. That man is the one who created One for All. The revelation was something she had suspected, but she wondered why it was happening. Out of all the users, why her? Don't worry about it too much, Izumi. You should focus on the upcoming matchups, he said, and she thought back to it. It's Shadow and Zero she managed. It would be great to see their match, but this was important, more than watching this match. Oh, I feel a bit bad for young Zero. He's an accomplished student, but her dad trailed off as they both thought of tape against fire and ice. In the coming years he would be great, but Izumi knew Shadow was freakishly strong when he went all out. Zero would try, and no doubt Shadow would hold back, but in the end the winner was apparent from the start. Standing, she made her way to the large armchair her dad sat in and managed to squeeze in beside him, snuggling into his side with a deep sigh and drawing comfort from him as he wrapped an arm around her. The creator of One for All, a man long since dead, and yet she spoke with him, or well, he spoke to her. Why? One for All was a stockpiling quirk. It took the strength from the previous users and passed it down. That was how her father explained it to her. But what if it did more? What if it took something else from them? Besides their strength, the man she had seen hadn't looked strong physically, but his presence had always commanded her attention, much like her dad's did, whatever form he took. It stockpiled their strength, but what if it also stockpiled their will? There are many different kinds after all, the will to fight, the will to protect. And what if it also took a small part of them as well? Nothing detrimental, but more an imprint of who they had been, passed down from generation to generation, so that each user carried those who had come before them. But the question was why, and also how. You're muttering, her dad hummed. He was relaxed into the seat and she flushed. Sorry, it's bugging me. And telling me not to worry won't do anything. This means something. She leaned her head back and looked up at the ceiling and thought. Each time she had met the man had been during stressful situations, but she had never tried to seek out that feeling. Maybe I can try and speak to him, she asked, and felt her dad stiffen beside her, and she glanced up. His face was pulled into a thoughtful frown. I don't know. I've never gone through quite what you have with One for All. It was so simple for me, but maybe that was my problem. I never dug deeper. He reached up and ran a hand through his hair. What were you thinking? He asked, and she snuggled up against him more. Just kind of trying to meditate. Hana-san taught me and it helps, but I don't know if it will work. Can you stay? She asked and felt the warm tighten around her. Do you have to ask? I'll keep an eye on the matchups. You do. Whatever it is, but if something happens that makes you uncomfortable, you stop. All right. She nodded and leaned her head onto his chest and shut her eyes. Meditating was useful. It had helped her get acclimated to the quirk in her body, and even before then it helped get her thoughts in order, though most times she fell asleep or trailed into a mental tangent. Much like now. Focus, focus. She chanted and sought out that almost light feeling. It was like she had gotten up to fast but not quite vertigo, a floating feeling that was both pleasant and unsettling. The scent of her dad beside her and his warm presence helped relax her, and before long the world began to lose focus. Behind her closed lids she could only hear her own breathing. Further, it was just a little further, like mist curling playfully around her fingers. It was dark, a familiar darkness that she only ever saw briefly when she was sleeping. Letting out a slow breath, she wondered if she had fallen asleep before bright light erupted behind her, and she shut her eyes and turned, blinking them open and staring at what could only be described as a star. Massive beams of light swirled off it in soft hues, and it pulsed, twisting over like it was going supernova before reforming once again. It's the combined strength of 8 people. She heard the voice but couldn't look away from the sight. In a way it was frightening, but also beautiful. Many beautiful things are also dangerous. Your caution is logical. A warmth beside her made itself known, and she was finally able to turn and take in the tall man. His hair still hung in his face, but she could easily see his faintly glowing silver eyes. I'm surprised, honestly, that you've come to speak with me. I'm nothing but a shade, after all. It was true. This man was probably nothing more than an impression, but she wanted to know why. Why did he choose to speak with her? Silver eyes closed in a soft smile. I've tried to speak with all users. You just have listened more closely than they have. You have a very strong heart. There it was again. He kept referencing her heart, and it was confusing. The star before them was confusing. That star is the compiled will and strength of 8 generations of users, and you will give it what it needs most. His words were ominous but not unkind. Turning her eyes to the glowing mass, she noticed something then. A small, almost strand-like tendril of light was stretching out to her, its tip glowing a soft green, and as she watched, a soft mist rose from it. Each user contributes something to One for All. I gave it the power to be passed down, the one after me, the urge to right wrongs. After that, the will to fight, to protect, to guard, to strive ever forward, to do what's right, even if it hurts, to shield people's hearts. And Yui paused, and the green tendril pressed into her chest, and she shuddered as her entire body grew warm. You have the will to love. It might seem silly and childish, but that love is for all those around you and will make you keep standing. You'll push yourself until you come apart. For those you care about most, you'll do what you need to do, even if it hurts. Izumi stared at the star and its many shining colors and felt lightheaded. But what did it mean? I had a brother once. When quirks first came about, he had gotten one, but I did not, or an obvious one at any rate. He only wanted to make a better world. He only wanted to protect me. Looking over and up, she saw his silver eyes were downcast, and the pain in them. But he began to change. He grew obsessive and controlling. He never let me out because he viewed me as frail, but I never once felt anger towards him. He was my brother, my beloved older brother. Those silver eyes looked at her then with heartache reflected plainly. Eventually, one day, he used his power to give me a quirk. He wanted me to stand beside him, to rule. She watched the silver-haired man carefully as he let his head fall back to stare at the power in front of them. But rule what? I had asked. And he answered, the world. And I was horrified. Growing up, he spoke about helping the world, helping people, but somehow that view changed. He thought to help the world, he had to rule it, keep everyone under strict rules so there was no more pain or war, no more fighting between people with or without quirks. Izumi couldn't speak. She wasn't sure. To have someone you cared for do something like that. But it had happened to her. Once, the hurt was old but still there, would always be there, and she figured the same could be said for the man beside her. He's still out there, my brother, or what's become of him, what he's turned into. The person he's become is not one I consider as my sibling anymore. He moved forward then and reached up, almost caressing the power, and it swirled faster, and when he turned to her she couldn't breathe. His hair had fallen out of his face as he stood straight, and his eyes burned like white fire. He will come after you. He always comes after my power. Always tries to project me onto someone else, and when his efforts fall flat he crushes anyone and anything. His obsession is still strong and ever burning. He spread his hands and the power behind him thrummed. The low hum seemed to vibrate her very bones. You need to defeat him. For all those you care for, you must stop him because he will not stop. He will murder and kill, break and bend until there is nothing left. Until all there is what he views as good. That is why I have come to you, from all them, why you have heard my call when no others have. My quirk is not just a stockpiling quirk. It goes from generation to generation, building itself up, guiding its vessels to those with the traits it needs. Izumi's breaths were coming fast and she couldn't move. She felt like she was on fire and vaguely felt like the area around her was blurring. You are the final product. You have all of our wills burning inside you, from mine to your father's. This power behind me has taken root unlike ever before inside you, Izumi Yagi. Before it had been nothing but a passing stranger, but now that it is complete, it is yours. There was a burning numbness, from her toes to the roots of her hair, and her heart was beating frantically in her chest. Take down all for one, Izumi. Only you can do it. Only you, who is the final and last user, can do it. This power is yours now, wholly and completely. That is why I have been here, waiting until this moment. His hand swung forward and pointed at her, and the power swirled behind him, and the green thread in her chest thrummed with it, nearly rattling her teeth loose. He said something, but it was lost in the roar that flooded her ears as much as the star flooded her. She felt like a balloon with too much water being pumped into it, and it felt like her blood was boiling in her veins, and she couldn't think, could barely breathe. It hurt. It felt like someone had taken her apart and was trying to put her back together again and forgot the morphine. She was scared and wanted her dad. Heat was coming from her heart, and it felt like it was about to burst. There was pressure in her chest, and she gasped out, shuddering, breathed, unable to get a proper lungful, and she curled around herself and clutched her chest. It felt like an anxiety attack, but worse, and she wondered if this is what a heart attack victim felt. Finally, the last tendril of power flowed into her, and she watched as her skin began to glow like when she channeled One for All back during the obstacle race. The golden lines streaking across her skin were thicker, vine-like as they wrapped around her, and she could suddenly. Green eyes snapped open, and she pulled in a deep, rasping breath, her body shuddering, and she realized she wasn't in the lounge almost immediately. Instead, she was in the nurse's temporary infirmary, and her dad was there, holding her down. "Dad?" she asked, voice hoarse and her entire body shaking. The man above her was only just beginning to lose the panicked look, his gaunt features pulled tight in worry. "Izumi, are you all right? You just started shaking and you wouldn't wake up." She was pulled up, and he wrapped his arms around her, and she returned it shakily. Green eyes taking in the other two figures in the room. The first was Recovery Girl and the other was Todoroki-san, she asked, and the man looked no less imposing even if he currently wasn't aflame. "Welcome back to the land of the living half-pint. Don't ever do whatever the fuck you did again," he growled before leaving the room. Recovery Girl stared after him with an exasperated look before turning towards her again. "Now, mind explaining to us about what happened, dear? You were brought in by your father in quite the state. He had to hold you down before the older woman cut herself off with a pinched expression, and Izumi felt her heart sink slightly. "Before?" she asked, and her dad let out a ragged sigh and sat down heavily beside her on the bed. "I transformed to bring you here, but when you began thrashing I was holding you down." But he held up a hand and clenched it into a fist. "But I turned back, and when I try and channel the embers of One for All, there's nothing." Izumi's eyes grew wide, and she felt like she just might vomit as her dad's serious blue eyes turned to her. Recovery Girl looked me over. "I'm quirkless, Izumi. One for All is gone." The revelation that her dad no longer had One for All sat like a lead weight in her stomach as she waited. She had apparently been out longer than she thought, because quite a few of the rounds were over, including a matchup between Ochako and Katsuki. "I'm alright. I'm a little disappointed, you know." The brunette was holding a phone in her hand after having spoken with her parents. "It's fine to feel that way, but just use this to fuel yourself." Izumi remembered all the times she failed getting to where she was at. Her dad had been reluctant to let her continue, and even Recovery Girl had suggested she pull out. But Izumi couldn't. She had come this far, and now more than ever she had to make a statement. Her dad couldn't be All Might anymore, so she would have to show the world that there was still hope. Her stomach was in knots, and she was regretting eating that morning. It felt like it would all come back up. And now she was against Shadow, and she could only think of her luck. Twice now she was matched up against people she had previously fought or trained with, but she knew it would not be like times previous. Now they were competing, and they could use their quirks against one another. Izumi hadn't used hers extensively before, and it was only in the obstacle race she had cloaked herself entirely in One for All. Stepping onto the concrete, she locked eyes with Shadow and took in a deep breath. And now Izumi Yagi is up against Shadow Todoroki. Present Mike's voice rang out, and she closed her eyes. "Begin." Green eyes snapped open, and she moved. Where she stood just a second ago was covered in ice, and she reached into herself for her power and felt it crackle over her skin far easier than it had before. It was as easy as slipping on a coat, it felt. Her eyes widened slightly. It felt natural as breathing. She clenched her hands into fists before charging towards Shadow. If she got close enough, she could hopefully knock him out. When a giant wall of ice raced towards her, she stopped and jumped, squeaking slightly at how high she had gone before gritting her teeth and twisting in the air, swinging her leg down towards the ice with enough strength to shatter it and clearing her a path towards the concrete stage. Landing, she looked towards the boy and found him suddenly very close, and a hand closed over her wrist, and she felt cold seep into her skin. Heterochromatic eyes stared into her own and felt her heart give a weird jump. Then her brain kick-started back up, and she reversed the grip on her wrist and yanked him closer, legs snaking around his own, and she threw him over her shoulder, face warm and eyes wide as he rolled away with a laugh of all things before he turned and rushed her again. She blocked a punch from him only to have him twist around her, and she yelped when a hand brushed against her hip. Practically levitating away from him, she pushed the weird feeling away and tried to grab his arm only for him to slip away. Why was he smiling so much? Green eyes glancing down, she very nearly screamed at the ice she saw patterned on the ground she stood on and jumped up before it managed to entirely encase her feet. "Careful, Izumi," Shadow called. Grin bright and voice jovial as he sent more ice towards her. Now she was getting a bit irritated with him. First Shinzo was acting weird and taking it easy on her, and now Shadow. Some guys won't take a fight seriously if it's against a girl. When that happens, Hana-san's smile suddenly turned vicious, kicked their asses so hard they won't be able to sit right for a month. If they lose in the most humiliating way possible, it's what they deserve. Aiming for the ice below her, she pulled her fist back and shot it forward. Ice shattered and she pushed herself forward as soon as she touched the ground, pushing herself into a forward roll underneath a stream of fire and swinging her leg out to trip him up, but he jumped over it and she rolled away from the ice that came from his foot. Turning, she pushed herself to her feet and jumped backwards over another stream of flames, mind racing. She needed to grab him. Somehow she needed to grab him. If she could get her hands on him, then she could do something other than dodging around his fire. Sorry, Izumi. His voice was all she heard before ice formed around her in a thick shell and she stared in shock. It was like back in the cavalry battle, but smaller, and the cold hit her instantly. If she didn't get out, she would freeze, and she wondered how thick it was. It was probably a lot thicker than the other one. Did he hope to make her fall unconscious? Why did he do something like this? Why not just subdue her another way? Pulling her fist back, she punched at the ice and it groaned, a large crack forming, but right before her eyes the crack repaired itself until there was nothing left. Amazing. It seems Shadow has put Izumi on ice and is keeping her contained in it. It looks like this is it for her. The voice was muffled, but with the man behind it, it was no wonder she heard it. There was maybe a foot of space all around her, and she turned in a slow circle and was already beginning to shiver. Her breath came in thick white mist and she clenched her jaw to keep them from chattering. Frustrated, she threw another punch and watched in despair as it too closed up before she grit her teeth and threw another. Green lightning crackled along her arm, and with a yell she slammed her fist hard into the ice before pausing and watching it. It was slowing down. The more she damaged, the slower it repaired itself. It wasn't too noticeable, but it was something. She remembered her classmates talking about her dad's fight with the Namu, how he managed to overcome its regenerative abilities by punching it over 300 times. She remembered the quirk assessment, Aizawa-sensei's words. Plus ultra, she had thought about it so lightly before, but it was true, wasn't it? If she wasn't going to push herself to her limits, how could she confidently say she was going to take her father's mantle as the symbol of peace? Hesitantly, she reached for her power and pulled, gritting her teeth and screwing her eyes shut as she concentrated. Snapping her eyes open, she slid her foot back and braced herself. Pulling her arm back, she grit her teeth and sucked in a deep breath, and then she launched it forward with a yell. When the dome of ice encased Izumi, he felt his stomach sink. That ice was thick, that much he could tell from even where he stood, and young Shadow was still channeling power into it. Present Mike's words made his teeth grit, and he curled his fingers into his pant legs. Even if she used one for all against it, it would be difficult at her current limits to break through it with Shadow still there. She gave a good show, 13 murmured beside him, and Toshinori felt faint irritation. You don't have to write her off completely, he grumbled, and everyone stilled when the ice dome suddenly shuddered. The groan of ice in the now silent stadium loud, and more ice began to encase the original dome, with Shadow now looking slightly strained. It seems you're right, 13 conceded, and they watched the dome shake minutely then before it went silent, and Toshinori felt his shoulders slump. He could only hope Izumi didn't take the defeat to heart. She had done very well, but the fact was she had to get used to her quirk as it was now, trying to fight with it after what she had gone through. There was always next year at least. And then the ice dome shattered like fine glass, and he felt his eyes widen at the sight on the stage. Golden bands wrapped around her exposed arm, and green hair had come loose, and her eyes, they looked white from this distance. And then the wind from her punch hit the audience, and he raised his arms to shield his eyes and felt his heart racing in shock, watching from between them as arcs of green light snapped off of her and into the ground around her. She looked like one of those plasma balls you got at the store, or a live wire. And then she was gone, launching herself at Shadow, and Toshinori wondered if this was what it felt like to watch a legend begin. Because this was what he had felt watching his mentor. This was what others no doubt felt when they had seen him. This was the start of something, or the continuation of it. Shadow was strong, but his quirk usage had tired him, and it was almost easy for Izumi to push him back, and a kick to his stomach sent him over the ring's edge, and Toshinori surged to his feet, arms above his head, and barely stopped himself from screaming like an idiot. "Oh, fuck it. That's my girl." And he grinned. His stomach was in knots when he saw the familiar girl with green hair enter the ring, and ignored how his mother beside him stiffened. And then she began to spark and glow like a star, and he felt his green eyes widen in wonder. The fighting between her and the Todoroki boy was like a graceful dance. Fire, ice, and super-powered punches going left and right. He felt his heart sink when she was encased in ice, and couldn't help but throw his arms up and cheer when it was blown away. She looked so cool, with eyes glowing like green fire and her face set like that. She looked like a hero. Beside him his mother was quiet. and if he had glanced over he would have noticed how horrified and shocked she looked. The hum of machines echoed in the otherwise silent room. The television screen cast a glow on the figure who sat before it. Glowing white eyes were all they could see, and slowly a grin formed. "There you are," defeating Xiaodo was. Well, it was something she hadn't thought she was fully capable of. She had won against him in sparring matches a few times, but they had never used their quirks so excessively before, and she had never managed to shatter his ice to the point of it turning to snow. Though, in all honesty, she expected the pain. "You have stress fractures in several parts of your hands and some hairline fractures in your radius." An ulnar recovery girl frowned heavily, and Izumi swallowed, head bowing as she stared at her red and slightly swollen arms and her hands. "They were a mess. I could heal you, but it would drain you so much you wouldn't be able to continue. And if you did continue, you would only stress the bones in your arms further and cause breaks and possibly damage to the muscles. I can only recommend you withdrawing from the tournament, Izumi. It would be foolish to continue to risk irreversible injury to yourself for something you could always compete in next year." Green eyes closed, and Izumi released a shaky sigh as a whirl of emotions filled her, least of which was disappointment. "You just stay here. I'll get your father, dear." A small hand patted her knee before the old woman shuffled from the room, and Izumi leaned further into the bed, drawing her knees up and gritting her teeth as her arms protested. She wanted to keep going, but she also knew that if she didn't withdraw, she might be unable to use her arms at 100% later on. And what kind of hero would she be then? If she got healed, it would zap all her remaining energy. If she didn't and continued, she risked permanently damaging her arms. She had won the last match, but at what cost? "Izumi." She lifted her head and spotted her dad in the doorway. His shadowed eyes were even more so because his brow was furrowed and his mouth was pulled down in a concerned frown. "Are you all right?" Recovery girl said you were injured. He moved over to her and settled on the bed beside her. "I used too much power." She nodded to her arms that were curled against her chest, and he winced, hand reaching out before pulling back slightly and instead settling on her shoulder. "Ah, I see." It's not too surprising considering she couldn't look at him and instead glanced down at her battered limbs. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, and there was a brief silence before an arm snaked around her shoulders and the other underneath her knees. She squeaked as she was lifted, and her dad released a soft grunt before bundling her into his lap, and she flushed. "Dad, you'll hurt yourself," she fidgeted, and he merely laughed. "You're still small enough for me to lift you without too much trouble. Don't worry too much." She was wrapped up in his arms, and he rested his chin on her head. "Seriously though, you've done great. Better than great, actually. I'm more than certain you've impressed a fair number of people, and there's no doubt they know your name. You've shown who you are and given them a brief glimpse of what you can do, but you don't have to push yourself so hard. You're only 15, Izumi, still a kid. Enjoy that, won't you?" She leaned her head further against him and felt her eyes welling with tears. "But I wanted to do more. I wanted to win this for you. You've lost so much, and I wanted you. I wanted you to not have to worry about everything because he couldn't be All Might anymore. And it was all her fault. Get that thought out of your head right now, you hear me?" His hand patted her back firmly, and she blinked her eyes rapidly to clear the blurriness. "I would have lost those embers eventually. Sure, it happened sooner than we thought, but it doesn't mean it's your fault. And you shouldn't try and carry that kind of burden on your shoulders alone. I speak from experience when it comes to that." She pulled back and glanced up at him, meeting his serious blue gaze. "Being number one, it gets pretty lonely, you know. I took that burden on myself, and you saw what it cost me, but you have such amazing friends who will help you and stand beside you in the future. Don't forget that." He smiled and pulled her closer for another hug, and she returned it the best she could without actually using her arms. "And you have me, of course, and Satoshi, and Hana-san, and even Inji, and of course all your teachers like Aizawa and Yamada, so you see it's not so bad." She released a slow breath before nodding softly and let her eyes close. "So even if it disappoints you, I'd like it if you would withdraw. There's next year to conquer your classmates and take the world by storm. I'd much rather you be healed and healthy than have a medal, all right?" She nodded again. It was gone. The tension in her chest was gone. And though she was still dissatisfied with not being able to continue, it was considerably less so. "All right, Dad, I'll stop here, then." Her dad's arms tightened. "Thank you," he sighed, obvious relief in his tone. After their talk, recovery girl swept back in and made the green-haired girl comfortable in the bed while her dad went off to notify the other teachers of her withdrawal due to medical reason. And then the older woman pressed a kiss to her forehead, and bone-deep fatigue swept through her, and before she knew it, she blacked out. In one hand, he was relieved. On the other, he was pissed off. Ever since then he had wanted to face off against the little nerd. Quirkless his ass. If she was quirkless, he'd eat his gauntlet. In other words, not bloody likely. He had no clue why she would lie about it, though. It was obvious from the first time they met that she was in no way normal. Who the fuck could bend that way and not have a quirk? Growling to himself, he ducked his head into the sink and turned on the water. The cool liquid made him shiver, and then he grit his teeth and pushed himself upright. Cool water ran down his temple and the back of his neck, and he wiped it off. He was both relieved and annoyed that apparently she had hurt herself and had dropped out. Honestly, his gut was twisted in all different directions, and it only further proved to fuck his mood all to shit. Fuck it all. Why were girls so damn difficult? Leaving the bathroom, he stomped towards the lockers contestants were given to store their stuff and punched in his combination. Wondering why he even bothered, he pulled out a burgundy book and leafed through it. Azaleas were out. It was obvious she wouldn't listen to that. Maybe he should give her a geranium because she had been rather stupid. With another hissed growl, he ran a hand through his hair and tugged at it in sheer frustration before pausing and turning the page and staring with narrow eyes. White poppies seemed the best option at this stage, but he couldn't get them now. The damn nerd would just have to be patient while he went to kick ass. He'd get her damn flowers and something to eat besides nasty-ass hospital food afterwards. He wondered if what his old man told him would actually work. But so far so good. Now if he could only keep the vultures off and avoid her father. That man's stare gave him the creeps. It was like being watched by a fucking cross between a zombie and a damn tiger, but more fucking terrifying. Katsuki was a badass, not a dumbass. Snapping the book closed, he shoved it into his locker and shut the thing before heading towards the ring. He had icy hot bastard ass to kick. When she woke up next, the sports festival was over. In hindsight, she should have expected it. The injuries and how tired she was even before then. It wasn't surprising it had completely wiped her out. It still didn't make her any less disappointed. She had wanted to at least watch the end of everything. Finally awake, the voice drew her eyes and she smiled at her dad. He sat in a chair beside her end table, papers strewn across it and a coffee mug steaming near the edge. Yeah, sorry, she pushed herself up carefully, but her arms were only mildly sore. Don't be. After everything you went through, it's good that you got some rest. He waved his pen as a small smile curled his lips. I've just been deciding the fate of some of your classmates. She let out a soft laugh as at this angle she could see the papers were from the last exam they had. Do you grade mine? She asked curiously, and he snorted and marked something down. No, Aizawa does yours separately. Says I can't because I'm so besotted I wouldn't be able to find any flaws at all, and really, I'd be able to do it. He had done quotation marks with his fingers before going back to grumbling, and she smiled. For as long as she had known him, her dad had some friends, Tsukachi and Sir Night-Eye, and that was it. He spoke with Hana-san when they ran into each other, but she had never seen him with anyone else. Well, besides Endeavor, but their relationship was more two siblings trying to annoy the other the most. But now that he had begun to work here, she had heard him grumble about Yamada startling him by suddenly yelling, Kayama teasing him, Aizawa's Aizawa-ness. It was nice seeing him branch out. She felt a little like the doting parent there, but while she liked being taken care of, she had realized a long time ago someone had to take care of her dad as well, and he certainly wasn't going to do it. Idly, she wondered if she could somehow find him a girlfriend before dismissing the thought. She was not ready for that can of worms yet, but maybe someday. Izumi. She blinked at the hand waving in her face, and her dad snorted. Welcome back. I thought you might like to know how your classmates did. She perked up and shuffled so she was sitting with her legs crossed and leaned forward. Yeah, how did they do? She was excited at the thought of her friends and wondered if any had visited her. During the explanation, she had learned Ochako had had to face Bekugo of all people. She lost, unfortunately. Mina had won against Aoyama but lost against Takoyami, who had beaten Yaoyorozu as well, but Takoyami had lost against Bekugo, along with Kirishima. Ada had lost against Shoto, who had taken her place in the finals due to her medical leave, which left the final battle between Shoto and Bekugo. It was, well, explosive would be putting it mildly. I think more than a few of the crowd lost some of their eyebrows. It was impossible who the fire was coming from. Kayama actually had to move back and away from the fight. He scratched his cheek and thought. It was surprisingly even for a while, but young Shoto managed to use his ice to snag young Bekugo's foot and then froze him up to his neck in ice. Because of the ice, he couldn't produce sweat, so his quirk wasn't very effective then. Shoto won. Bekugo came in second place and Takoyami took third. Endeavor had to do the rewards because, well, he gestured to himself and she flinched and ducked her head but felt a hand on her head. Hey, don't beat yourself up about it. Remember what I told you. She nodded and he leaned back with a soft smile. You got an honorable mention though. I've no doubt you would have been on that podium, but I know for certain you will be there next year. She hummed and thought to the lineup. Shoto won, huh? She couldn't say she was too surprised. He was very strong. And against a quirk like Bekugo's, he would have the advantage if he timed it right. Too much dry cold and the explosive quirk would be useless. Maybe he could have something to counteract it. His grenade gauntlets kind of did it. But maybe gloves that conducted body heat and made from a non-combustible material like Endeavor's hero costume. Or perhaps something he could intake internally to make his body produce sweat. Only he would have to be careful or else he would get dehydrated from that. A soft tap against her nose made her snort and she blinked rapidly at her dad's bemused expression. You were muttering again, kid, she flushed and groaned, hand coming up to cover her eyes. She really needed to stop that. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft buzzing noise and she stared at her phone. It's been ringing for a while now, her dad said, and she reached out and picked it up. Flipping it over and typing in her password, her eyes widened at the number and answered. "You?" she asked, incredulous and a little unsure. "Ni-chan, are you all right? They announced you couldn't continue because you were hurt." She was shocked. She hadn't expected to hear from him. "I am fine. Our nurse is really good and I'm only a little sore right now. Is it safe to call me?" She winced at her own wording as her dad perked up. "It's fine. Mom went out a little while ago and I'm in my room besides. You were great, Ni-chan. I mean, there was ice and fire everywhere and you were like, whoosh. And when he got you in that ice dome I was worried, but then you were like blam. And it shattered into snow." She held her phone a little ways from her ear because he was loud, from the sounds he was hopping around. Tears stung her eyes but she found herself laughing softly. "You, calm down, okay? Yeah, it must have looked pretty cool, huh?" She was embarrassed but a small part of her was pleased. "Cool, you were awesome. And when you were out you were glowing. Your hair was flying up and everything and you had electricity around you. You looked like a Super Saiyan from that old retro cartoon. When I get older I'm gonna be just like you, Ni-chan." She flushed and covered her burning cheeks with her hand. Beside her, her dad was leaning over, head tilting and listening, and because the boy wasn't exactly being quiet. "I am not exactly someone to look up to quite yet. I hurt myself when I smashed the ice. It's why I had to withdraw from the tournament." She was nudged slightly from her dad and he shot her a look. She flushed and ducked her head. "Yeah, you hurt yourself, but you still won. If you were facing off against a villain, that's what matters, right? Defeating them and saving people." She wondered if she was permanently red now. That's important. But it's also important to take care of yourself. How else are you going to keep on saving people if you keep hurting yourself? And what happens if there are multiple villains? As if he was waiting for this, Yudai's voice cut in. "That's why you need sidekicks. And you've found your first one." She choked, coughing harshly while beside her dad did the same thing, and hastily she pulled out a handkerchief and passed it over, not catching her dad's slightly surprised look before he wiped away the blood dripping down his chin. "As sidekick?" she asked and heard an affirmative noise. Beside her dad's head was once again pressed against her own to sandwich the phone between their ears, but she didn't mind. "Yeah, it'll take a while, but I'm gonna go to UA and become a hero, and we can work together, saving people and taking down bad guys." She heard movement and then a soft grunt and figured he was moving around again. Was this what having a sibling was like? It was a warm feeling, not unlike how she felt around her dad. But whereas with him it was like a large hug, and the feeling over safety with Yudai it was like a fire was in her chest and she wanted to shield him from everything. "And I think I'd like that." She smiled at his squeal before he cut off. "Oh, I think Mom's home." He was much quieter now and she stiffened. "I gotta go. Love you, Ni-chan." She could only get out a hasty goodbye before he hung up, and she stared at her phone in shock as her dad leaned back into his chair. "That was your brother," he said, and she nodded and fiddled with her phone, flipping it around to stare at the All Might-themed phone case. "Yeah, I met him in a grocery store a little while ago and we exchanged numbers." She glanced up but he didn't seem angry. Instead he had a slight smile on his face. "It's fine. I'm glad you and he will at least have a good relationship, and it seems you have your first fan." He grinned and she squeaked, dragging a ragged laugh from the blonde, and he slapped at his knee before reaching out and taking a sip of his coffee and frowned down at it like it had betrayed him. "Regardless, Recovery Girl said you could go home as soon as you woke up. I was just trying to pass the time till then." He gathered up the papers and pulled a suitcase from underneath her bed and began to put the papers into it. "All right, do you know where my..." She took her school shoes from him and pulled them on, tying the laces, and pulled her hair up when he looped her tie around her neck, and he quickly knotted it and she let her hair fall back. Sure, she could have done it herself now, but she still thought his were neater than her sad attempts. "Ready to head out? It's nice out, so I thought we could walk." She nodded with a smile and hopped from the bed only to stumble slightly, her dad's firm hand going around her upper arm to steady her, and she looked down oddly at her feet. It wasn't as far down as she had thought. Maybe Recovery Girl had lowered the bed. "You all right? I could see if Naomasa is off work and have him drive us." She looked up and stared for a long moment before straightening herself, her hand coming up to her head before she leveled it against his chest, and she stared in surprise as he caught on. When did you get so tall?" he asked, amused, and also measured her. Whereas before she had come up to maybe the bottom of his rib cage, she was now almost to the middle of his chest. That would have been fine, but she didn't remember being this when she passed out. People weren't supposed to grow that fast. "No, they aren't. Maybe we should talk with Recovery Girl before we leave." She had said that aloud, hadn't she? But it hardly mattered now. She was used to being short. And now that she had noticed she had gained an extra 7 inches, she found herself stumbling like a newborn fawn after her dad, who steadied her when she nearly face-planted onto the marble floor. "Why is this happening now?" she whined, hand clutching her dad's sleeve, and his face was a cross between amusement and sympathy. "It might be a combination of things, but I do remember after gaining, well, you know what." She nodded and he continued. "I also got taller. Only a little bit, a few inches. But I think it was because I was already at my adult height when that happened. Ah, here we are. They stopped at the teacher's lounge here in the stadium, and he pulled the door open and she was greeted by the bizarre sight of Yamada-sensei waving a cat teaser in front of a very unimpressed Aizawa-sensei. Kayama-sensei was passed out on a couch and Cementos-sensei was knitting what looked to be a scarf. And there was Recovery Girl, sipping on what looked to be hot choco and reading a Was that a romance novel? A soft couch from her dad caught their attention and Yamada-sensei looked over before threading the wand of the cat teaser behind Aizawa-sensei's ear. And the dark-haired man yanked it from its position and proceeded to somehow smack the blonde halfway across the room with it. You needed something, Toshinori-chan. Recovery Girl called and flipped a page in her book and she was led forward and stumbled, flushing hard underneath her collective teacher's stare as her dad steadied her against him and gestured with his hand above her head. It seems Izumi is going through a rather sudden growth spurt. He moved his hand to below his rib cage and tilted his head. She was much more tiny. This morning her eyes widened and she stared up at him. Tiny? Dad, I wasn't that small. A snort came from somewhere in the room and she looked around for whoever made the sound, but Yamada-sensei was still recovering from being smacked by a cat teaser. Kayama-sensei was still asleep. Cementos-sensei was getting through the scarf alarmingly quickly, and then there was Recovery Girl and Aizawa-sensei. Recovery Girl was too nice, and Aizawa-sensei didn't laugh. I can see she is taller than before for sure. The older woman hopped down from her chair and wandered over, and after gesturing, Izumi knelt down and her hands came up to cup her face, turning it this way and that. To be honest, I kind of expected this. After your little trouble at the USJ and being the victim of a gender swap quirk, your hormones reset. And that means all of them, my dear. Izumi stared at the older woman in dawning horror. If she meant all of them and not just the ones responsible for her monthly hell, then that meant. Seeing her look, the older woman nodded sagely. Indeed, you'll no doubt grow quite tall now. I dare say nearly as tall as your father. Izumi looked up at her dad and he shrugged helplessly. But why now? She asked, and the woman let her hands fall behind her back. I think you can figure that out, sweetie, and she meaningfully glanced at the blonde beside her, and Izumi gulped. One for all, and the fact it had fully settled into her. So it's just speeding up the process. Then Aizawa-sensei sighed out and leaned back in the couch, one foot out and keeping Yamada-sensei from sitting down on it. Hey, it's not so bad. Pretty soon you won't have to have your dad reach for things on tall shelves at least. The sound quirk user cheered and she winced slightly at his loud tone, and something flew from Kayama-sensei direction to smack the back of his head. Izumi blushed when she saw it was the woman's whip. Well, expect some joint soreness and to be tripping over your longer limbs for a bit, but you'll get used to it. Before too long her arm was patted and she stood, wobbling slightly, and her dad helpfully caught her arm and she whined softly in embarrassment as Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow at her. We'll head out now. Thank you, Recovery Girl. I'll see you all in 2 days. She quickly stuttered out a farewell and hurried to keep pace with her dad, and she wondered how long before she could match his strides. The thought of being taller was, well, she didn't know what to think about it. She had thought she would gain an inch or two, but from what she had seen from her biological mother, she had thought she wouldn't get any taller than maybe 5. Are you all right? She looked over to her dad and gave a soft shrug and lifted a hand to run through her hair. I don't know. This is all. I don't think it's really sunk in quite yet. A lot of things have happened. Her dad hummed softly and held her arm as they walked down some stairs, and she was thankful for his foresight as she tripped on the last one, and he laughed at her groan. I went through the same thing growing up. Can you believe I was only standing at 5 foot even when I was 11? She stared up at him in shock and he nodded, head tilted back as he thought back with a fond expression. Yeah, and then I hit 12 and felt like I was being pulled by a taffy machine. He winced and she echoed it, suddenly a lot more nervous. I went from 5'0" to 6'10" in roughly 2 years. It felt like I'd never stop growing. My knees seemed to find every desk corner, and I think my main diet was grass and concrete. If I wasn't eating that, it felt like I was eating my own body weight and anything I could get my hands on. His hand landed on her shoulder and she gulped at his sunny smile. But there's advantages to it. And I think it's kind of silly of me, but at least this way I could always say you actually inherited my height. He laughed and she felt her heart swell slightly. In a way she had. Because of him giving her his quirk, he had also unintentionally brought this on. And because of One for All and that other quirk, she was suddenly getting taller. It was silly, but the sentiment was something that made her eyes sting with emotion, and she sniffled. Feeling the hand on her shoulder tighten, he pulled her closer and she wrapped her arm around his waist as they continued walking. Hey now, no need to cry, Izumi. His voice was much gentler, and she reached up to rub at her eyes before letting out a raspy laugh. Sorry, Dad. I'm always crying on you. She was jostled slightly as they exited the building, and her dad turned her in the right direction. It's fine. A little water never hurt anyone, least of all me. She snorted and remembered something a long time ago, when she was back at the orphanage and watching him in his hero persona on TV. I don't know. There was that time a villain with a water quirk made you trip and land flat on your back. She felt her dad jerk slightly and he leveled a look down at you. blue eyes glowing in the light of late afternoon. "You saw that?" He grumbled and she grinned. With a huff he tilted his head until it gave a slight crack before her world tilted and she squeaked as she was lifted and held in his arms. He had to hold her differently than before because of her sudden growth, and she didn't miss his soft grunt, but he began walking normally. "Dad, you're gonna hurt yourself," she yelped as he jolted her up and down, face stretched in a smile that would have put his hero self to shame. "This is nothing. I think I can overhead press you like this." He stopped and began doing just that, and she felt her eyes bug out as she was lifted up and down a few times. The situation was so bizarre she busted out laughing, and it cut out into a squeal as he let her drop back into his arms again and began walking like nothing had happened. If not for the bright grin, she would have thought that was the case. "Feeling better?" he asked, and she looked up at him before relaxing and smiling. "Yeah, thanks Dad," he hummed and stopped to set her down, steadying her, and they continued to walk back to their house. It actually wasn't that far from UA and the stadium the sports festival was held, maybe a 30-minute walk. As they walked, she noticed another pair walking down the street and smiled at the cute little white-haired girl. She had bright red eyes and a little horn on the side of her head. Her teal dress went to her knees and she was holding the hand of a rather tall man with short dark brown hair. When he glanced up, she could see he had gold eyes. The little girl saw them and smiled brightly, hand coming up to wave, and Izumi flushed but waved back, and her dad laughed beside her. They passed the other pair and she felt her lips pulling up. "And I be a hero someday. Do you think I can do it, Dad?" She didn't hear the father's response, but based off the happy cheer she knew it must have been positive. And then her mental thoughts paused because she realized she hadn't felt that void she always saw, seeing a family. Glancing over to her dad, she felt her lips pull up and move closer, and her smile grew when he lifted an arm to rest it over her shoulders. No, there was no need to try and fill that void anymore. Not when it had been filled to overflowing for years now. When they got home, they faced a problem. While it didn't seem like it had been any trouble at first, Izumi noticed her skirt was a little on the short side. Originally, it had gone down to almost her knees, but now it barely hit mid-thigh, and she could only be glad she wore spandex shorts underneath it. Her white button-up was tight across her shoulders, the same as her blazer. On Dad, she pulled at her jacket, but lifting her arms at all made the jacket pull across her shoulders. "Izumi." Her dad's attention was on her and she flushed. Now that she thought about it, even her shoes were pinching, and they had been a few sizes big anyway. "My clothes are a bit." She tugged at her skirt and blue eyes glanced down before he sputtered. "Oh dear, why don't you go get changed?" he asked, and she nodded and quickly ran to her room and pulled out some clothes. But those didn't fit either. Slightly panicked, she pulled out her different clothes and tugged them on. Not even her mighty daughter's shirt fit anymore. It barely rested below her belly button. Nearly in tears from the fact none of her clothes fit besides her spandex shorts, she rubbed at her eyes. Her hoodies didn't fit across her shoulders. Her shirts didn't go down past her stomach. Her jeans weren't long enough or didn't fit over her hips. Her old workout sweats also weren't long enough. With a sniffle, she rubbed at her eyes and tried to choke the tears down as she stood and grabbed a towel, wrapping it over her shoulders and cautiously opening the door, mortification coloring her tone as she called out, "Dad." There was some silence and then shuffling before her dad's head poked around the corner into the hallway. "Are you okay?" he asked, and she ducked her head. "My clothes don't fit," she mumbled, and he coughed, a hand coming up, but luckily no blood came forth. He thought a moment before moving into the hallway, one hand up and eyes bright. "I've got an idea." He entered his room and she waited for a moment. There was shuffling before he came back with some clothes folded over his arm. "These are some of my clothes when I was younger. They might be a little big on you, but they'll do until we can get you some new clothes." She hesitated but took them with a soft thank you and ducked into her room again. The clothes he had given her were an old pair of pale cargo pants with pockets all over it and a navy blue long-sleeved shirt. Pulling the pants on, she found they were a tad big on her hips and a little long on the leg area, but luckily she had a belt that still fit and used that to cinch the waist, and so it rested correctly on her and folded the pant legs up. Pulling the shirt over her head, she stared as it swamped her to her mid-thigh, and the neckline was a little big, hanging off her shoulder slightly, but they fit and it no longer felt like she was trying to squeeze into something 5 sizes too small. Moving to her mirror, she stared in surprise. She looked like her dad. Well, kind of. Her hair, of course, was green and stuck up everywhere, and she was obviously small still, but PFT. She raised a hand to her mouth and tugged at the shirt. She really did look like him. Swamped in clothes a few sizes too big and curious, she grabbed some hair on the front of her head and pulled it forward, running her hands through it a few times and trying to style it just right, and looked into the mirror again. The sight was unable to help it. She started giggling again. The situation was so weird that all she could do was laugh. Deciding to leave her hair the way it was, she opened her door and peeked out, smiling when she saw her dad was in the kitchen, and she tiptoed out of her room. For a second she paused and felt embarrassment. She felt a little bit like a kid playing dress up, but shook the feeling away. Instead, she moved until she stood relatively behind him and straightened. "Dad," she called, and he jolted before turning. She held her arms out and grinned. "Ta-da." As if to add to the effect, the sleeves fell over her hands and her dad stared at her, blue eyes wide, and she grew worried for a second before he grabbed at his pocket and pulled out his phone and held it up. A soft shutter noise sounded and she was still confused before she was pulled forward and into a hug. "You look so cute," he muttered, and she flushed even as a warm feeling burst through her chest. Dad, her whine was half-hearted at best, and he laughed before taking a step back and tugging at her hair she had styled like his bangs and raised a blonde eyebrow at her. Face red, she swatted at his hand, but he only grinned at her. "Dinner's almost done," he finally said, dropping the subject and turning to the stove, and she peeked around him to see a sight that made her perk up. "A noggy?" she asked, and he hummed, nodding his head. Turning, she opened the fridge and was relieved to see she still had several bottles of strawberry kiwi juice. Grabbing one, she opened it and took a sip and sighed. "I was thinking tomorrow we'll go ahead and get you some new clothes." She looked over and lowered the bottle. Is that all right?" she asked, and he snorted slightly. "I've been the #1 hero for the past 20 years, kiddo, and don't really spend the money on much unless I'm donating to charity. And it's not like the salary from UA is lacking. I have more than enough to get you new clothes, and that's not even getting into the fact you need them." She hummed. She felt bad about it, but she had to agree with him. Just the thought of going into school with her skirt that short. She shuddered. It was a relatively quiet night for them. Dinner was nice, but her mind was on other things, specifically that her dad's crime-fighting days were over. When she brought up the subject, he shrugged. "I graduated from UA with high marks, if you recall. And Nezu has offered a more permanent position as a teacher. It'll take some getting used to, but it's something I've found that I enjoy." She nodded, but found her mind still racing. How are you going to do this? Obviously, if you just vanish from the public eye, something's going to happen." Her dad sighed and set his chopsticks down. His fingers laced together and he rested his chin on them. "My PR department is having a fit, that I can assure you, but Satoshi has stepped in to help. The official story is, well, you remember the rumors of All Might's son dying at the USJ?" he asked, and she gulped. Just remembering it sent shivers of fear jolting through her, and her dad nodded. "It kind of makes me guilty, but we're using that in saying that I've gone into retirement because of the incident. It all but confirms that my son has passed away, but it also safeguards you as well, making it impossible to link you and my hero self together. At least I hope." He mumbled the last part. The reason All Might took so long to retire was that he wanted to attend the sports festival one last time. But his emotions got the better of him and he had to leave early. Her dad lifted his hands in a shrug and she nodded after a second. It was weird to think everyone thought a different her was dead. Did the her that supposedly died have a grave? Shaking away that morbid thought, she stood to help him gather the dishes and place them in the sink. While you were changing, Nezu called me. He said he would have your new uniform here before classes pick back up on Monday." She glanced over, surprised. "How did the principal know?" "I can tell by the look on your face, but trust me, we've all just come to accept that Nezu sees all and knows all. To be honest, it's a little creepy." Green eyes were wide, but she nodded faintly. Afterwards, they bid each other good night and she relaxed into her bed. She was just edging towards true sleep when a soft buzzing caught her attention and she sat up confused before fumbling for her phone. It was a text. "Shinso, hey, sorry if I woke you up or anything." She blinked in surprise before sending a reply. To be fair, it was only 8 p.m. and rather early to be going to bed, but she and her dad had had a long day. "No, it's fine. Shinso, I was wondering if you thought at all about what I asked." Izumi was confused for a second before she remembered and her face went bright red. Oh, Shinso, I don't want to pressure you, and if you don't want to try it out, I understand. If all you ever want to be is friends, I'm okay with that. But I really admire you and want to see if anything would come of something like that." At that, Izumi felt only more flustered and she fiddled with her phone before typing a reply. I have just never had something like this happen. I don't know what to feel, really." "Shinso, that's okay. We can start small if you want. Have you gone to that cat cafe I gave you a gift card to?" Izumi tilted her head. Not yet. With everything going on, I didn't really have a chance." "Shinso, it's all right. How about we go Sunday?" Izumi worried her bottom lip and remembered Mina's words. The first date was a test, right? To see if they could be. Her face was bright red just thinking of it. That's fine. I think I'd like that." "Shinso, great. Does 4:30 sound all right?" Izumi was red and she could swear she felt steam coming out of her ears, but her heart was fluttering and she felt butterflies take flight in her stomach. All right, I'll see you then." "Shinso, all right, good night, Izumi. Hope you sleep well." She typed a reply to that before setting her phone down, turning in her bed and burying her cherry red face into her pillow. And then she jerked her head up in horror, because Shinso didn't know about her new height. Scrambling for her phone, she very nearly knocked it from the nightstand before grasping it. Wait, Shinso, are you still there?" "Shinso, yeah. Are you reconsidering?" "It's fine." Even though he couldn't see her, she was shaking her head even as she typed. No, it's not that. But remember when Class 1 went to the USJ? Well, I got hit by a quirk, as you figured out, and it switched me into a boy. But when I turned back, it kind of reset me a bit. and because of that I've gone through a rapid growth spurt. She shook as the writing bubble came up and disappeared before reappearing a few times. Shinso, oh, okay, are you alright? No extra limbs. I'd be cool with that if it were the case. Izumi gave a small disbelieving snort. No, but I'm about 182 centimeters now. Shinso, wow, drank your milk didn't you? Shinso, but it's fine. Shinso, you're only a little bit taller than me now. Makes it easier. Izumi raised an eyebrow and tilted her head. Easier. For what? Shinso, oh, I forgot. Don't worry about it. Gulping, she tried to push away the unexplained heat in her cheeks. Alright, if you're sure. Shinso, positive. I'll see you Sunday then. Good night. She replied with a good night and set her phone down before picking it up again and sending a quick probing text to Mina. Almost like she had a sixth sense, she replied quickly. Mina, yo, what's up? I'm going with Shinso to a cat cafe on Sunday. If there could be an awkward silence over a texted conversation, this was it. Mina, OMG. Mina, yes, my precious Cinnabon. Mina, yeah. Izumi blushed down to her toes and huddled around her phone, biting her bottom lip hard enough to hurt. I don't know what to do. How do I act? Mina, help me TT. Mina, oh my sweet curly-haired child, I'm so happy for you. Mina, but you don't have to act in any way. The first date is usually just to test the waters, learn the other's likes and dislikes, see if you like spending time with them, all that good stuff. Mina, and a cat cafe. So cute. That's one thing in his favor, he likes small cute animals. Mina, come to think of it, that might be why he likes you. With a soft groan, Izumi buried her face into her sheets. Mina, stop teasing me. Greater than. Lesser than. Mina, okay, but seriously, just go on this and relax. Some things to look for is if you feel relaxed around him, if he can make you laugh, and if you can talk about a lot of interesting stuff. If you find you want to learn more and enjoy spending time with him like that, then it's usually a good sign. Izumi stared at the worlds and rested her head on her shoulder. Okay, thanks Mina. I had better get some sleep now though. Me and Dad have to go out tomorrow. Mina, no problem. If you need any more help, don't hesitate to text or even call. Thanks Mina. Good night. Mina, good night. Finally setting her phone on her nightstand, she released a slow breath before pulling her sheets over her and hunkering into her bed. The butterflies were still wildly flying around her stomach, but she found herself smiling as she closed her eyes. As for Toshinori, even if he was relaxing in his room, his day wasn't over. Grading papers was tiring, and though he was exhausted, he still had several more to go. Raising a hand, he rubbed at his tired eyes and yawned, wincing as his jaw popped before releasing a sigh and rubbing his neck. Damn, but he was getting old. He remembered easily being able to stay up 3 days at a stretch. But then again, I had a stomach and a full set of lungs back then, he thought darkly before shaking that from his head and focusing on trying to decipher Kaminari's essay. The boy was energetic and didn't lack passion, but his penmanship could definitely use some work. Toshinori couldn't tell if he was looking at katakana, hiragana, or kanji, or maybe some lost Egyptian language that had yet to be translated. Reaching for his phone, he hesitated and glanced through his contacts before choosing one. It was ringing, so he knew the other person wasn't asleep. As he said, he usually turned off his personal phone when he was. Putting it on speaker, he rested the phone on his table and tried to puzzle through it. What the dry voice made him jerk slightly. Aizawa, I had a question for you. I'm not interrupting anything. There was a shuffling noise, like paper, besides my eternal torment from idiots who can't understand the difference between your and your. No. The blonde found himself smiling even if the words were delivered in a long-suffering tone. It's about Kaminari's essay. I'm having a hard time grading it. There was a mix between a snort and a groan on the other side of the call. I usually call in a decryption team for that. Blonde brows rose. It was a joke. Really, said in such a serious tone. Toshinori felt conflicted. It's in hiragana if you're wondering. Tilt the paper about 2 inches to the left. Look at it in a 45-degree angle and read it straight. He has a hell of a hand tilt when it comes to his writing. Following the instructions, blue eyes blinked in surprise as he could actually make out the words. I'd say that's almost a talent, he mused and heard a sigh. I thought he was trying to make it hard for me, but just realized that's how he normally writes. It's a pain. Reading through the essay quickly, he graded it and then set it aside. Thank you for that. I would have never guessed there was the sound of shuffling papers and a faint curse. He vaguely made out, damn idiot. It's there, not there. What the fuck kind of grammar is that? Before his voice came through again. You'll start realizing each student's oddities as you go along. How's the problem child? Blue eyes blinked confused before he made the connection to Izumi. Problem child? She's fine, though we've found her old clothes no longer fit. She's borrowing some of mine until we can go get her more tomorrow. There was a low hum. Make sure to buy her clothes that either stretch or are a little too big for her. She might continue to grow over the next few months to a year. It's better to get her clothes that will last than have to get her a whole wardrobe every couple weeks. Setting aside Shoji's essay, he tilted his head. You sound like you're speaking from experience. He mused and Aizawa huffed. My nephew. The little shit is still growing like a damn weed, but that's normal from his father's side apparently. They usually buy him clothes a size or two large and they tend to last the longest. Intrigued, Toshinori hummed. I wasn't aware you had family, he said, and there was a slight silence. Obviously I have family. Did you think I just popped out of the ground like a damned flower? Toshinori couldn't help the burst of laughter that escaped him, and he worked hard to stifle it. He's my sister's kid. You've even met him. It's Shinso. Hitoshi, stunned. Toshinori stared at his phone. Shinso. Now that I think of it, you do look a little alike. A soft groan. The bags underneath my eyes are not genetic. Why does everything think that? Waving a hand at the phone as if trying to placate it, Toshinori grinned. I was more thinking about the way you both grin. All teeth, like you're about to bite someone. There was a mumbled response and he tilted his head. Say again. I didn't catch that. There was the sound of stacked papers being straightened. Never mind, I'm done here. Do you need any more help with the papers? Toshinori realized he had actually finished all the essays and leaned back surprised. No, I'm done. Thanks for your help, Aizawa. Try and get some sleep. A soft huff came from the man. Do you honestly have to tell me that? Go to bed yourself, you walking stick. And then there was a dial tone humming at him. Shaking his head, Toshinori ended the call before pushing away from the desk and going towards his bed, turning his light off as he went. Settling into bed, Toshinori sighed and closed his eyes. He wondered if Aizawa had any more advance. He might have been raising Izumi for close to 4 years, but he still found himself stumped on a few things. He'd ask him on Monday. Clothes shopping with her dad was an experience. Not to say it was bad, just not something they had ever done. Izumi's clothes had always fit her, and if she needed something she would buy it with the allowance her dad had given to her. But what set it apart was that they passed the USJ building and the site that was there. It was a memorial. She and her dad stood there gaping like idiots for a good solid 5 minutes as people came and set down a few things and left. There were plushies and incense and everything. There was even a blurry picture of her in her disguise. White face mask covering her mouth and nose, hoodie covering her head and shadowing the rest of her features. It was overwhelming and also a bit creepy. Dad, she mumbled, and he coughed and she handed him a handkerchief on autopilot. It was discussed something like this might happen, but I never thought it would happen so soon, he muttered back, and she nodded and nearly jumped when a woman spoke up beside her. Tragic, isn't it? Wide green and blue eyes stared at the woman who was dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, and Izumi shuffled a bit closer to her dad, for him to lose his son and still try and continue on, just to put us at ease. And then she began sobbing, loud and wet, and Izumi felt a hand on her wrist and was being dragged behind her dad as he power walked away. Weird. It was so weird. Well, at least they're buying it. Her dad tried to sound happy, but in truth it didn't work. He sounded about as freaked out as she did, because apparently she was technically dead, or, well, kind of. The logistics of it made her head spin alarmingly, and she put a stop to that. Can we just forget that happened? She asked, and he shot her a thumbs up. Getting to the shopping center was easy. Getting clothes that fit and would continue to do so even if she gained a few more inches. Even more so, she wasn't terrible at fashion and got colors that wouldn't clash too badly with her eyes or hair. She also got another Mighty Daughter shirt, because she liked her old one very much. Thank you. Oh, I need a dress too. For Hana-san's wedding in a few months. The date was marked on her calendar. Oh, there is that. I had forgotten what with. Well, everything. She could understand where her dad was coming from. The last year had been hectic. They went to a shop that had good prices on dress, and she bought one that was a little bit longer than she needed and that stretched a little bit. Hopefully it would still be good until the wedding. Hopefully. Also, bra shopping with her dad. She was never doing it again. Sunday dawned bright and early, and Izumi had only felt this antsy a few times in her life. The day she was adopted, and the day she got into UA came to mind. But this, the whole time she was waiting for 4 p.m. to roll around, her stomach was in knots. Her dad actually had to go to the school to have a talk with the principal, and she had told him she would be going out today. He had said it was fine and to remember her curfew, but beyond that he had been a bit distracted. At 4 she left her house and began walking towards the cat cafe Shinso had told her about. It was an easy 20-minute walk there, and the whole time it felt like she would puke. Her face was flushed and her hands shook slightly. Was this normal? This was Shinso after all. Lazy, sarcastic Shinso. So why was her heart beating so fast? Getting to the cafe, she checked her watch and found she had perhaps walked a bit faster than she had first thought. It was only 4:80. Glancing into the front of the store, she felt her heart melt a little bit when a few kittens ran around, chasing each other and doing small flips. Hey, the voice caused her to jump, and she looked over and was greeted by a pair of familiar purple eyes. Only she was looking down slightly instead of up. You weren't kidding when you said you were taller, he smiled, and she gulped, one hand coming up to rub at the back of her neck. Yeah, what was she supposed to say? Come on, they have some nice teas here I think you'll like. They entered the cafe, and she could instantly smell some different kinds of teas. It was relatively quiet besides the bells from the cat's collars and soft meows or a hiss here and there from the kitten. It was different than what she thought it would be. After Shinso had spoken with a lady, they were given slippers and allowed in with the cats. After apparently their hour, they would have tea. It wasn't as awkward as she thought it would be either. In the end, it was Shinso, the same boy she had sparred against while training with Aizawa-sensei. It was fun playing with the cats and just relaxing with him, though. They spoke about their classes, the sports festival, what happened at the USJ. Here she had been scared about the chance of some fancy dinner and if she would have to dress differently. But no, cats. Currently, a rather affectionate black and white cat occupied her lap, and she marveled at how smooth its coat was and the soft vibrations that came from it. She hadn't ever held a cat before. Seriously? Shinso asked, and she hummed and nodded, feeling a smile pull at her mouth when the cat wiggled and curled around until its entire body was on its back, front paws flexing in the air. I've seen pictures of them and watched some cats roam around the neighborhood, but I've never gotten close to them. They kept running away. Running her hand along its chest, its purring grew louder when she began petting its stomach, and she giggled when its back leg twitched. Shinso, why did you ask me out? He had explained a little bit over the text, but she was still confused. Beside her, the purple-haired boy tilted his head and leaned back into the couch they were sitting in. The first time we met and I told you about my quirk, your first reaction wasn't "that's a villain's quirk." You didn't suggest all the things I could do with it in a bad way. Instead, you spoke about how many lives I could save. I think that's what caught my attention first. She looked over and he was holding a small brown tabby kitten up. Then we started having lunch together and talking, and I found myself enjoying our time together. I liked listening to you mumble about all manners of things. When we began sparring together, I began to admire your drive and convictions. It didn't happen instantly for me. But eventually I wanted to know you better. Where that leads us, I don't know, but I want to find out. Izumi was red by the time he finished speaking. She didn't know what to say to that honestly and said as much. He shrugged and smiled at her. That's fine. We'll figure it out as we go. Yeah. She nodded and glanced over when a woman waved at them. Our hour is up. Izumi felt a tad disappointed. She had actually enjoyed talking with him despite feeling a bit flustered. The problem came with setting Hataru down. The feline had jerked awake as she had began to move her and latched her claws into the black turtleneck she wore. Kitty, please let go. She pushed her arms out while holding the animal underneath its arms, but that only caused the feline to let out a pitiful mew and cling tighter. Izumi felt like a monster when she looked into large gold eyes. Come on, Hataru. The woman had come over and grabbed the cat and began pulling, and Hataru's meow turning into a full-on cry, and it wiggled. Shinso watched with eyebrows raised before he held up a hand and moved forward, catching the feline's attention. All right, Hataru, let go of Izumi, all right. Miraculously, the cat stared at him before its claws retracted and it curled up in the alarmed caretaker's arms. Izumi watched in surprise while Shinso led her from the area with the cats and instead to a place with tables. Shinso, does your quirk work on animals? She asked and got a nod before the boy paused. Well, a bit. Cats, dogs, and birds will listen to me if I focus on them, but reptiles and rodents won't. I haven't tried on anything larger than cats or dogs. Thought. She hummed and thought that could actually be very useful. Say if he had to send a message to someone. If he could use a pigeon or a sparrow as a messenger, it could prove very beneficial. And he would be the ultimate pet rescuer, which she found faintly amusing. I can hear you thinking over there. She flushed and looked over, but he was smiling, so the words held no bite to them. Sorry, she mumbled, and he waved a hand before their tea got there. The cafe had a small menu of items to eat, and she and Shinso both got a Nikiman buns. Afterwards, they left after Shinso paid. And the walk was peaceful. This was fun, Izumi finally said, and it had been. The cats were cute and talking with Shinso had been nice. I'm glad. She was about to reply when she stumbled, nearly knocking right into the boy beside her, and he gripped her arm but also looked a bit out of it. What? Her head was spinning, and looking around she noticed a lot of people were also experienced the same thing. It felt like her limbs had turned to lead, and slowly she found her legs failing her and she knelt. Izumi. Shinso tried to pull her up but only succeeded in upsetting his own balance. Green eyes cast around for the cause and paused on a man who was standing casually near a fountain. He had dark brown hair pulled back in a low tail and acidic green eyes that sent a chill through her. I suppose you'll all do, he said, mouth pulling up in what could pass for a charming smile if not for the fact whatever he was doing was causing everyone around him to feel so lightheaded. Beside her, Shinso was gritting his teeth, and she was alarmed to see his eyes drooping so much. Trying to call up her power, she grew alarmed at how slow it was, and she grit her teeth when it sputtered, trying to pull back because that much power would break her. But then her attention was caught when the resounding sound of fist meeting flesh caught her attention, and she looked up, green eyes widening at the sight. A man was there. He wore a large green coat with a black furred collar and, of all things, an orange bird mask over the lower part of his face, and he was kicking the other man's ass. It was almost brutal. Each punch was delivered in an area where it would do the most damage, and Izumi was positive she heard the sound of breaking bones before the brown-haired man finally went down, and almost instantly the effects were gone. Her head was startlingly clear and the change was so swift she felt like she might fall over. She watched the man in the green jacket and wondered who he was, some new hero. She had never heard about him before. The man in the bird mask looked around before spotting her. "You should call the police about this. He'll be out for a while." And just like that he turned and ran. Izumi sat there confused as beside her Shinso seemed to be coming back to his senses. Why would he run? Unless he wasn't a hero. Looking towards the unconscious and badly beaten man, she pulled out her phone and dialed the police. Obviously the man wasn't a villain either, or else why save a bunch of innocent people? If that was the case, then the only thing he could be was the plague doctor. He's not a doctor. People just call him that because of his mask. Shouta felt a migraine coming on and he rubbed at his burning eyes with a groan. Great, as if he didn't have enough on his plate as it was. Why not add a vigilante on top of it all? You don't have to bring him in personally, Aizawa, the officer with the cat head said. While the eraser hero liked cats, he drew the line at this. He's only really active during the evenings and nights, so he'll fall into my work time anyway. It was something he wished wasn't the case. Why couldn't this guy be active during the day when Endeavor was? Maybe the guy would think twice with Flame Brain on his ass. Sorry about this, the police officer said, and he waved a hand at him and watched the villain be carried by on a stretcher. Whoever this guy was, he wasn't kidding around. The villain had several broken ribs, an arm broken in no less than 5 places, a concussion, and both his kneecaps were fucked almost beyond repair. Shouta couldn't say he was sorry for the bastard though. That was still his nephew and student the villain had almost sent into a coma. Apparently his quirk was deep sleep. And depending on how much he produces, he can actually send his victims into an almost indefinite coma. So almost like Nimiri's, but more deadly. Looking over to where said relative of his was, he wondered how he would explain this to Shauko that wouldn't end with him meeting a grisly end by way of flying slipper. With a groan, Shauta knew he was doomed. And then he remembered, Toshinori didn't know yet. Fuck, he hissed. Her dad's reaction to her almost being sent into a permanent coma was, well, stifling, literally. He wrapped her in a familiar long overcoat, hefted her up amidst her protests, and carried her back home, only to practically bury her beneath sheets and pillows along with several of her stuffed rabbits. When he began contemplating making her stay home from school Monday, she finally drew the line though. She was fine, thank you, but she was not missing class. It was far too important. He had also apparently not realized when she said she was going out she had meant as in a date with Shinso. His expression was, he looked like he had just watched his world end. Izumi felt both scared and mildly amused. Afterwards she was asked to tell him next time she went out like that. Secretly, Izumi wondered over her first ever date. She didn't know how to feel about Shinso. She cared about him, but she cared about all her friends. She grew flustered and happy around him, but the same could be said again about her friends. The date had been nice, the cats were cute, and though the end had been slightly disastrous, in the end she had enjoyed it. She just didn't know if she liked Shinso like that. Mina had told her to use the first date as a test, and the results were mixed. She liked him, but just how much? She had fun and enjoyed talking with him, but after not having any friends at all until UA, she enjoyed any time her classmates could spare for her. Finally, she gave up in puzzling it over herself and called a number she didn't as often as she would have liked. It picked up on the second ring. Izumi. The voice instantly improved her mood and she found herself smiling. Hana-san, how are you doing? I'm fine, just slightly swamped with wedding plans. If I had known they were this tedious, I would have just had him come with me to sign papers and be done with it. The words were grumbled, and Izumi bit her lip to keep from laughing at the woman's tone. So, what did you call for? The girl flushed and sat on her bed. The woman always seemed to know when something was on her mind. I went on a date, she said, and there was a slight sound from over the speaker. Really? That's great. Did you have fun? Anyone I know? Hana-san's voice was amazingly bright and Izumi let out a slightly awkward laugh. It was fun. I don't think you'd know him, but his name's Shinso Hitoshi, another student at UA, but he's in class 1B. There was a longer silence before Hana-san's voice came back. Oh, that's wonderful, Izumi. The green-eyed girl hummed and rubbed the back of her neck. Yeah, but I don't know what I should do now. I like him, but I like all my friends, and I enjoy spending time with him, but that can be applied to a lot of people in my life already. Like every single one of her classmates. Well, it might take some time to develop between you both. It certainly wasn't instant for me or now. Or you could only like him as a friend. Don't feel obligated to return his feelings. It's not nice to pretend like that, and it will hurt both you and Shinso if you do. Izumi was nodding softly. The woman had a point, and she was engaged, so she was the best person to ask. So just give it time, she asked, and there was a soft noise of confirmation. You don't have to rush anything. You're still only a kid after all. Izumi let out a soft hum. I'd like to continue chatting, Izumi, but I have a meeting with a client in a few minutes. But if you need anything, call me regardless, okay, kiddo? Izumi straightened and nodded before remembering this was a call. All right, thank you for your help, Hana-san. Talk with you later. She got a return of the sentiment before they both hung up and she lowered the phone with a sigh. It was nearing 7:25 a.m. and so Izumi pushed herself up and quickly began to get ready. Her uniform had arrived sometime yesterday evening and the girl was relieved to have it back in fitting. The skirt was even a little long to where it brushed her knees as opposed to its usual length. Tying her tie, she shrugged on her jacket and left her room while pulling her hair up into her all-might ribbon her father had given her. Said man was in the kitchen and she marveled again at the fact she didn't have to crane her head as far back as she used to just to look at him properly. "Ready for today?" he asked. Concern still lingered in his blue eyes and she gave him a reassuring smile and a thumbs up. "Yup, you ready for your first official teaching job?" He had told her sometime last night, but apparently his time at the school was him going over paperwork with the principal, making him a more official and permanent staff member. He was now an assistant teacher for the hero course and will help go over theory and overall help Aizawa-sensei's workload. Ah yeah, he rubbed the back of his neck nervously before giving her an equally nervous smile. "It'll be something. I spend at least an hour there every day, but it'll be different being there for a full school day like well." He gestured to himself and she nodded in understanding. "Anyway, eat and then we have to get going." He handed her a plate and rather than go sit at the table she began shoveling her light breakfast down her throat in a distinctly unladylike manner, but hardly caring because if she didn't hurry she would be late. Beside her dad was finishing off the last of his breakfast at the same time he was tying their lunches up, his almost matching hers in size with the many smaller meals in there. She was still making him the lunches, just the night before so she still had time during the day to get ready, and he was putting some weight on, but he was still painfully thin. It was a work in progress, at least. Putting her plate in the sink to join his, they moved to the entryway and she pulled on her shoes, slightly upset she could no longer fit into her favorite red sneakers and instead had to wear the normal uniform shoes instead. Maybe she could buy a new pair. She would have to look into that later. With her dad they made their way to the school, light conversation passing between them before they got to the gate. "I have to go to the teacher's lounge. I'll see you during class, Izumi." She nodded and flushed when he reached out and patted her head before walking towards the entrance. Reaching up she fixed her hair before releasing a slow breath and smiling and going to her class. She was a little later than she usually was but not late, so when she got to the door and opened it she was greeted by all her classmates. She was confused when all the expressions went from a careful blankness to outright shock. And then she realized she was several inches taller than 2 days ago and flushed right to her ears. "Holy shit, Izumi. What the hell did you eat and where can I get some?" Ciro's voice seemed to cause a chain reaction and she squeaked softly and shifted from one foot to the other. "You didn't mention this last night." And that was Mina by her elbow, yellow eyes looking her up and down. There were more voices asking her questions and she raised her hands. I had a growth spurt a few days ago," she managed, and Kirishima whistled. "One heck of a growth spurt. You're taller than most of us now." "Well, except Shoji and Koda." Glancing over she saw Koda wave and Shoji gave her a nod. Looking over she was witness to the honest look on Bakugo's face. His red eyes were wide and he seemed to be frozen at his seat and staring straight forward. His hands had clenched into fists and rested on his desk and he sat rimrod straight. He sat almost like Ida, and Izumi could admit to feeling a tad worried for her classmate. He was scary, true, but she wondered if he was perhaps a bit under the weather today. "All right, in your seats." The voice made not only her but several of her classmates jump as Aizawa-sensei rolled out from underneath his desk. She allowed herself to stare for a second because what the heck, sensei? She went to her desk and was relieved when it was indeed slightly larger than her older one and began putting her things away before pausing and pulling out a pale seafoam rectangular box with a golden ribbon looped over either corner. Flushing, she placed it back into her desk for later and instead focused on the front. "All right, I had a rough night yesterday so I'll keep this short." He shrugged out of his sleeping bag and Izumi swallowed heavily in fear of what was to come. "Due to the sports festival you'll be choosing your hero names today." His words instantly caused excitement to spread through the classroom and Izumi felt both relief and blind panic. She hadn't thought of a hero name at all, beyond her wild imagination as a child. Their homeroom teacher raised a hand and the class quieted. "This is due to nominations from various heroes. They're more akin to interests in your future careers." He moved to the side and revealed an electronic screen and names with a bar and numbers beside them. At the top was Shouto with over 2,000 and below him was Bakugo with an easy 1,200. After him was Takoyami and Ada. And surprisingly in 5th place was herself with 241. After her was Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Uraraka and Ciro. Whether or not you have been nominated you will still get workplace experience and a chance to intern. Unfortunately for you all you have experienced firsthand what villains can do. I hope however you will take this chance to experience actual hero work." He crossed his arms almost the same time the door opened to reveal Midnight in a familiar thin form. "To evaluate your hero names I've asked Midnight here to look them over. And this man is Yagi Tashinori and will be the assistant teacher from now on." He waved a hand at the two people before grabbing his sleeping bag. Now if you'll excuse me, and with that he zipped himself into it and rolled back underneath the desk. There was a beat of stunned silence before Midnight brightened and smacked her whip into the palm of her hand. All right then. When thinking of your hero names, try and think about what feel you want to give. Your hero name is one of the first things people will know you by besides your look. She winked then, and Izumi was sure she saw mine to drool and tried to hide her shudder. You want your name to be reassuring, but at the same time, you want it to explain clearly who you are. That was her dad, and he held several boards in his hand along with some markers, and he began to pass it to the front row. She took hers and passed the rest behind her before beginning to panic. You all will have 15 minutes to decide on your names. But don't you worry. You can always change it up later if you want to. Midnight smiled at them all, and her dad shot a thumbs up to the class. Turning her eyes to the whiteboard in her hands, she fiddled with it nervously. What should she call herself? Anything at all related to her dad's hero name was a no-go. She was such an idiot. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Glancing over towards the clock, she blanched. She had 5 minutes left. Looking towards her dad, she caught his eyes and widened her own. He looked confused for a second before he seemed to understand. Well, at least she wasn't alone in her panic. Then, what's in a name? Or rather, what makes a name? People call it out. When it's said, someone's face is sure to come to mind. Izumi is not sure what hers should be. Around her, her classmates were writing theirs down, and here she was, staring at a blank expanse of white with not a mark to show for it. At the front of the class, her father was talking with Kayama-sensei, but concerned blue eyes would glance at her every once in a while as the time on the clock clicked ever closer to the deadline. Even Shadow had written something down, though what it was she hadn't a clue. Turning her thoughts to herself because she needed a name, she found her eyes closing. Her dad was the symbol of peace, all might. His power had been one for all before he passed it to her, where apparently it took root, and now she was the newest and yet the last user of the power that had been nurtured for 8 generations. One for all was. Before, she had always viewed it as this gift, but as time went on she had learned that she should view it as something that was hers, as if it had been hers from the beginning. Aizawa-sensei had taught her that, about how she was never going to learn to control her quirk if she didn't view it as her quirk. She still remembered seeing it, that huge expanse of shifting colors that otherwise would have looked muddy or painful, but instead had looked like something out of an artist's canvas instead, a combination of power that came from the man who had first passed it on all the way to her father. And now it rested inside her, a warm pulse just below her skin that ebbed and flowed like it was pulled in a tide, ever present and ready. She found her hands moving, and she felt herself jolt and hesitate before just letting the word form beneath her marker and setting it down afterwards. There was no tagline like the symbol of peace or something, just a single word. Just, all right everyone, time's up. Just bring your board up and show it to the class. Kayama-sensei's voice broke her small reverie, and she glanced up. There was an almost awkward silence before Aoyama stood and strode over confidently to present his name. And immediately he ruined the mood, and the words sparkling hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Well, at least she knew for sure her name wasn't the worst. As each classmate went up to show off their names, she fiddled with her board, watching as Shadow went up. I might change it later, but for now, hot and cold hero, equator. Kayama-sensei clapped. I like it. What do you think, Toshi? Izumi watched her dad give a smile and a thumbs up. Whoa, that's creepy. The voice was from Minta, and Izumi felt her natural smile at her dad's expression fall flat. Oh no, he didn't. Her dad's smile was amazing. Thank you very much. Luckily, her dad hadn't heard the words. Pushing herself up to go next, she almost stumbled over her own legs and flushed at the eyes drilling into her. Going to the front, she turned and placed her name on display. I couldn't think of a tagline, but for now my name is Unity. Because despite what that man said, it wasn't just her power now. 8 other people's very wills burned within her, and her name was to remind herself of that. I like it. It's short and to the point. Really good, Izumi. Kayama-sensei winked at her, and she looked over to her dad for approval and got a huge smile. And a double thumbs up, and she returned it. Getting to her seat, she couldn't stop smiling as she set her board down. The words Unity staring up at her. Unity, she liked the ring of it. King Explosion Murder. She stared at Bakugo with wide eyes as he stood up there, and he glared at anyone who seemed to dare question him. That's way too violent. Try again. Unfortunately for him, his expression seemed to do nothing against Kayama-sensei. Beside the woman, her dad had pressed his face into his palm, and Izumi bit her lip as Bakugo stomped back to his seat in front of her own and angrily wiped away the black ink from the board, grumbling beneath his breath. She glanced over when Ada stood and watched the solemn class president present his name, which was just his name. She had heard after she woke back up about his brother from Mina. She was worried for him. He was silent in a way that was unlike him, and his eyes, they unsettled her. In front of her, Bakugo stood and marched to the side before slamming his board down. Lord Explosion Murder. He was bad at naming things. Izumi felt bad for his future wife. That's not any different than before. Try again. With a snarl of frustration and a literal bark towards Kirishima, who suggested Blast Team Explode, she worried for their classroom as well. She watched the blonde sit down and shrunk back. It was like standing at ground zero with a bomb about to go off. Wait, She cut off with a flinch as red eyes glared at her over his shoulder, and she glanced down quickly before mustering her courage and leaning forward and whispering her suggestion to him. She leaned back afterwards and tried not to look at him. If he didn't like her suggestion, the most he could do is not use it. She had always been good at analyzing everyone but herself. She thought the name was pretty good, but there was also things like dynamite, or ignition, or katsuboom. Her face flushed at that name in her head, and she covered her lower face with an inward groan and almost jumped when the blonde boy pushed himself up and walked to the front of the class and slammed his board down. His face was red and his teeth bared in a snarl. And ground zero. That's much better, Kayama-sensei said brightly. It is an improvement, her dad said. When Red Eyes looked at her, she found her heart jumping oddly in her chest because he looked like he was glaring, but his face was red, but he didn't look angry, which was weird. Shaking herself, she mentally told her heart to calm down and noted that Bakugo had sat back down in front of her. He had taken her name suggestion and used it. She didn't know how to feel about that. Nor did she know how to feel about that look she had caught him giving her. Izumi, the voice caught her attention, and she looked up and smiled. Her dad was standing beside the staircase, and she moved to stand beside him and joined him in a walk down the stairs. You got a lot of offers. I'm proud of you. The words made her feel warm. How long had she wanted to hear them before? But I wanted to suggest someone, an old friend of mine. He held out a folded piece of paper and she took it in surprise. His name is Gran Torino and he worked here for a year. He was actually my homeroom teacher. She looked up at her dad in something more than shock but froze at his slight shaking. Dad, are you all right? He sometimes got severe abdominal cramps if he drank too soon before or after meals, or maybe he was having trouble breathing. It did happen a few times a month. Nothing, it's just he was a strict teacher. I guess the memories still stress me out. He rubbed the back of his neck with a laugh and her hand tightened on the paper. He knows about that, and he helped me become who I am, or really, who I was. He looked away and Izumi reached out and grabbed his arm. You're still the same, Dad, at least to me. She also looked away before a soft huff escaped the blonde and he reached out and messed up her already messy hair. Thank you. He straightened and his usual smile pulled at his mouth. But if you would, he's the one I would suggest the most. He might be strict, but he knows what he's doing. Izumi looked down at the paper before firming her grip on it and nodding. All right, there is still a lot I need to learn, especially as everything has changed so drastically, though her mouth pulled down. For a week, I'll have to make you a bunch of food and freeze it, so that way you can just heat it back up while I'm gone. She watched her father falter slightly, blue eyes widening. I can still cook, he protested, and Izumi snorted. Your ideal of cooking is instant noodles and convenience store junk food. And if I don't make your lunches, you live off of coffee. The man did not take his body into consideration a lot. And Izumi had worked too hard to put what little weight he did have onto him to have all her efforts wasted. There must have been something in her expression that alerted him that she would not be swayed, because he released a sigh and rubbed at his face before his shoulders slumped. Fine, you win. Izumi smiled brightly and he returned it before drawing her into a hug, and she snuggled into it, enjoying the familiar warmth. All right, you head on home. Nezu wanted to see me about something. Her dad was obviously displeased with it, and Izumi pulled back with a nod. He was more busy now. While he was officially an assistant, there was still lesson plans he had to go over, and she had been told Nezu was giving her dad a crash course in teaching. So teaching her dad to teach, it was. It was actually kind of funny. I'll see you when you get back to the house. He nodded and they parted ways. Making her way to her locker, she pulled out the rectangle box she had gotten from her desk earlier and opened it. She had expected some store candies. What she got was totally different. They were chocolates, but they were the prettiest chocolates she had ever seen. The smell she could detect off of them was full of the bitterness of dark chocolate and a citrusy scent. Slowly she placed the lid back on and stood there for a moment, flushed and with her heart beating faster, and she wondered who was doing this, giving her these things, the flowers, the food, the chocolates. Carefully she placed the box into her back and changed her school shoes for her outdoor shoes. She was one of the last students to leave, and she found her mind wandering as her feet took her out of the school. Who was it? There were a lot of people in her class, 19 other students. Was it somehow Shinso? But then again, how would he get into their classroom without anyone noticing? She wondered how he was doing. They had texted back and forth, but so far there was not much. She was so caught up in her thoughts at first she didn't notice the figure waiting for her outside of the school gates. But she couldn't ignore that voice. Izumi. She froze, back going rimrod straight and eyes looking forward in shock before slowly she turned her head. Eyes like her own. Green hair. She was shorter than she remembered. This woman used to tower over her in her mind, and yet now she was shorter and wore a soft yellow dress. She was a little more round than last time, but to Izumi's mind, she was still as intimidating. You've certainly grown. Her hands tightened on her bag, and she wondered if anyone would hold it against her if she ran, because she couldn't handle this, didn't know how to handle it. I saw you On TV, slowly the woman approached, and Izumi felt her heart beating erratically in her chest for a far different reason than earlier. She was complacent as her hand was taken in the woman's and found her body slowly just numbing itself. I'm so sorry, Izumi. It was so hard to do what I did. Why? What was hard? Why was she apologizing? What difference did it make? I thought it would be better for you. I didn't know how to take care of someone who would need to be taken care of like you would. Taken care of. Being quirkless, it wasn't a disability. Before quirks came along, everyone was. Everyone was quirkless once. There were tears in the woman's eyes and she was crying. Izumi wondered idly if she got her overactive emotions from her before pushing it away. Her mind floating farther and farther away even as her voice kept the girl almost caged. A hand was on her own, stroking it gently, and she was pulled forward. She stumbled forward with a mind fogged as she tried to just block everything out and hardly flinched when arms wrapped around her waist as she hugged her. No, this was wrong. This was not right, and her heart hurt. Her chest was beginning to grow tight and she took deeper breaths to try and fill her suddenly deprived chest. I'm so sorry, Izumi, can you ever forgive me? Dad, boy, the fuck you doing? The voice suddenly jolted her gray world back into focus, and she took in a deep breath as a rough hand grabbed her wrist and pulled her backwards, and she stumbled. Green eyes looked down and stared at the hand around her wrist. She was still caught almost in between that numbness from before and the waking world. I don't give a fuck who you are, but you're making her uncomfortable, so piss off. That kind of pitch should not have been possible for a human being's throat. But indeed, that growl had come from the blonde who held her wrist captive, and he moved around the woman and tugged her along only for her other wrist to be caught by her hand. Izumi, wait, please. She looked back and felt Bakugo's hand tightened and shook the woman's hand off and allowed the explosive boy to pull her away. She followed silently, mind still worrying and eyes dull as her thoughts retreated somewhat. She had apologized, but somehow Izumi knew nothing had changed. Her words had been hollow. Her eyes hadn't shown sadness or regret. Who the fuck was that crazy bitch? Some fan of yours? She blinked hard, having almost forgotten about the boy who dragged her down the sidewalk. My mother. The words were dull and she was treated to the side of the blonde, tripping. Instead, he whipped around. Are you fucking kidding me? And why did you look like some villain was copping a feel? It took a few moments for the words to make sense, and she flushed at his word usage before reaching up and gripping the strap of her back. We don't have the best relationship. If you called being abandoned because of a lack of quirk not the best, then sure, let's go with that. Red eyes were narrowed, and Izumi realized the boy in front of her was not all anger. His gaze seemed to pierce right through her. But he snorted and began walking, and after a second Izumi found her feet moving until they walked beside each other. So your mother's a bitch, he said, and Izumi's mouth opened before it clicked shut again. Some small part of her took offense, but that part of her was hardly even noticeable. Her silence answered for her, and he grunted, and they continued in mostly silence. It was different. She found she actually didn't know her classmate as well as she thought. He was obviously intelligent to have gotten into UA at all and to have one of the top scores in the class. His quirk was strong and his personality was, before she would have called it, explosive with a dash of kerosene. But glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, she saw his face was actually relaxed out of its usual glare or proud smirk. He looked thoughtful. It was almost jarring how different he was from the classroom, and Izumi thought about the cavalry battle and all the times she had seen him fighting before. He was intelligent, and he was also very strong. She could admire that. You got something to say? His voice was gruff but not filled with anger. Still, the words drew her attention to the fact she had been staring, and she flushed slightly and glanced away, just thinking that she tried off and got an impatient grunt when she paused to lull. You're not as scary as I first thought. She got several steps ahead before she had noticed he had stopped walking entirely and glanced back to the side of wide red eyes. As scary, he sputtered, and Izumi felt her face heat. Well, you're always glaring at me every time we're in the same room, or when we're in the hallway, or anywhere. She trailed off and flinched when his hand made contact with his face and took a step back, wondering what was wrong with the boy as his hand migrated to his hair and pulled on it. Wait, what if she had been right? And that was just his resting expression? Had she assumed that her fellow classmate hated her, but in fact just had the misfortune to have a resting face like he was constantly angry? Izumi felt very guilty then and would have apologized if not for Bakugo moving forward and past her. Come on, I'm done with that bullshit. Izumi hesitated before quickly hurrying to catch up. The silence that followed was awkward. How did she apologize about her assumption? She hadn't meant to offend him. She could hear a few faint sounds from his direction but couldn't catch the words. Frantically, she searched for something to fill the silence before latching onto the obvious. Do you know who you are going to intern with? The half-growled sound stopped before there was a snort. I've got an idea. What about you? Reaching into her skirt pocket, she curled her hand around the paper. I've chosen already as well, he grunted, and Izumi glanced over and found they were at the turn for her street. I'm this way, she pointed, and he stopped before nodding once. Saya, then surprised that she even got that much of a goodbye, she raised her hand and watched him turn and walk away. She watched him go for a while before turning down her street and continuing on to her house. Bakugo. He was a lot different than she had initially thought. She wondered if there were other things she didn't know about her classmate. Waiting in an empty house after what she had just experienced it wasn't something she was fond of at all. It still felt like she was there, just around the corner and waiting, when had her yearning for her mother turned to such fear. In the fact it made her freeze up entirely. What kind of hero could she be if something like that made her unable to move? Sitting on the couch, she drew her legs up and wrapped her arms around her knees, cheek resting on them as she turned her all-might phone in her hand. She wanted to call her dad, but she couldn't keep running to him with this. Despite how much she wished to, she would be 16 soon enough. Isn't that a little old to be hiding behind him? The silence was nearly deafening if not for the soft sound of the clock, and she found herself tensing as each soft tick echoed. She was reminded quite suddenly of another time like this, and the feeling was so intense she pushed herself up and began to pace, rubbing at her arms as she went and trying to calm the prickles there. It's fine, it's not then. It was stupid to talk to herself. First sign of madness, right? But in a sad way the sound of her voice calmed her and she drew in a shuddering breath. She was fine, it was fine. Everything was fine. She found her hand moving on its own and she felt like such a weakling when she pressed the call button and brought the phone to her ear. It only rang once before it was picked up. Izumi, are you all right? Even if it was over the phone, his voice still made the tension in her shoulders relax. I am fine. Just wondering when you were going to get back home. She cursed the faint stutter and there was a soft murmur before her dad's voice grew stronger. I'm leaving now actually. Are you sure you're all right? Should she tell him? Was it really that important? My mother was outside the school, Dad. The silence that followed seemed to stretch almost forever before there was movement. I'll be there as soon as I can. Are you all right? Did she hurt you? His voice almost sounded angry, but she knew by now it wasn't at her. No, she apologized. She pushed the thought of the hug as far from her mind as possible. It had felt greasy. I see. Did she do anything else? Ask for anything other than forgiveness? Not much, but Izumi wasn't sure this was about something like that. No, not really. She just said she was sorry and some other things. Izumi sat down on the couch and pulled her legs up again. Bakugo actually chased her off when she hugged me and walked me to our street. The silence that followed was more ominous than the previous one. She hugged you. It had been a while since she had heard her father speak in that tone of voice, and yet even if it would have normally frightened other people, it only made her relax. Why? Yeah, it was really weird. Not to mention uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. I'm at the house, he said, and Izumi sat up straight. That fast? But he would have to have. The door opened and she looked up and her dad was in the doorway, shoulders heaving in pants, and the girl's mouth dropped open before she was engulfed into a tight hug before her dad had to pull away and cough into his elbow so he didn't get blood on her. Dad, you didn't have to run here. She reached to the kotatsu table and pulled the box of tissues over and held it out to him. He wiped at his mouth before pulling her back into a hug. Are you okay? You're sure she didn't hurt you? Damn it, I need to file for a restraining order against that boy. She watched him carry on in English, spouting it so rapid fire she couldn't understand a single bit of it. His blue eyes were even more shadowed than normal and they glowed faintly in his anger. He was staring over her head at the wall, so Izumi ducked a bit and wrapped her arms around him, buried her face in his shoulder and shut her eyes. This was worlds better than that. No, it was best to not think about it. This was just better. Thin but strong arms wrapped around her shoulders and tugged her closer, and she relaxed fully into the embrace. Yes, much better. It was long after Izumi had retired to bed that Toshinori was able to calm his temper enough to think at least semi-rationally. Every time he turned around, that woman tried to slither back into their lives. And now this, just because it seemed his daughter was gaining popularity and had a quirk the woman viewed her as good enough to associate with. Really, he knew villains with more morality in their souls than that lousy, poor excuse for it. With a groan he pinched the bridge of his nose and wished he could still drink alcohol. A shot of scotch sounded lovely right then. He couldn't get much of the story from Izumi, but what he did manage made him uneasy. Apologizing, hugging, begging for forgiveness. He wasn't so easily fooled. It was obvious she was trying to somehow weasel her way back into his daughter's life, and he would not stand for it. For a moment he thought perhaps Izumi's brother was part of it before pushing it away. The boy's enthusiasm was too genuine to be anything but true. And if it wasn't, then he would deal with that as well. Izumi had been through too much to have to deal with anyone playing with her emotions like that. He'd smash them to pieces if they tried. The ringing of his phone jolted him from his brooding thoughts, and he picked up his phone and glanced at it before his eyebrows flew up in surprise. Hitting the answer button, he held it up. Satoshi, no, you didn't wake me up. Meeting. Well, I guess. No, I'm not busy then. Yes, Izumi will be going on her internship with Gran Torino the next morning before she left for school. And the train to her internship, Izumi tried on her new hero's costume. It had had to be redesigned to allow for her future growth, so she had gone with a simple dark navy sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar. Tan combat boots went to about her knee, and she had tan gloves that went to her elbows. It was simple, but hopefully she would stop growing soon, so that way she could add her shin guards again. As it was, she clipped a belt with tan cloth hanging from it that was almost like a skirt but was open in the front for ease of movement. Looking at her hair, she ran a brush through it and pulled it half up into a bun with her ribbon her dad had given her, leaving the rest of her hair down. Turning this way and that, she was satisfied and wondered how her dad would like it. She left her room and found him busy in the living room grading papers. Striding forward, she flushed but stood in a pose, feet shoulder-width apart and hands on her hips. "Ta-da," she called, and he glanced up, and then he promptly spat blood halfway across the living room. Her eyes widened as she rushed forward to help him as he coughed heavily. "Shit, Dad, are you okay?" She patted his back gently, and he used some tissues to clean his face up. He looked so pale, like he had seen a ghost. "I'm fine, just startled a bit." She fretted around him a bit more before he managed to calm her down. "It's not my costume, right? I asked them not to make it skin tight. Do you not like it? I could always wear something else while on my internship." His raised hand cut her off, and she bit her lip nervously. "It's perfectly fine, Izumi." He gave her a weak smile and a thumbs up. "Don't mind this old man of yours. I think it's wonderful. It suits you." He nodded firmly after a moment. "Yeah, definitely. It's the kind that a pro would wear." He looked wistful, and Izumi fidgeted slightly before nodding and backing off finally. "Well, I'll get changed into my uniform. My things are already packed. I just wanted to show you before I left. Do you have all you need?" She glanced towards the kitchen as she asked the last bit. She had made a lot of food and put them in the freezer. All he would have to do is take them out and put them in the microwave. "Yes, Izumi, I'll be fine." He shooed her away, and she hesitated before leaning forward and hugging him before hurrying to her room. As soon as the girl left the living room, Toshinori slumped into the couch, wide blue eyes staring up at the ceiling. Somewhere, he was sure his teacher was laughing at him, but he could admit that even if she hadn't meant to do it, he was oddly happy she looked so like his teacher. He just wished he had had prior warning. The shock of seeing her there in the hallway had been enough to nearly give him a heart attack. They looked scarily alike. If not for Izumi's slightly wilder hair and eye color, and of course her freckles, she would have been a near clone. Could they somehow be related? Blue eyes were contemplative thought. He didn't want to think about the fact that woman was in any way related to his mentor. Still, it was something to look into. "Don't lose your costumes, and don't wear them in public unless your supervisor says so. Behave and good luck." Their homeroom teacher's tired voice floated over the crowd of assembled students, but Izumi couldn't find it in her to focus too much. Instead, she found her worried gaze centered on their class president. His eyes scared her. They were focused but dark in a way that was not like the usually energetic boy. As he began moving towards his train, she found her feet moving her forward. "Ada." Her voice was soft, but he seemed to have heard her because he turned enough to glance at her. "I don't know you too well, but if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me, all right?" He turned a little bit further so she was able to see him better, and he smiled, but it was hollow. "Thank you, Yagi. I'll be sure to remember that." She felt something like ice clench in her stomach and found her fists clenching as she watched him board his train. "Izumi." She turned her head and smiled weakly at the brunette. "Hey, Ochako." She glanced towards the train containing their troubled classmate, and both girls watched silently as it began moving. "I'm worried about him too," the girl finally said, and Izumi nodded firmly. "He won't do anything reckless." But even as she said it, Izumi couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that settled in her gut. She hoped he didn't do anything reckless. When her train arrived, she waved to her remaining classmates and boarded. Luggage bag beside her, and she felt her stomach twist in a different emotion this time. Her dad had hugged her goodbye but had to meet up with Sir Night-Eye about something. She wished he was here though. Finding a seat, she sat down and pulled out her phone and saw a text from her dad. Curious, she opened it up and smiled. It was a picture. Her dad was in it, and Sir Night-Eye was beside him, face calm. Her dad was smiling brightly and holding up a thumbs up. Beneath it was good luck greater than, lesser than 3, and she found herself laughing before holding her phone out and offering a peace sign as she snapped a picture of herself, putting the words on the train now. "Love you." Beneath it, she hit send before putting her phone down with a smile. She wondered how Gran Torino was. Her dad said he was strict. Just how strict did he mean? Arriving in the town that Gran Torino lived in, she exited the train and pulled the strap of her luggage over her shoulder and looked around curiously. Pushing her hair behind her ear as the wind picked up, she reached to her wrist and pulled the ribbon from it and tied her hair up in a half bun, the style she had taken a shine to recently. Pulling the paper with the address from her pocket, she hummed and punched it into her phone before she began walking. The house was, well, seasoned would be the polite term, and she watched the slightly ajar door cautiously. Moving forward, she winced as the wooden boards groaned underneath her weight and set her luggage down and used her foot to push the door open. There was a tiny man on the floor, and for a second she felt her heart jolt at the red substance below him before she relaxed. It wasn't blood. For one, blood was much darker than that, and it didn't smell like blood either. Instead, it was probably ketchup. I'm alive. She jerked slightly, and her hand tightened on the metal case of her hero costume. He hadn't truly frightened her, as more startled her with how fast he had popped up, like a toaster really. He stared at her, and he looked almost as startled as she had just been. "Nana?" he asked, and she blinked hard. Was he senile? No, I'm Izumi Yagi, from the internship. He seemed to shake himself and stand up casually, as if he hadn't just been laying in a puddle of tomato puree. "Tashinori?" he asked instead, and she swallowed hard in worry. "Who had left this poor guy here?" "That's my dad. He used to be one of your students." She set her case down and walked over and marveled over the fact she towered over him by at least 2 feet. Crouching on her heels, she tilted her head to the side. "Are you Gran Torino?" she asked, and wondered why he was staring at her. "Yeah, that's me. So you're the new one for all user," he said, and she straightened slightly at his tone. So he wasn't as crazy as she had first thought. Was he trying to test her? "I'm surprised you didn't fall for that." She was confused before she glanced down at the red puddle. "I know what blood looks like by now." Her words were mumbled, and he huffed in an amused way before shuffling away from the mess. "I suppose you would. So, you're Tashinori's kid." "I was surprised about that." He hopped up onto a chair, and she stood and stepped around the mess to collect her things and close the door. "Surprised? Didn't her dad tell him?" "Yeah, all of this time, and he only tells me now he has a kid." "You're what, 15? That's a while to not tell anyone." Where he had gotten a cane, she hadn't a clue, but she jolted when he was poked in the ribs. "You sure as heck got his genes, though." "What with how tall you are?" Izumi's eyes widened, and she flushed, hands coming up to try and interrupt him. "I'll wait, I'm not actually his." The words were blurted, and he leveled her a look like she was senile. "Bullshit." She blinked rapidly and shook her head. "It's true. He adopted me when I was 12 from the orphanage." She rubbed at her neck and glanced up and away before looking back at him. "Height-wise, you know about one for all," he grunted and jerked his head towards the other chair, and she took it. "Of course I do. I knew the person that passed it to that brat. Far as I know, one for all is a stockpiling quirk, not a growth quirk." Izumi flushed and shrugged a bit. "I got hit with a gender swap quirk and it reset me a bit, including my growth hormones." She gestured to her head. "And with one for all, I guess it messed with it as well. Because I grew 7 inches in a few hours, and Recover Girl says I'll probably keep growing for a bit." The old man nodded and leaned back. "Well, I suppose that's that." He hopped from his chair and grabbed her costume case and held it up. "Put this on. Let's have a look at what you can do." Taking the case from him, she took a deep breath before standing and heading down a hallway he showed her and into a bathroom. Setting the case on the sink, she pulled off her uniform and replaced it with her costume. Looking at herself in the mirror, she straightened her shoulders and flashed herself a smile. "Just like Dad." She nodded to herself and left the bathroom. After an odd moment where the short man had looked at her like one would a zombie, she found out his quirk was speed. More specifically, he had jets in his feet. It was as she was sent to the ground again in less than 30 seconds that she realized there was a reason why her dad feared this man. Rolling away from a foot that very nearly planted itself in her back, she pulled on her power, and it streaked across her exposed skin in familiar waves of heat. Pushing herself to roll up and away from the next hit, she swiped out her leg, but he managed to change direction midair and come at her from a different angle. It was only her flexibility that saved her from the booted foot aimed for her face, and she grabbed at him but missed him by a hair's width. Definitely not senile. But she was pretty sure he was crazy. Why else would he be wrecking his own house? She winced when he landed on his microwave and crushed it as he flung himself back at her, and she threw herself forward in a roll underneath his kick. One arm going up behind her, and her eyes widened when her fingers felt fabric and her hand clamped down in a vice grip. With a yell, she flung the yellow fabric with the little old man attached to it towards the wall before her brain caught up with the fact she had just thrown an old man at a wall. Luckily, said old man had jets on his feet, twisted around and used them, and then kicked her in the face right as the timer gave a shrill scream. She blinked away the stars and pushed herself up to rub at her sore forehead. "Not bad, kid. You've actually got it down a lot more than I thought you would." She flinched slightly when a hand patted her head and looked up in surprise as he moved away before freezing at the sight of his trashed home. My house. Yeah, he was definitely crazy. If she had never trained with Aizawa-sensei, she would have said the training with Gran Torino was hell. As it was, she constantly got her ass kicked anyway, and she wondered when the day would come where she would ever have the upper hand. Though after the third time she had snagged his cape and used it to fling him away from her, he had removed it during their training but didn't reprimand her for it. Hana-san's lessons had at least made her unresistant to using underhanded tactics, at least. And then only 2 days after she had arrived for her internship, they were apparently going out. Like actual criminals? She asked, and he hummed while nodding. "You'll pick up bad habits if you're only fighting me, kid. So we'll beat up a few thugs and see how you do against the real deal." Idly, Izumi wondered if he knew about the USJ. She reckoned those were the real deal. unless she was underestimating the local thugs. So Shibuya, right? They entered the train and sat down before he answered. Yeah, place is crawling with upstarts who think they can cause trouble as much as they want. Nice and easy way to introduce you to how things go. Izumi hummed before her mind wandered. They would be passing Hasu. She wondered how Ida was doing. When the train suddenly halted, she barely managed to keep from being thrown from her seat. Some weren't so lucky, and she stood to help an older woman up from the ground when the side of the train was blasted in and a young man hit the ground. Green eyes widened at the creature that followed, and she felt her muscles freeze up as ice trailed down her spine. Rolling eyes and a maw filled with teeth. Purple skin and a fist raised before it came down in pain. So much pain, and she was so scared. Stay here, kid. The voice jolted her from the memory, and she watched in shock as Gran Torino shot from the space beside her and impacted the Namu, forcing it from the wrecked train, and she could breathe again. And then she heard the screams and something sent her rushing forward. The sight made her turn rigid. There was fire. Smoke rose in plumes, and she heard sirens and screams that sent her taking a step back before one for all rushed through her veins, and she leapt forward. She didn't even recall the words Gran Torino said to her. All she could hear were people calling out for help, and her feet moved. Rushing through the city, she found herself stopping often to pull people from rubble when she heard the call. Ida. Damn it, Tenya, where are you? Looking over, she saw it was Manuel. The hero Ida was in turning under. She frowned in confusion. Ida wasn't one to abandon his responsibilities, so why? Nina's face was pulled into a pinched expression. His brother was attacked by the hero killer. It was pretty bad, so don't mention it too much, okay? The hero killer. She had read the story on the news about how it had happened in Hasu, the very city Ida had chosen. A part of Izumi wanted to deny it, but she already found her legs carrying her towards the edges of the town while that ice in her stomach clenched tighter. Ada, she didn't want to think he would do something like that, but the look in his eyes hadn't been something that put her at ease. From what she remembered of the hero killer's case files that had been released, he always killed or grievously injured several heroes in an area before moving on. As far as she knew, Ida Tensei had been the only hero injured in Hasu, meaning the killer must still be around. And he only really struck in the places that had little to no people around. Turning several corners, a sight in one alleyway pulled her up short as her heart stalled. Green eyes widened, but she found her body moving instinctively because there was a blade right over Ada's throat. The sound of her fist impacting the man's face echoed in the alleyway, and she twisted with the punch and lashed out with her leg next, kicking him in the ribs and sending him flying into the brick wall before she finally landed. Breath shuddering out of her and her heart beating like a hummingbird in her chest. She sent a quick glance to the boy on the ground, and relief rushed through her so potently she nearly collapsed then and there. Can you move? We need to get out of here. Because there was no way they could handle the hero killer. There was a reason why he had earned that name. I can't move, I think it's his quirk. Yagi, don't get involved. Her eyes widened in shock and she looked back towards him. This has nothing to do with you. What? It's a pity, but when your friend chose to fight me, it sealed his fate. The voice made her stiffen and she whipped around to face the man, and she felt a small part of her shrink back at the look in his eyes. Even still, she found her feet moving, so she stood in front of Ida's prone form. One hand tugging her phone from her back pocket and quickly swiping across it and pressing a button. Hopefully that worked. So what will you do? She swallowed thickly before putting her phone back into her pocket and clenching her fists. Stand down, run away. I told you this doesn't concern you, Yagi. She found her jaw tightening at the boy's words. You know, she raised her fists and slid a foot back to brace herself. Someone important told me meddling where you're not wanted is the fundamentals of being a hero. She pushed herself forward at that, rushing the hero killer and hoping with all her heart she could keep that promise to her father. If not, she'll just have to apologize when she saw him next. When she saw the large blade come at her, she quickly ducked and rolled between his legs, her leg pushing her into the air, and she pulled a little harder on her quirk before bringing her leg down in an axe kick that would have driven the man into the ground if he hadn't pulled his sword up to block it. Even then, a sharp crack echoed in the area, and he tossed the busted sword away before pulling out a dagger and rushing her with it, and she twisted out of the way to dodge. Her heart was beating somewhere in her throat when her fingers locked around his wrist and twisted it, her other hand flashing out to smash a bit harder into the pressure point above his elbow than she intended, and she got a growled hiss from him before pain lanced through her side. They leapt away from each other at the same time, and she ran at him only for her muscles to lock up, and she dropped to her hands and knees. What? Move, come on. Move. Her muscles jerked and quivered, but she could not budge an inch. You have potential. I think it's worth it to see you live, kid. She moved her eyes to glance up and found him towering over her and looking at his arm that hung limp at his side before his cold eyes looked down at her. You've got what it takes to actually be a hero. I hope this is a lesson for you to stay on the right path. She was confused until he grabbed a dagger from his belt and began making his way towards Ida, and she tried to move forward. Stop it. Get away from him, you bastard. The man didn't listen to her at all, and Ida was silent as the hero killer towered above him. Stop. She needed to move. She was useless if she couldn't move, and she couldn't. Heat blasted through the alleyway and her breath caught in her throat. You really need to work on giving people clear instructions, Izumi. Her eyes widened as Shadow stepped over Ada's prone form. Ice crackling along the ground as the killer retreated with a scowl. Someone else getting in my way. Shadow's eyes narrowed and Izumi found herself lifted on a moving platform of ice that deposited her and the pro hero behind him, right beside Ida. I'd give up, hero killer. You won't be taking any more lives. Izumi wanted to say that was pretty cool until a knife flew past the boy's face and cut him. You've got good friends in Genium. Or you did. A pillar of ice blocked the killer's blade and Izumi caught a flash in the air. Her and Shadow's eyes glanced up before a hand gripped Shadow's collar and pulled him forward, a long tongue flashing out towards his cheek, and Izumi's eyes widened. First, you a bad touch. Second, blood. It had to be. It was the only thing she could think of. Fire erupted from her friend's side and the killer leapt back like he had been burned. Stop this. His fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I am the one who should stop him. She couldn't move much, but she still managed to send Ida a look. You're Ingenium now. Strange. The Ingenium I knew from before never had that look on his face. Izumi looked towards Shadow at his words and was shocked when her head twitched. Ice was destroyed in an instant as the killer sliced through it. It's not smart blocking your own side against something faster than you. Big mistake, kid. Izumi wiggled her fingers, and though her muscles felt stiff, they still moved. Come get me then. Shadow, you idiot. Her heart jumped when two small knives slammed into his arm. You're a good kid, unlike this guy. Green eyes tracked his path and she moved, hand flashing out to grab him by his scarf and slam his face into the brick as they went. Teeth bared in a growl, and she reached out with her other hand to lock his remaining arm in a vice grip before bearing him to the ground. She got a snarl from the killer and tightened her grip on the back of his neck and wrist and slammed it hard into the ground, fingers pressing into the soft skin of his pulse until he reflexively let go of the blade. Shadow, freeze his limbs to the ground, she ordered, and ice locked around the man's ankles and wrists. But somehow he managed to buck her off and she rolled across the ground as the ice broke. Damn it, Shadow growled. She heard Ida's voice faintly over the roar of flames and the rush of blood in her ears, but couldn't make out the words as she pushed herself away from the man. His fighting style. It's changed. He wasn't holding back anymore. Before it was like he was playing with them, now he was faster. Become the hero he wanted you to be. That was Shadow, but she couldn't focus on it. Could only dodge around the man's swings as he came after her, a crazed light in his eyes, but at least he was only focused on her, for some odd reason. Izumi. She only then became aware that he was moving his other arm somehow. A knife flashed before her eyes before a leg flew out of nowhere and smashed into the hero killer's face and sent him flying. Yagi Todoroki, this has nothing to do with you, and I'm sorry. Her eyes widened at the boy who was currently breathing heavily beside her. But I'm okay. I won't let you to get hurt anymore because of me. At the other end of the alleyway, the hero killer pushed himself up and Izumi sucked in a deep breath before pushing herself back to her feet. You're the cancer on this society. The voice sent a chill down her back and she clenched her fists. No fake hero like you could ever have a change of heart. But it's fine, I'll just wipe you all out, one by one, until only the true heroes remain. This man, he's completely serious. Idiots. That guy's only after me and the kid in the white armor. Stop fighting and just get out of here. The pro hero's voice caught Izumi's attention and she felt disbelief as she stared at him. You just want us to abandon someone to die. She grit her teeth and felt one for all pulse through her like hot magma. That's not what heroes do, you idiot. We stand and fight until we can't stand anymore. She turned and rushed the hero killer, dodging under a blade and throwing a punch for it to be blocked. And after we fall to the ground, you know what we do. We stand back up and keep fighting. As long as people need us, as long as people call out for help, we'll be there fighting until our last breath. Ice flashed past her and the killer jumped up and Izumi used the sudden pillar to leap up after him. Electricity arched off of her and the man jerked when she was there suddenly. The glow of her eyes reflected back at her and she grinned and threw her punch. Smash! The impact sent aches through her arm and Ida's kick landed in his ribs. She had distracted the man enough to leave an opening and watched in satisfaction as he flew through the air and impacted the wall before Ice flew up to offer her a place to land. They all stayed tense and watched the man, but he was unmoving. When all the movement from him was rasping breaths and nothing else, Izumi felt her shoulders slump and felt like laughing for some odd reason, but managed to keep it down. They were alive, cut up, beaten to a pulp, but alive. Her dad must never know. Hey guys, don't tell my dad about this, she said, and Ida looked at her, eyes wide, while Shadow shot her a look. Let's just get all the knives off of him and tie him up. Moving around the hero killer was nerve-wracking. She felt like any moment he would regain consciousness, but instead he remained out cold. She got odd looks from the boys as they finished getting the blades off of him, and she still searched. Hey, we got all of Native snapped his mouth shut as she reached underneath the hero killer's shirt and pulled out 5 more knives. She then tugged off his shoes and removed the blades there as well and frisked him. Green eyes narrowed in concentration as she pulled out a few pocket knives, a blade the length of her inner arm, a butterfly knife, and a paper clip. She hadn't a clue what it was for, but she didn't trust a scrap of metal on this man at all. "Give me the rope." She held out a hand and silently Shadow handed it to her. She tested the strength of it before focusing on the man's hands first, tying them up individually and securing them to the opposite ankle and then hog-tying him as tight as she dared. She didn't care if he was uncomfortable though. He had tried to kill her classmate and friends for God's sake. Standing up, she dusted her hands off and nudged the man with her shoe. That should take care of him. She looked to the pile of weapons and used her boot to push it further away from the unconscious criminal. "I'd ask how you know how to do that, but find myself hesitant," Ada muttered, and she looked over at him confused. "I know a detective," she said, and the boy's face cleared with what looked to be relief. "All right, let's get out of here and find some heroes." Shadow's words made her nod, and though she ached and her arm pulsed in pain, she still picked up the killer underneath her arm. "What?" She was confused at the looks the man and two boys were giving her, but Shadow shook his head and led the way out of the alley. Getting into the clear air made her finally relax somewhat, and she set down the villain. "You," she jerked when white and yellow filled her vision and a foot smacked into her forehead. Her hand flew up to rub at the mildly sore spot and pouted down at the grumpy hero. "Who's that?" Shadow grumbled, and Izumi sighed. "This is Gran Torino, the hero I'm interning with," she said before voices drew her attention, and she looked over to see some more heroes making their way over. "We got orders from Endeavor to come here. Are you okay?" It was a woman who asked, and Shadow went to speak with her. "I'm sorry." She looked over to Ada and was alarmed to see him bowing as best he could with his arms injured. "I was just so angry." Her heart gave a soft squeeze at the pain in his voice, and she was conscious of them discovering the hero killer was at their feet. "Ada, it's okay. Get down." Her eyes widened, and she looked over and only had enough time for her eyes to see tan hide before talons wrapped around her middle, and with a painful lurch she was in the air. Izumi. I soared after them, but the creature was faster, shrieking as it flew higher into the air, and she let out a choked-off grunt when its claws dug deeper into her shoulder and stomach, and she struggled. One for all arching across her arms, but she couldn't twist around to grab at it, and the ground was swiftly falling farther away. The forms of her classmates and mentor dwindling, and with a yell of frustration she managed to grab one of its claws and break it. With a pained screech it released her, and she let out a gasp as she was suddenly falling, but felt relief when ice was already coming towards her and angled herself to land on it. But before she could react, black mist yawned open and green eyes widened. She heard a distant scream of her name before it swallowed her whole. Toshinori paced inside, squirming so badly it was a wonder he hadn't coughed up what remained of his lungs. "It's only been a few days, Toshinori. She'll be fine." Satoshi was busy stamping some papers, and blue eyes flickered over to him before turning to stare out the window. "I know, but I can't help it." The other man grunted, and the blonde released a sigh. It was true, she couldn't be safer than with Gran Torino, he knew that. And yet he couldn't push away the feeling of dread in his stomach. When his phone rang, both men went silent and looked at the red device. Toshinori practically lunged at it and pressed the answer button before holding it to his ear. "Izumi." He should have looked at the caller ID before answering. "Toshinori, it's me." The voice of his mentor put him on edge instantly, and he went rigid. "It's Izumi. She's been taken by the League of Villains." The phone hit the ground in the following silence. Pain pulsed along her temple and she hissed softly, green eyes cracking open, and she stared confused at a wooden ceiling before the memories hit, and she tried to sit up only for her breath to leave her in a gasp as pain lanced from her hands and feet. Shaking, her eyes looked up and she felt her breathing come in rapid gasps at the metal spikes that pinned her hands to the wooden table she was on. "Our apologize, but we couldn't have you leaving us so soon after you've arrived." The voice drew her gaze, and she stared at the black mist as it entered the room. The last time she had seen it had been at the USJ. Now it wore a suit of all things and casually walked around her pinned form. She felt like a bug specimen, held down for dissection. The only way we could think of was the combination of a quirk suppressant drug and these. He gestured to the metal currently through the entirety of her palm, and she could only guess the same could be said for her legs. Why? Her head was muddled. Was it because of the drug? Oh, for many reasons, one of which is because our leader told us to. His tone was casual as he fiddled with something before he held up a bottle and inserted a needle into it. Her heart rate jumped and she struggled slightly as he approached her. "I wouldn't struggle. You will only cause yourself more injury that way." Despite her efforts, he inserted the needle into her arm, and her breathing hitched as he pushed the plunger down, and the muddled feeling grew stronger. "Just sleep. We don't need you awake yet." She fought the effects of whatever he had injected her with, but her lids closed anyway. Darkness greeted her. The bar was dark as the man entered it, barely sparing a glance to the mist that manned the bar and instead focusing on the younger man with the blue-white hair. "You wanted to see me," he said, voice obviously bored as he took a seat. "We've been interested in you. You've got a set of skills that would be useful." The words did not come from the young male, but instead a television screen and golden eyes turned towards it. "Oh?" he asked, voice intrigued, and a soft hum came from it. "Indeed, I feel that we can work out a deal." The man was contemplated and tilted his head. Behind the plague doctor mask, he grinned. "I'm listening." It was a familiar sight, swirling with different colors, shrinking and then expanding, but its light was ever present. So intense it hurt, but she found she couldn't look away. She had found herself here after she lost consciousness and wondered if this was how she would meet her end. "Well, that's depressing." The voice made her jump and she looked over, expecting one person and getting a different one entirely. She was tall, taller even than Izumi, and she wore an outfit very similar to the green-eyed girl's own hero costume. But she had an angled belt buckle and a cape, her dark hair pulled half up in a small bun while 2 strands of hair framed her face. Casually, the woman flopped down beside her and relaxed back on her hands with a sigh. "You're sure in a pickle, kid, but it's not entirely hopeless, you know." Izumi stared at her before finally turning her eyes back to the power that swirled in front of them. "But with the drug in my system, I'm practically helpless." Her voice echoed around them, and after a moment the woman sighed gustily. "Yeah, they didn't have that back when I was still kicking, but what can you do?" She shrugged before leaning forward, leg coming up so she could rest her elbow on it. "You're a smart cookie, so use your head. There was a reason why you woke up and that fog guy had to dose you again." Izumi frowned and looked down at her hands, flexing them, and felt relief that at least here there was no pain to the action. But the reason why they had to give her another dose, what could that be? "I'll give you a hint. It's not because of One for All." Green eyes moved over to the woman's pink and she grinned cheekily. Not because of One for All. She hadn't even been contemplating that. "Oh, come on, it's kind of obvious. What with how you're growing?" Izumi stared at her until it dawned on her. "My metabolism," she whispered, and the woman clapped. "Bingo," she crowed. Izumi looked towards the star that shone in front of them. Because of her reset hormones, her metabolism was in overdrive. She had to eat more to fuel herself. It also apparently meant her body tore through the drug in her system. Movement caught her eye and the woman beside her was standing, hands on her lower back as she stretched with a sigh. "All right, I gave my 2 cents of advice, so do me a favor, yeah?" Her face was suddenly serious and Izumi stiffened at the sad look in her eyes. "Save that Shigaraki kid for me, would ya? He might be a bad kid, but..." Her mouth clamped shut and her hands balled into fists before relaxing. "It's time for you to wake up, Izumi." Green eyes snapped open and she sucked in a slow breath. Pain lanced from her hands and feet, deeper this time, and Izumi prayed they weren't infected. That would be the last thing she needed. And then the ground shook and she stiffened. There was the faint sound of shattering glass and gunshots, and hope soared in her chest. It could only mean one thing, after all. Shutting her eyes, she pulled at One for All and was shocked at how sluggish it was. It was like trying to pour cold molasses, and when she finally managed to pull it into her limbs, it still barely did anything. Teeth gritting, she released a groan of frustration and her hands jerked, pain lancing down them, but she didn't let that stop her and clenched her hands into fists before jerking one, and she gasped as the spike was pulled from the wood and she cradled it to her chest and bit back tears. It hurt so bad, but she couldn't stop. She had to get free before they came back in here. Bracing herself, she jerked her other hand, spike and all, from the table and gagged, but managed to swallow down the bile and pull herself up into a sitting position, arms cradled to her chest and eyes trained on her feet. This was going to hurt even more. 2 more spiked limbs and 1 lost lunch later and she was free, kind of. Getting the spikes out was an experience, and she used strips of cloth found in the room to bind the weeping holes and prayed Recovery Girl could heal them. Walking was agony, but she didn't allow herself to dwell on the pain when the door was thrown open and a man in a plague doctor mask filled the doorway. Izumi felt herself stiffen when golden eyes trailed over her, lingering on her hands before sweeping to her feet, and then he was approaching her and she stumbled back. "Calm down, we're getting you out of here." She grew confused on the wee when the man moved, and her eyes widened when her homeroom teacher was revealed. "Aizawa-sensei?" she asked, and the man crossed the room quickly, dark eyes scanning her and a deep scowl pulling his mouth down as he took in the bloodied bandages. "We can talk later, let's get going." Izumi was about to follow them when the other man reached forward and scooped her up into his arms, and she felt her eyes widen before the world span and they rushed from the room. Both men hurried down several flights of stairs, and she jumped when someone in a raincoat and another plague mask popped out from the shadows. "The fight's heating up, Doc. We need to get her out if this is going to succeed without any casualties." The voice was male and monotone, and the man holding her nodded. Aizawa-sensei grunted and their pace increased, and they rushed hurriedly from the building into a battlefield. Villains were everywhere, swarming like a nest of disturbed ants, and heroes were combating them. Quirks were being used left, right, and center, and the man holding her tightened his grip. "Aizawa." The voice was loud and unmistakable as Present Mike rushed up to them. His hair wasn't up like usual and instead hung down his back. His glasses were nowhere to be seen and his normally jovial face was serious. We've managed to contain the one with the warp quirk and he's out of commission for the rest of the fight. The police have already loaded him into containment. The blonde's green eyes glanced at her and he flashed her a strange smile. How you doing, little listener? Holding up all right? She gave a faint nod, overwhelmed, and she was startled when she was shoved into her English teacher's arms. I need to help my men, you take her. She stared at the man as he moved towards the fight. This doesn't change anything. Next time I see you, I'll toss you in jail with them. The man, she realized, was a vigilante, glanced at her homeroom teacher and she got the sense he was amused. You're welcome to try, he said casually before jumping into the fray, and Aizawa-sensei released a hissing growl before stomping forward to wrap a villain in his capture gear and smash him face first into the ground. She winced and curled into Present Mike's arm as the man whistled. All right, time to get you to safety, he said brightly, and he began making his way quickly through the fight. A roar of fire brightened the surrounding, and she watched as Endeavor sent a group of criminals running. Your dad called in quite the army, Izumi, though I have to wonder how he's even got the vigilantes helping him. Izumi looked up at the man in surprise. Her dad had done this, and then an explosion rocked the earth and her teacher stumbled, falling to his knees and curling around her as debris rained down around them and her eyes widened. Black liquid swirled along the ground and a clawed hand burst from it and a familiar creature heaved itself from the darkness, a screech piercing the air as more and more pushed themselves from the confines. What on earth? Someone gasped as the army of creatures revealed itself before a person in a black suit, a skull-like helmet covering his face. You are all causing so much trouble. The voice was warped, but Izumi felt an instinctive fear rush through her and she felt her power twist. Green eyes went wide and she shivered as power flowed through her veins. That skull-like mask tilted towards her and she felt her breath hitched. "Ah, brother, so nice to see you again." The chaos that ensued after that was mind-numbing. Orders were screamed and she saw that Shigaraki was swallowed by the black liquid and vanished. She watched her homeroom teacher taking on some villains back to back with Endeavor before her eyes trailed over to the man that made her shiver in fear. That was him, all for one. How was she supposed to defeat someone like that? A familiar voice whispered in her mind and she sucked in a deep breath. Yamada-sensei. That man can take people's quirks. The blonde holding her paused and stared down at her surprised before glancing up at the man. You stay here, I'll go alert everyone. She was set down in an out-of-the-way place and watched her teacher run into the fight before she bit her lip and pushed herself up, wincing as the phantom of the man who originally held her power faded into being beside her. You need to defeat him, Izumi. His voice was faint and she wondered at him. Hadn't he said that she would not see him again? And didn't he realize just how tall an order he was trying to give her? How arrogant it was to think she alone could defeat that monster when even her own dad hadn't. Tell me something. How many users of One for All have gone against that man? She watched the shade beside her, but he said not a thing. So all of them. And how many of them died? More silence. Another obvious answer. All of them besides her father. How many of them fought your brother alone? Silvery eyes turned to look at her and she looked away from him and watched the battle before her. Look at them. They aren't fighting alone. And they are winning. Why are you pushing me to fight him alone? To take him down? I don't think he's the only one who is caught up in the past. Her hands curled into fists. And she straightened. I am not you. This power is mine now. You said it yourself. She stared out at the heroes and smiled. And I'm not alone. The man beside her faded and she felt One for All roar through her. Leaning forward, she leapt and landed beside her homeroom teacher, and red eyes blinked while the villain he had been glaring at crumbled into a heap when Power Loader smashed his face into the ground. I thought you were supposed to be somewhere safe. His voice would have put a hornet to shame, but she didn't let it affect her. Has Yamada-sensei warned you? She asked and only got narrow eyes before he nodded. His quirk isn't a mutant type, at least not the one that allows him to take quirks. She looked at him before his eyes widened slightly and he gave a sharp nod and turned. Oi, Birdface. The vigilante known as Plague Doctor glanced over at them and made his way over. We're leading an assault on the head. Izumi stepped away from them and stared across the battlefield. There were so many heroes. Endeavor was busy roasting the Namus and keeping them off the other heroes' backs, and she saw branches restraining some. The glint of fibers telling her best genist was somewhere, and beyond the line of fire police officers swarmed, loading captured villains into cars and speeding off with them. People who were obviously vigilantes corralling those criminals that tried to retreat. All right, you head to an ambulance. Her teacher cut off when a shockwave seemed to try and toss them to their knees, and Izumi looked up and over, green eyes widening when the man's hand was extending towards her teacher. And how had he gotten there so quickly? Aizawa-sensei's eyes were wide and Izumi moved, lightning arching from her body and hair rising as she grabbed the arm and wrenched up and kicked her sensei as gently as she could away from the colossal man. A hand wrapped around her neck and she gasped. Don't interfere, brother. She was shaken like an unruly puppy even as the fingers around her throat squeezed and she squeaked. hands going to her neck before she pushed away that instinct and smashed her fist into the helmet in front of her. There was a groan of metal and something shattering, and the man stumbled and dropped her, hand coming up to his face, and something wrapped around her and jerked her back while the plague doctor raced forward. She was about to shout a warning when she realized her sensei's red eyes were trained on All For One, and she watched as the bird-masked man reached down and touched the ground. Stone spikes rose and stabbed towards the man, but he managed to somehow still get away despite it, his hand reaching out to grasp at the man but getting only air. And Izumi hovered near her teacher. He could erase All For One's quirk, so she would watch his back while the vigilante did offense. Izumi's eyes tracked the fight's progress. The plague doctor's fighting style was obviously much more brutal than any heroes she had seen before, with blows meant to break bones, and his quirk seemed able to break down and recreate the stone spikes, though she did notice that his skin was breaking out in what looked to be a rash, a drawback of his quirk. A sound caught her attention, and she swung around before lashing out with an unenhanced fist, collecting the villain in his temple and sending him straight to the ground for his efforts. Izumi. Her teacher's voice made her glance over to him, but he was still focused on the fight, his eyes redder than she had ever seen them as he fought to keep them open. It's fine. She grabbed the thug and tossed him far from them. Some fibers caught him and transferred the unconscious man into the hands of the police. Seeing her teacher struggle, she sucked in a deep breath. He can't take my quirk. I'll give you some time to rest your eyes. Take it. She rushed forward without giving him a chance to tell her not to, and she tapped the vigilante's shoulder as she zipped by. Guard Aizawa-sensei, she called, and ducked under a blow from All For One and felt her heart jump into her throat, but One For All was warm in her chest as she surged up and slammed a fist with as much strength as she dared into his stomach. Of course she couldn't go 100%, she could barely go 20, and even then it felt like her bones would break. But she could distract him, and he couldn't do anything if he couldn't touch her. She doubted very much that this is what Hana-san meant when she had taught Izumi back then. But then again, Izumi doubted anyone could be so unlucky as to be in her shoes. Duck. The girl didn't hesitate and followed the order. Sharp stone flew over her head and she flipped backwards and fell back to her teacher's side. If you do that again, I will ground you myself. She swallowed heavily and made no promises. She could tell from the line of her teacher's shoulders he understood exactly what that meant and wondered just what sort of hell awaited for her. All For One was slowing. The realization came to her suddenly and she stared in shock, green eyes watching him carefully, and she realized he was deflected all attacks to his mask, and it dawned on her that she had damaged it. Did he need it that badly? He probably couldn't transport himself while Aizawa-sensei cancelled his quirks out, and One For All thrummed in time with her heart, arcs of light snapping off her shoulders and dancing in her hair. Don't you fucking dare. Her teacher's voice was a hiss, and she hesitated only a second before crouching and then lunging forward as fast as she could push herself, bounding off a stone spike and twisting in the air, and slamming her shin as hard into the small black box on the back of his helmet as she could. Pain lanced up her leg, but the helmet shattered in the sight underneath. It was a nightmare. He had nothing above his mouth, no nose, no eyes, no ears, nothing. She moved back quickly, and the plague doctor rushed forward as All For One reeled before flames roared around them. She looked over at the source and then fell back to her eerily silent teacher's side as Endeavor and the vigilante both surrounded the man, and he seemed to be thrown off completely once the flames filled the area. Whatever the helmet had been must have been important, because now the man had to breath through his mouth, and the smoke in the air was obviously not helping him. Watching the number 2 hero finally manage to land a blow on him, Izumi felt like it was a tad anticlimactic as All For One hit the ground, unconscious and beaten, while the rest of the straggling villains were rounded up. A pair of shackles were strapped to the man's hands, and he was dragged off to a high-security vehicle, and Izumi felt the adrenaline and tension in her just release. And then Aizawa-sensei had stood and rounded on her. The next time I give you an order, you will follow it. Do you understand me, Izumi? She blinked, dazed, as he grabbed her shoulders and shook her before he pulled her forward, and she was squeezed in an almost desperate embrace. If you scare me like that again, I'll expel you. He growled and pushed her to arm's length, and she swayed, lightheaded, and just then remembered she had had pieces of metal shoved through each limb, and the bandages were crusty with dirt and damp with blood. When her eyes slid shut, she had seen her teacher's eyes widen just before darkness engulfed her, and hoped he didn't follow through with the threat. There was no news coverage. All there were is eyewitness accounts. It was both a good and bad thing, and Toshinori found himself wanting to laugh. After all the pain and silent torment, all it took was a large-scale raid to bring All For One to his knees. But why wouldn't it? He had perhaps been more than a little arrogant in thinking just him, a single person, can take on someone who was far older than him with far more experience. Sitting beside his daughter's hospital bed, he had always known objectively she was clever, but he had never even thought about the implications. Unlike every previous user, she broke the cycle because she wouldn't fight alone. Some hero I am. To forget something they taught in school, to every student, the fundamentals of every hero. Teamwork. She had even made her own team, her own teacher to neutralize All for One's quirk-stealing ability and transportation, the vigilante plague doctor with his overhaul quirk, able to disassemble and reassemble anything he had physical contact with for her heavy hitter, and her as a guard with occasional periods where she engaged when she noticed something to exploit and turn things further in their favor. He wondered if she even realized the full implications of what she had done. The League of Villains was far from gone, but the one behind the main part of it had been taken down. How is she? Tired blue eyes looked over to the doorway and he looked back towards the girl sleeping peacefully in the bed. She'll make a full recovery, though the wounds will scar. Unfortunately, Recovery Girl wasn't able to heal them as much as she had hoped. What with the time between the injuries being inflicted and the time they were healed? A constant reminder of what had almost happened. It's hard to believe, isn't it? I didn't see this coming. There was a marked silence before Toshinori let out a disbelieving snort and the other man smiled. There, that's better. Heroes should smile, right? The blonde sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I'm hardly a hero anymore, Satoshi. The other man hummed and leaned back in his chair. I can think of several people who begged to differ, by the way. How did you get the vigilantes to help us out? Blue eyes glanced over and to the side and his lips thinned. A sister of a friend happens to know someone who has a friend who a hand was held up and a deadpan stare was aimed towards him. Forget I asked. It was all over the news. League of Villains leader arrested. Her teacher was famous and hated it. The fact he had helped in the fight had rocketed him up to number 3 hero rank and reporters hounded his footsteps. So her teacher did the logical thing and took to the roofs because he was a ninja, of course. I am an underground hero. He would hiss, coal eyes narrow and mouth a firm line. Nope, not anymore, Mr. Number 3. Yamada-sensei held up 3 fingers and grinned wildly. The class actually expected what happened next and watched as the capture equipment wrapped around their English teacher and chucked him out a window Shoji helpfully opened. They had gotten used to this routine by now. Aizawa-sensei returned to his desk as if nothing had happened. You'll have a free period for English class. Anyone who disturbs my sleep will join Yamada-sensei. He grabbed his sleeping bag and crawled into it, rolling underneath his desk, and the class was deadly silent before Hagakure silently left her seat and grabbed something from her bag before tiptoeing to the desk and setting it down. One by one and as quietly as they could manage, each member of the class stood and took something from their bag to place on the desk. Well, besides Minda, who didn't seem to get the memo. He even almost blew their cover before Ciro's tape wrapped around his mouth and then bound him to his desk. When the bell rang, every student was back at their desk and either reading or scribbling away at homework to get an early start. There was a soft shuffling noise before a head of lank black hair appeared over the edge of the desk and coal eyes glanced at them before staring at the menagerie of items, from cards to small boxes containing some food or other. Okay, who did this? He grumbled while reaching out, snagging a card and opening it, a coal eye watching as trace amounts of glitter fluttered out to the ground. In the class, Ashido let out a soft noise that may have been a squeak, or perhaps was just the sound of her soul leaving her body as their teacher's head tilted, face deadpan when he saw that Minda had been bound and gagged to his chair. Again, honestly, ever since that girl had began leaving small items of food on his desk, it had degenerated into this. And yes, he knew it was Izumi, even if she thought he didn't. The girl was hopeless when it came to secret keeping. Well, almost. Gathering all the items into a bag he had taken to carrying for just this purpose, he set it down to be carried out later and dusted off his shirt, but knew it was hopeless. Once glitter got somewhere, it never released its hold on the territory unless hunted down. And he was far too tired to do so. Aizawa-sensei, when will Izumi be coming back? The question was voiced by Kaminari, and the tired man found himself releasing another sigh. Her wounds are still healing, but it should be within the next school week. And after that girl came back, he would duct tape her to her chair and not allow her up again. She got into far too much trouble. He didn't want to have to run after her again. The day Izumi returned to school, her desk was overrun with cards and small gifts. She couldn't even get through the door before she was swamped by her classmates and then engulfed by them as they all surrounded her. She was hugged by Ashido no less than 20 times, and Ochako was a close second in the hug department. One such act that was happening now. But in the other girl's enthusiasm, she had activated her quirk and sent them both floating up to the ceiling, and Izumi yelped, one hand going down to hold her skirt so she was kept decent before cloth wrapped around their ankles and pulled them back down. Their homeroom teacher's face bland as another strand of his capture equipment lashed out and grabbed something from the crowd. Minta, the next time you attempt that, you won't like the consequences. His voice was still bored and bland, but had an edge to it that made everyone worry for the grape-haired boy's continued health. Izumi watched the camera her teacher had grabbed curiously, and blanched slightly when he somehow managed to crush it in his bare hand, even as Ochako cancelled her quirk and they returned to their seats. She wondered why he would destroy a camera though, and why threaten Minta. Honestly, the boy looked more annoyed than rightfully fearful. She had to wonder for his mental health. Are you okay now? She hummed and nodded. It was lunch and they both sat beneath a tree on school grounds, Shinso's warm weight beside her as he reclined against the trunk. It was scary. She bit her lip and there was a short silence between them before Shinso broke it. I wish I could have done something to stop it. No one realized what had happened until your dad called the school to amass an army. He grinned slightly as Izumi winced. I honestly didn't know he was so well connected. The police, heroes, even vigilantes. Knuckle Duster was there. Did you know that? Green eyes whitened and the boy beside her nodded. There wasn't any news coverage, but word of mouth is just as strong, stronger sometimes. Izumi knew that, had known vigilantes were there, but even someone like him. Ayamasa had been after him for years and he had taken to laying low. It was a bit humbling to know so many people had come just because she was in danger. But had they just came for her? Stop overthinking it, Izumi. Of course they came to help you. You didn't see your dad when he got here. At the quiet tone, the girl looked over but found he wasn't looking at her. He was frantic. He wanted to go after you himself, but the principal stopped him. I didn't think I'd ever see someone like him like that. But after his panic, he just pulled out his phone and began calling people, starting with Sir Night-Eye and going from there. I was only present because Shouta and I had been about to head home. Izumi's heart twisted and she bit her lip. She had seen some of his fear when she had finally woken up in the hospital. She could count on one hand how many times she had seen him cry, and unfortunately that was one of those times. He had held her like he expected her to vanish any second. It hurt to know she had caused him pain like that. Then something caught her attention. Going home with Aizawa-sensei? She asked curiously and he glanced over at her, brow quirked. He's my uncle. I've been living with him while going to UA. That revelation made sense after she thought about it. They always referred to one another by their first names after all. That and they looked so much alike. Oh, she said dumbly and he shot her a smile. Yeah, not a lot of people really realize it, but my mom's his sister. She hummed but then thought, Aizawa-sensei was 30? How? If you're wondering, my mom's his twin. She looked at the other boy to find him picking at the bark of the tree. She got pregnant with me when she was 15. Our age weird? Huh. Izumi's brain kind of just stopped and she stared at him, green eyes wide. In her own words, she was a stupid, naive girl that got together with the wrong guy. Her parents were pissed and were going to throw her out because she wouldn't get rid of me. But Uncle stepped in. They've never told me what he did, but he managed to stop them and helped Mom take care of me. He was there for everything. When my quirk showed itself, it only seemed to make those people hate me more. He shrugged and flicked away a piece of bark. My grandparents still despise both me. My mom and even Shouta, they were kind of traditional, you know. Haven't even seen them past this one time when I was in grade school. Eventually my mom found a guy who actually gave a damn about us. He became my stepdad and we took his last name. I'm expecting a little brother in July. The girl's brain spun from the new information. She was both upset by the news but sympathetic. Nibbling on her lip, she scooted so she could also lean back against the tree. When I was 4, my quirk didn't manifest. Everyone considered me quirkless, even my family. She drew her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. My mother. She didn't really talk to me after that. She called my father and he came back. After that I learned I was going to have a baby brother. My parents were distant to me, and when my mother had a test run on her to confirm my brother would have a quirk when he was born, they took me to an orphanage and left me there. From the corner of her eyes she saw movement, but she continued. I stayed there for a long time. Every time someone came and they seemed interested in me, but every time they learned I was quirkless they left as soon as they could, or looked at other children and adopted one of them. She could still remember the pain of constant rejection, the loneliness that ate away at her. The orphanage wasn't bad to me, but they took care of me out of pity. They knew I would more than likely age out instead of ever being taken by anyone. Only a few people really tried to know me. She fiddled with the grass around her feet. I was 12 when I ran into Toshinori. He saw something in me that no one else did and offered his home to me. She smiled softly and tilted her head back to rest against the trunk. So he became my dad, and here I am. I've run into my little brother a few times. His name is Yudai and he wants to be a hero. They sat in silence together and both looked over to the school as the 5-minute bell rang. Gathering their stuff together, they both stood and walked towards the school. Speaking about it hadn't been as hard as she had initially thought it would be. Izumi wondered if this was a step towards healing. The weeks after the raid on the League of Villains was almost so calm it made Izumi antsy, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But nothing, not a peep came from the scattered members. School life went on as normal. Her dad was actually getting into his stride. It seemed he had found he actually enjoyed teaching. And now that he no longer transformed, he had put on a bit more weight, and he had gotten a suit that actually fit him. Though it was still that bright yellow color, she could do nothing for his taste in that department. Aizawa-sensei was currently sleeping in the corner while her dad spoke about how the term hero had changed throughout the years until today, citing the difference between Americanized comic book characters and what they had today. It was interesting to note someone had come up with a character called Batman that didn't have any superpowers, but instead used his intelligence and gadgets to subdue his opponents, and green eyes slid towards their slumbering homeroom teacher. Yeah, she could see it, though she doubted the man would ever be caught wearing a cowl and cape. A hacking cough brought her attention to her dad. It seemed he had gotten a bit excited and lapsed into a short coughing fit. He still had them, but not nearly as often. The sight of blood made her sigh, but around her, the class lost their minds. Reaching into her bag, she grabbed a handkerchief and stood, carrying it to the tall blonde, and he rasped out a soft thanks as he wiped at his mouth and raised his hand to calm down the classroom, explaining to them between sips of water that due to an old injury he had retired from hero work, but it still caused him problems, hence the blood. He used the situation to impart that hero work was dangerous. It wasn't just about fame or money. It was facing off against people who didn't care about who they hurt or even if they killed someone. If you're going into this field, you can't expect to come out unscathed. You might think you're the strongest person right now, but there is always someone stronger. I learned that the hard way and urge you to not make the same mistake I did in my youth. He placed the bloodied cloth into a pocket and crossed his arms. You've all had a small taste of what you'll be facing after the whole USJ fiasco. But even that was slightly tame. They weren't trying too hard and were waiting for All Might. Can you imagine if they had ordered that Namu creature to attack all of you? The collective shiver made him nod. And every day heroes have to face that fear you experienced. We have to face it and smile, because even as we save the people that call out to us, we also have to put them at ease and protect their hearts as well. It's why the first heroes came to be who they were. It wasn't because of money or popularity. It's because they heard someone ask for help, and instead of ignoring it or walking away, they stood and fought. And they kept fighting because they knew if they didn't do something, then who would? Izumi could only watch in awe as her dad straightened, smile on his face, and at that moment the girl could honestly say she had never seen him so at peace. The police. The moment, of course, was ruined by Mainta's comment. Not even attempting to hide it, Izumi groaned and slapped her hand to her forehead. Sometimes, Izumi wondered why Mainta was in this class. Other times, she wondered how he had even gotten into UA. All the time, she wondered how long her patient would last. The boy was pestering the girls again, but his attention was very focused on Izumi. It had only happened recently, what with her growth spurt. Apparently she had matured in more than just height. But he was 3'6", and apparently the perfect height to stand beside her and look up her skirt. She had caught him doing so no less than 24 times, and every time had felt both violated and angry, kicking him away and only just managing not to use one for all. Barely. Even when she wore spandex shorts underneath, that did not stop the determined boy from ogling her whenever they were in the same area. The one time he had done so in front of Shinso, the boy had almost made her classmate take a running leap off the school roof. Izumi had managed to convince him not to, but Shinso would now try and stab the grape-haired boy with his eyes whenever he got close, and Mainta had learned never to reply to anything Shinso said unless he wanted to take a walk off a cliff. It wasn't just her though. All the other girls in class were having a rather difficult time with Mainta. Ashido had been groped by him, same with Tsuyu. Yaoyorozu had had her underwear taken while she was in the gym showers. Ochako had been harassed. The only one who had been left alone was Hagakure because she was invisible, and Jiru because she was flat. All the other girls were free game, as the purple-haired boy so eloquently put it. But today Izumi finally had enough during lunch. When a hand that wasn't hers tugged the skin of her inner thigh, she squeaked and shot away from the table, leg lashing out and knocking the boy back. She stood and felt her skin crawl as the boy complained softly and rubbed his cheek before he was wrapped head to toe in tape by Sira. Seriously, man, cut it out. Hiroshima's face was pulled in a sharp frown, and the rest of the table stared at their classmate in disgust. Heart beating, she felt her eyes sting before she grabbed her bag. Teeth gritting, she turned and stalked towards the doors of the lunchroom. Izumi, what the hell did you do, you little bastard? She heard Mina's aggravated voice before the lunch doors closed behind her, and Izumi began quickly walking towards the teacher's lounge. Going up a few flights of stairs and rubbing at her leg to try and get the oily feeling to go away, she got to the door and knocked, cracking it open and hoping her father was there, but her shoulders slumped when she saw no one. It was completely empty. What do you want? Or not so empty. The bored voice was familiar, but she couldn't see where it came from until she looked over the back of a couch and saw her homeroom teacher sprawled across it. He opened his eyes to look at her before they narrowed, and he sat up. Let me rephrase that. What happened now? Izumi didn't know how to begin, and she was irritated when a stubborn tear escaped her. Reaching up, she rubbed it away quickly, but her teacher was already on his feet. She was embarrassed, and after what had happened, she didn't really want to be reminded of it, but the other girls were suffering as well. So she explained everything. From when they first sat down in this school, she recounted all she could remember, and even what she had been told by the girls and some of the guys. And then she told him about what just happened in the lunchroom, and for some reason couldn't stop crying about it. Wasn't she stronger than this? He had just touched her leg, and yet it made something in her revolt. An arm wrapped around her shoulders, and she was tugged forward while her teacher dug into his pocket and pulled out a phone. Silently marveling her teacher had an old flip phone and was currently offering her comfort, she allowed herself a few moments to try and push the tears away. Toshinori, get to the teacher's lounge now. Izumi needs you here. Without waiting for a reply, he clicked a button and shut the phone before directing her to the couch. Did he touch you anywhere else? He asked seriously, and she shook her head. But he's touched Mina's and Tsuyu's chest before, and he stands beside me to look up my skirt. I've started wearing shorts beneath them, but he doesn't stop. If anything, he had only gotten more persistent. When the door slammed open, she nearly had a heart attack. Aizawa-sensei sighed softly before standing and catching her dad before he could enter the room. Give us a minute, then you can head home early. She nodded and watched the door close behind both her dad and her teacher. There was the low murmur of voices before. He did what? Green eyes widened. His voice hadn't been loud, but she hadn't heard that amount of anger in it before. No, not anger. That was rage. Her dad had never frightened her before, but at that moment the menace from the hissed words made her heart beat faster. There was the sound of movement, slightly raised voices from beyond the thick door before the volume lowered again. After a bit of silence, the door opened and she flinched, looking over at her dad as he moved over and immediately wrapped her into a strong hug that made her relax, leaning her head against his shoulder and listening to his heart beat quickly in his chest. He was shaking slightly, and she could tell he was still very upset. The glow in his eyes made them almost seem like headlights, but she found that she had never felt safer. Let's get you home, all right? He asked, and she nodded, standing and being led from the room and glancing over to see Aizawa-sensei was speaking with Yamada-sensei and Kayama-sensei, a few other teachers behind them. Turning away, she followed her dad and leaned into his side when he wrapped an arm over her shoulders. The next day, Minda's seat was empty and the class was silent as Aizawa-sensei stood with the principal beside him and told them he wouldn't be coming back and the reason for that. Afterwards, the lessons went on as normal and eventually she and the rest of the girls in class relaxed, not having to keep their guard up anymore now that no one was trying to creep on them. Bakugo in front of her had practically been shaking in his desk the entire time of the explanation, and Izumi found herself slightly worried. Ever since he had walked her home that one time, she found he had actually been attempting not to look angry when looking over at her, but the results were mixed. After their lesson and the teacher stepped out, they were treated to the sight of Bakugo snarling every curse he knew before he whipped around and pointed at her, his finger nearly touching her nose. Next time some sick piece of shit does that, tell me so I can blow his fucking brains out. Green eyes were wide as she stared at the enraged blonde as he turned and sat back in his seat. She learned something new that day. Bakugo really seemed to hate perverts. When spring rolled around, Izumi found herself in a situation she had never been in. She was currently in a dress and standing still as Hitomi, Hana-san's sister, worked on fixing the hem of the thing. It still fit, luckily. The other woman was just making sure it wouldn't snag on the heels the girl wore. Honestly, Izumi didn't know why she needed heels. They hurt and made her only stand taller. All done, the woman smiled and stepped back, allowing Izumi to let out a breath and lower her arms, touching the fabric of the dress. It was a deep burgundy color and strapless like Hana-san had specified. They were having a Western ceremony, and so Izumi was one of the bridesmaids. A high honor, really, and one she still flushed over. The color looks good on you, the woman said, and Izumi gulped but nodded, looking away from the woman. Apparently she wasn't actually Hana-san's actual sister, but her adopted one. Hana-san had been adopted as well apparently. The information was something she hadn't known about. Hitomi was a very beautiful woman in her mid-30s, with hair so pale blonde it was nearly white and kind hazel eyes. The mix of green and golden brown made her name rather fitting. Thank you, Hitomi-san. The woman snorted and patted her arm. While she wasn't a small woman, she only reached 5'11" to Izumi's now towering 6'5" with heels. Just Hitomi will be fine. You're important to Hana, so that means we're practically family. Izumi flushed but nodded and sat down on a stool to let the woman work on her hair. Hana-san was already ready, her mother having helped her in another room. Izumi wasn't sure what Hitomi-san had done to her hair, but even though it curled, still they were more controlled. It was pinned half up with white flowers and beads hanging from it, and Izumi wondered how her dad was doing. He had come with her because he was invited and then dragged away as soon as they had entered the hotel by a few men he seemed to recognize. She had honestly been amused by his perplexed expression. All right, we're ready. How about you? The door had opened and Hitomi-san stepped back. All done here? You look beautiful, Hana. Izumi could admit that yes, the other woman indeed looked wonderful. The off-shoulder white wedding dress was simple and slim but also elegant, with a burgundy train that she held over her arm. The woman smiled brightly and hugged her sister while Izumi stood and moved over towards them. And look at you. I never thought I would have to look up to you, kiddo. Izumi found herself unable to help the smile that pulled her mouth up. She was 5 inches taller than her right then. They were interrupted by Hana-san's mother, who alerted them that they needed to get moving, and a flurry of activity followed. She was able to catch a small glimpse of her dad's blonde hair before she was hurried into the car. She understood Hana-san's mischievous smile, however, when she saw Naomasa standing where the groom was supposed to. Toshinori looked poleaxed as he stood in the position for best man, and Izumi hurried to her position next to Hitomi, who was the maid of honor. The ceremony was beautiful, and Hana-sen looked unbelievably happy. And Naomasa's grin was so wide it rivaled her dad's. The reception afterwards was nice. People were milling around as she hurried over to where her dad was talking with Naomasa, and she smiled when her dad hugged him, lifting the other man off his feet in his enthusiasm and causing the detective to let out a yelp. "You should have told me, though, instead of keeping it a secret," her dad said good-naturedly as he set the other man down and patted his shoulder. "Dad, you really need to stop picking people up," she smiled at the detective, who laughed softly. "Hana actually put me up to it. Your face was worth it." Her dad pouted, but his eyes were bright. The dancing was something she hadn't expected, but apparently Hana had chosen a Western wedding because she liked to dance. She watched her dad blush and sputter when Hitomi pulled him onto the dance floor, and Izumi watched them, contemplative, head tilting to the side, and Hana-san stood beside her, a wicked grin spreading across her face, and gray and green eyes glanced at each other. She single Hana sing-songed. After that her dad actually asked her to dance, and Izumi flushed. But Hana-san was dancing with her dad, and a lot of other women were as well. She watched Naomasa twirl his young niece around relaxed. Dancing was weird, but her dad seemed to not be too good as well, so they both stumbled around and laughed about it instead. All in all, it was really nice. "Dad," her voice was contemplative as they sat on their porch and watched the sunset. "Yeah." Green eyes glanced down to the mug of hot chocolate in her hands and leaned further against his side. "Thanks." Blue eyes looked over at her confused, but he wrapped an arm around her shoulder anyway. "For what?" She hummed and took a sip before answering. "Everything." There was a lot that she knew was still to come. The League of Villains was scattered but not gone, and Shigaraki. "Save that Shigaraki kid for me, would you?" She still didn't know how to be a proper hero yet, let alone how to save someone who was already firmly on such a bad road. But that woman, she had looked so sad, like something had hurt her deeply. She cared about him for some reason. Izumi didn't know why, couldn't understand how someone like him could have someone like that woman so heartbroken over him, but she'd try, and that's all she could do. Leaning against her dad, she closed her eyes and took a moment just then to relax. Just for now, just for this instant, she wouldn't worry about her classes tomorrow, or villains, or anything. She'd worry about it all again tomorrow. Finn.